There you go. You take it. Well, you don't look the same. You don't look the same. I meant to. I gotta download that live from yesterday. Boom, 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 boom. You DJ, that's my DJ. Let's see. Oh, that's my DJ. Oh, DJ. Yeah, that's my DJ. Well, that's what happened. Wellington.
Hey, good to see you, brother. Love your
Yo.
prompt, by the way.
Oh, yeah, for sure. You ain't tricking
I would
nobody
love to
today?
see, huh?
You ain't tricking nobody today?
Oh, yeah, that's all I do, man.
He said that's
That's all I But, oh, man, I got to tell you. Oh, I won't tell you about the other panels today. Anyway, but I thought your prompt was good because most of the time men don't know this, but they're really doing everything for someone else, usually for a woman, you know,
Mhm.
and they really get no satisfaction out of life. Most men aren't getting any real satisfaction out of life until they start living for themselves. And they don't even know what that looks like.
Yeah,
They for themselves. And they don't even know what that looks like. They
yeah.
think, well, I got this house, I got this great paying job, I have this, I have that. I should be happy. I should be getting the women I want. Well, guess what? When you get the women you want, they're kind of useless, bro. Most of the time, when you get the woman you want, it's not what you thought it was going to be at all. And really, they don't even look as good as you thought they looked. Like, it takes about 2 months for a very attractive woman to stop looking attractive to me. 2 months of being intimate with her before I realize, oh, she's just some person,
Mm.
right? She's just some person. And I've done a lot to get her, but she's really just some person. She's not even interesting. She doesn't really have much of a personality. Um, she doesn't really contribute to my life in any meaningful way in most of the time. So when men finally make that transition to living for themselves, that's when you see the guy who's, 40, 50-year old walking down the street and he's happy. He's smiling. He's usually single. He's not usually in a marriage.
Yo, what up, everyone? My name is Antoine Dodson. Nice to meet you.
Yo,
May I answer the
Good to see
prompt,
you,
my
brother.
good sir?
sure.
Nice to meet you, Wellington. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, my brother. Were you finished or no?
No, I was finished. You got it, brother.
Okay. First thing I want to say is I don't think when doing things for others, like when doing just good things in general before we assign it, I don't think if you feel good of it from it, that it means you're doing it for yourself. I just want to disclaim that. Because the reason being, I think when you're doing it for yourself versus others is if you could go without somebody knowing you did it. If you don't mind being anonymous in it, that's a clear way of doing it for others.
Yeah.
But I definitely feel good when I do it for myself.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I definitely feel good for myself when I do something, but I know I can do it that I'm like my intentions are doing it for others when I'm okay being anonymous in it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the type of person, yeah, like I like doing things for others, but I'll be lying to say if I don't really feel good about myself after. Like it makes me feel like, okay, yeah, like I'm a decent person.
And what are the times you do stuff for others?
Um, okay, yeah. So like let's see, what's like a good one I've done recently? I'm trying to think of like a meaningful one. Um Damn, I don't know. When's the last time I did something for someone?
Job.
Damn.
I'll help you out. A job.
I mean, but I don't really count those as big things. Like I may pick up a piece of work that somebody else was doing, just like because I feel like I could do it faster, and I just, like I keep the ticket assigned to them. Like I like, oh, yo, I got to fix. Like I don't know. Um, Small gestures maybe. Like yesterday, I offered my mother if she wanted some food.
Yeah.
Just got call like, but like the ones I'm talking about are like the more meaningful, and that would have to be with my friends, because I treat friendship really highly. But my friends are out of state, so I haven't really seen them in a while. So I haven't really done anything big for them, But like,
Three friendships higher than your mother?
no, but I feel like the connection I have with them is a little bit more like it's like a little bit deeper.
Understanding, probably.
Well, obviously my connection with my mother is like a different type of connection, but like
Yeah,
I feel like as I've gotten older, I've really been able to put a lot of trust in my friends, which a lot of people don't get to say. And I feel like I've been able to share some of my darkest things. So like as of now, like those are pretty deep connections,
Mm-hmm.
But I just want to say, not something I did, but something my friends did for me is like we lived in different states, and I was in a pretty down time this time last year, and they drove 10 hours to come see me, like just to check up on me, man. So
You got some ride or die underlivers. Oops. Watch what I say on here. Oh, yeah. What happened?
I think in a lot of ways, your friendships can be very important as a man. And we
Yeah.
forget that we have to socialize as men. We kind of get into this whole work mode, robot mode, family mode, but we don't get to really get out and socialize like we used to.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think socializing is important. Friendship can be more important than family in many regards. I would even argue that some of your worst enemies have your same blood, to be
Yeah, that's
perfectly
true.
honest.
That's true. Yeah. I can see that. Yeah. He would be like,
But yeah,
blood
I
is
think
thicker than
most men
water.
don't really know what it means to live for themselves, man. The vast majority of men have no idea what it means to live for themselves. They don't even know what they like for real. They
Yeah.
just know what women like, or they know what other people would want them to have to feel
True.
accepted. But they really don't know. Excuse me. Like there are people who I know guys who are gamers, right? And while I always tell people, if you're not into gaming, don't get into it. I just don't see it as being super healthy long term. Like I don't think that's healthy. But the guy who knows that that's what he likes to do, and he kind of plans his life around gaming, and he even makes money from gaming, he's still living in line with his purpose. Who am I to tell him that he's doing something wrong? He's doing what he truly enjoys.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. I guess it depends on how you view it, and if you do it out of happiness or you're doing it out of like it's a job or something. That's what they used to say was the difference between a career and a job. One of them is a passion behind it. Yeah, I see it.
What's going on, Sean? How you doing, brother?
Sean in the building.
What up? What up? What up?
Yo.
Ain't got no likes up in here. Let me get some likes up, man.
You see.
Yeah, let me get ahead of Rachel before she get up in
You
here.
only got it right. You got a head start because she downstairs right now.
Well, I got
If she come up and pass you up, I don't know what to say.
shit. If I start yapping, if you get some people on the panel that be going against me, shit, I'm gonna start yapping.
Right. We even got somebody named Lorena in this boy trying to. You might have some competition. She in the comments with it. Okay.
Let me go to her profile, man. Let me see what's going on.
Welcome, Lorena.
Okay. Oh, okay. It say follow back. I'm gonna have to hit that follow button.
All right, she already following me already too. I didn't know that.
All right.
Might have found us from that other room. I don't know. This is in the other room, right? Yeah, it's about to be interesting. I was talking to my boy about this, made me think about this. I was like, let me talk about this. Then we had like a little.
We kind of had this conversation before, not the first prompt, but on that second one, when you was like, man, we used to always talk about you like, I know this was somebody doing it for. I know him.
I guess I had to change why you made me change my word, and I said, well, I guess all we can do is guess or believe. So
I like that third one though. What should and shouldn't we look for validation in? I like that one. Confidence versus pride. What's the difference? Ooh. Ooh, you might. I might have to argue with you on that one.
Yeah, I know you are, because that was. And I'm about to say, I know you're gonna say the
Yeah.
opposite on that.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to. Okay,
I
we're
knew
gonna
you
do
were
double
gonna say the
laugh.
opposite. Oh man, that's funny.
Let's see.
Oh,
Let me start tapping. Hold on. Damn, I heard it.
you hear her voice? He said he started tapping. I hear her voice.
Let me start
Oh,
tapping.
you got my headphones.
Yeah, I found
Yay.
everything. Found your headphones.
Hi, y'all.
I found your
What up? What up?
earplug. I found the K, the thing you said you
Over
missed.
there,
My glasses.
slaving over a hot stove for my
Ooh,
baby.
my
looking.
baby.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Looking.
Yeah, I can't have him eating cereal all day.
Ah, come on. Then she gonna throw the shot at the same time.
Shit, I eat
That's
smacks
what
all day long.
ought to be giving me. He's like, finally, you can cook now. I mean, you can get a meal now. Oh, so where she at? Let me bring her in. She has to inbox me earlier. Get her up in here.
Did y'all just start?
Maybe about
30?
20, well, no, about 50, about less than that. 10 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
Let me get everybody up.
Sean already answered the
Get my
question, or
boy
we was just
James.
talking?
We were just talking. My two guys was in here earlier. They answered though.
Do you know when you? Yeah, man, we had. We had a long debate during our drive
yeah,
about that.
yes.
It's a touchy subject
This is
Like
for
how
me
inspired.
because
Come
I
on.
am original. You're not gonna tell me I'm not
Oh,
original.
no. Look at that.
Not everything about me, but I
Let me bring your boy Vio in here.
am
See him in a
original.
while.
Yeah, he been doing good, man.
Vio. What? That boy trying to turn over.
I'm trying to figure out a way how to. I'm thinking about that first one.
Hey Sean, man, I was hearing you on the other live when you brought the whole women supposed to be providers.
Yeah, of course he gonna bring that. She's not really gonna bust our laugh. He knew what time. We had that long debate the other night. He said, "I ain't never changed my mind about that."
Hell no.
TT was on him. Everybody, I don't care.
You know why? I be stuck on that. I gave the wrong scripture first of all, but I gave it a correct one. But what I think about it is, I think it's a mindset that comes with, like, especially as a man. I think, like, if you just overall forget the provider part, that's not my key part. It's more of a just, if a woman is looking at you just as a provider compared to a woman who look at you as someone who she could build with, she could love on, she want to like build into, like she want to like give into, well, not give into, like invest into. I think that comes with two different type of women, and I think one would be very beneficial to the man, and I don't think the other one would be, as far as the mindset that comes with, like the man should have to pay for everything compared to a woman who wants to come in and support that man, and the man support that woman.
I guess I get you though on that because you're trying to break that that entitlement that got to do. I get what you get to.
Yes.
It's true. It's true, but you gotta take that up with God, okay? Because it's already written. The problem is the women may not actually be reading the Bible. Because if they did, they would understand exactly what you're saying. They wouldn't come into it with an entitlement mindset.
I can see that. I can say, okay, you got to change my mind on that part. Okay.
I'm about to say, yeah, I get both of y'all at the same time too, because you don't. Some people will try to weaponize that too, also.
No, she said something that I never even thought about. Is
that's Rachel there? That's all you see.
It's the women that's not reading the Bible, because I think what I'm asking for from a woman, like getting women to see, I think the Bible actually, if they read it, then they will already kind of like have that mindset. You know what I'm saying? So like pour into the man. So, okay, I like that. Yeah, I'm open minded. See, I'm open minded.
You got a little bit. That's why you want her up my board. It's gonna be faded away. It's gonna be a fade away by the time I find. It's gonna be a fade away by the time I find it.
Oh yeah.
There you go. Went out the door by the time I found it.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah, Shy did it one time in my life, or maybe twice. He did that. He said, "Hey, you made me change my mind." I was like, "What? Not Shy?" Hey, that's what I like about that, because all of us like that too, man. But I'm gonna make it a competition. I think I'm the one that admitted more than everybody though, so I made it.
Oh.
Hey, it's not too often. It's not too often somebody could really get me
I
to
don't know.
change my mind and perspective. So it got to be some profound shit that they said. I'm like, damn, I ain't never thought about that. Okay, well, cool.
Right. True.
Aw, respects.
Yeah.
Yo, look at Bert
Oh,
though.
Bert, nah, he never changed his mind.
Every
That's my
time
boy.
Bert come up, man, Bert is a
No.
cool dude.
Yeah, that's my boy.
Wow.
Hey, Kev, somebody asked, can they join? Oh, they got
Who
8
that?
followers. The Antoine.
Well, tell him to request up. Ain't nobody requested.
Yeah, he came earlier. That was an old message. He came.
Oh, okay.
Lorene, you can come with me about her. She was in
What's
here.
going
What you
on?
been up to, Bert?
Yo, just chilling, man. I mean, I applaud people for changing their mind. I'm not really good at it because I know I know I'm already right about everything. So it just seems like a waste of time to change my mind to what you think and then realize how wrong you are and just change it right back to where I was before.
Hey, I like that also. I might have to change. I like what he just said too, Kev.
Oh my gosh.
I like that. Okay.
He changed his mind already.
Yeah, I changed my mind back, man. Yeah, he right. Bert right.
I changed my mind back.
Yeah, Bert right, man. I'm not gonna sit here and be disgusted and disappointed in how I've been thinking. All because
There you go.
his perspective.
Come on, you
man.
about to
I'm going
Be a
back to being
man
happy.
about it. Be a man about it.
Yeah,
Nah,
I'm
my
going back to
Bert
being
don't
happy, man.
That's just funny.
That's for women. Women change their minds all the time. That's not what men
Bert,
do.
y'all
We
gonna
stick to
realize
whatever
Bert
we
got a
on.
toxic side
Forever.
too. Bert, y'all
We
gonna
stick to
realize
whatever
Bert
we
got a
on.
toxic side
Forever.
too. This dude had me. I was in the room while he was in. This girl cussing me out. I was like, "Nah." He like, "No, just let it go." I was like, "Man, F that. I got up out of there." They not doing nothing.
Yeah.
That joke was so funny. I used to be scared of that girl. I ain't gonna lie. I was afraid of that girl.
Oh, I
was like,
remember. You talking about was it Tansy?
nah, worse. I feel like she worse than Tansy.
I'm
So
trying.
no,
I'm
never
trying to
mind.
remember who it was. It was so long ago. I remember
It
it
was
happening.
Mahogany. Your
Oh,
friend,
God bless.
your
I haven't
best
seen her in a
friend.
month.
I'm mad that y'all was friends too. I'm like, how the heck y'all get along?
I was just in a mood that day to where it kind of worked. You know, I was validating her. So yeah.
All right. Speaking of the other prompt, validation.
Well, women look. I talk about validation all day. Women thirst for validation. Like women have trouble even existing if they aren't being validated by a man. They don't like it when I say it, but it's true.
Ouch. And you would have got told up. I'm letting this room kind of low.
That's the existence of a heterosexual woman. Validation from men. Anyone disagree? Because if you disagree, I can show you a stripper pole that agrees with me. That's the whole existence. I don't mean that as an insult. I'm just trying to spread understanding.
Yeah, while they spreading something else.
Hell yeah.
I wonder, do everyone, I wouldn't say seek validation. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't go with like people, well, they don't say seek. Should we look for, okay, look for validation. I don't go and look for it, but I'm not gonna lie. It feels good when someone actually acknowledges something that you doing. You know what I'm saying? So you're not seeking the validation, but when somebody just acknowledge something that you putting into like your work, I do believe that make a big difference. To me, it does.
Yeah, you made me change that word. I want to say get. What shouldn't we get validation?
No. You don't. I don't think you have to change it. Let people because people should figure out how they want to like interpret it. Just
okay, I agree with that. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, because I actually like what Sean says. I think that I was almost going to disagree with you, but I'm not. I think that seeking validation is very counter masculine. Right. That being said, it's nice when we get it. So like, I agree with you, but men should be on such a moral compass that it feels good. I ain't gonna lie. Women, on the other hand, it's not a matter of whether they should seek validation or not, but I think, it's not a matter of whether they should seek validation or not, but I think they do. And I think it's part of the feminine that they are trapped in that. I'm waiting for someone to disagree.
Do you think they seek it from men or you think they seek it from other women?
They seek it from men. They won't admit it, but they seek it from men. First, they seek it from their fathers, and then they seek it from other men. Right. And that's why not having a father in the home is so problematic, because studies show that that girls who are brought up in a household without a father or without the validation of a father end up on the stripper pole. Mm.
They're going to get the validation one way or the other. I'm waiting for someone to disagree. I know there's a woman listening. Want to pipe up? Because I'm targeting you. I'm just waiting for a response.
So I'm gonna say I'm getting somebody. Somebody gonna get it.
She's quiet. I thought I heard a woman's voice, but she's quiet.
Oh. Well, the other one, she downstairs. She
Oh, okay. All right. Well, tell her I called her out when she wasn't there.
I want to see this real quick.
I thought you were just scared.
I want to see too. Sheesh. I wonder. Hold on, let me look this one up. It's a couple things I wanted to look up before I posted this. I meant to look it up. Let's get them tabs up though, real quick.
Let me unmute for a minute. Leave me in the box. Let me unmute for a minute.
All right, for sure. Confidence. There we go. Yeah, I thought so.
Confidence versus pride.
Yeah, I thought so. And it's funny, I knew the definition of this by experience without having to look it up, and that's crazy. I never looked this up though, the difference between pride and confidence. Cause I always knew. Yeah, well, I knew it's a belief. Yeah, confidence is a belief thing.
Kurt in the building.
Somebody
does Kurt ever come up?
Kurt, shit, do he ever? I ain't never heard. Kurt, come up, man.
I know, I ain't never heard his voice.
Yeah, I
He
know
was on the front line.
we gotta hear that warrior, right? Hear the warrior voice. He probably
He
gonna
got a warrior spirit.
come up sounding like a soldier and stuff. I want to tell you.
Or sound like that guy
These
that looked
women.
like a lesbian.
Oh, that one. All right, dude. Yesterday, he
I
looked.
don't think I ever had pride. I don't know I think
Most what?
Whoop, Sean.
yeah. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay, tell me why.
That's the.
Convince me. Change my mind.
That's almost every human's number one enemy.
Now, for me, I'm gonna say okay, I'm very at this point. I'm very in tune with what I'm saying, how I feel, my previous beliefs, and how I come to those previous beliefs, and how I come to where I'm at now. Right. So I think for me, like when me and Kev used to argue this confidence thing and arrogant is, I always came from a place of at one point before I realized I was that nigga. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Pride. That's a pride.
The low self-esteem. That ain't no pride. That's confidence, man. I'm for the kill you.
100%. That's why I'm glad we're talking about this. I can't
And
wait.
he said never.
He
never.
about to put his foot in his own mouth.
Hold on, I'm gonna tell you why. I'm
Go ahead, finish up, man.
gonna tell you, they trying to get me to change my mind again, Bert.
Nope, you will. You will. What?
Stick to your guns.
The reason I'm saying is because I always came from a place of like insecurity, like insecure and low confidence, right? So when I finally built myself up to the person that I am now, people will perceive my confidence as arrogance, but they don't know the road that I traveled just to get to this point. So I've never been a prideful person. Like even just now when Rachel said what she said, if someone give me a challenge my view and get me to look at a different perspective, I'm always open-minded to changing. I'm not prideful. I'm not gonna sit there and just want to be right just because I'm right. I don't move like that. So I don't think I've ever been prideful in my life.
Oh my God.
He thought he was gonna be smooth talking like we wasn't gonna.
I liked it. Fine. I like that he stuck to his guns. Look, I'm a stickler for words, right? There is never anything wrong with being confident. That should be the goal, to be confident. There's a difference between confidence and arrogance, though. Arrogance is when you belittle others while you're being like pseudo confident, right? That's a bit of a different thing. And then pride. Ain't nothing wrong with pride. So the word don't use it, man, because don't nobody know what it means. But the word hubris is when pride is your downfall, and that's different. So pride on its own isn't a bad thing. Pride is only bad when you're so proud that you don't seek medical attention or something like that, or something weird like that, right? That would be hubris, because that would be your downfall. There you go.
Mm.
So,
So
Sean, are you gonna change your
Don't change it.
mind?
It's
No.
fine.
Wait, now that pride is not a bad thing, are you gonna you gonna change your mind?
pride always
No,
been
no, because
pride
No,
those.
is good.
he said it right. He said it right. He said he used the word prideful, which is different. Prideful and pride and being
Yeah, that's
and
what
having
it
pride are
is.
different. He said it right.
Pride is
Yeah,
a saying for a reason.
yeah. I don't. I never even thought about that word. Like when I come across, I always just think of confidence, and I don't like
That's the thing. We
arrogance
mix it
because
in. We mix it up. That's what it is. And I realized that pride is what tears a lot of us up. Pride is like our number. It's literally every human's number one enemy, though. This is the
hold on.
opposite of humbleness.
But
Uh,
Huber
Ain't
just
you the
said
one?
pride ain't nothing wrong with pride. He said it's hubris.
it gets to a point where it do become, especially if you believe in
Right.
God, it's always gonna be wrong with pride because you're supposed to give your thanks. You're not supposed to have satisfaction in self. It's supposed to be grateful that God gave you these things. So he
I don't.
don't want.
I don't know, man. I just can't think. I can't think of. I'm thinking of all the time of all the ways I would use the word proud or pride, and I can't think of a negative connotation to it. Right? Like that's a proud mother. No negative connotation. He's really proud of his achievements. No negative
Mm,
connotation.
Yeah,
Right?
because
I'm
he
like,
made it not
However,
negative.
when you say someone is prideful, that's a different connotation.
Yeah, I know, but I feel you on that. That's why I say we
I know the
made it.
Bible. I know the Bible makes it confusing, but
The
so you
Bible,
saying
yeah,
so you saying he
it
should
flat
have
out
used the
says the
word
same.
prideful then, right?
yeah, it's really being prideful or having hubris that are problematic.
Okay.
Being proud, you should be proud. Now, if it's misplaced, if it's misplaced, then that's a different thing. If you're proud of something that you shouldn't be proud of, then that's a problem as well. So, if we're talking about legit pride, being proud of something you actually did, there's no problem. There's no problem with that. But it can very quickly, and like Kevin, you were kind of alluding to this. Being proud can very quickly elevate into the devolve, if you will, into the other forms of the word, right?
Mhm.
So if you're proud, for the wrong reason or whatever, or you're proud and you start to look down on other people, it starts to turn into arrogance or being proud or being prideful. And if it destroys you, or if it can destroy you, it becomes hubris. So these things are on a continuum. So we're not really disagreeing. We're just talking about where exactly we are on that
Mhm.
continuum, particular words.
Yeah, I
Hmm.
think just because I follow, but I try to tend. Now that I learned about it, I try to tend to stay away from that word. I would rather uh have uh confidence, right? I'd rather just say confident, or it's like you said about a pride. And mama should be proud of herself. I would just say that's a confident mother or something like that or whatever. But I get it though, because it seemed like because the world made it seem like there's no issue behind it or nothing like that, and it's okay. But it's like it's the reason why I realize, and as I look at it though, because when we get challenged on things, I notice there's a difference when you okay, I guess I can say this says everybody. But what I learned is like when the person is being prideful, that's why a lot of people get hurt and stuff, or why they can't back down, why they not open to hear other things and stuff. Because when you get this feeling when you feel less than, all of a sudden it becomes you dang near wanna you get mad at this other person for even just challenging you because you feel like you're a not a smart person or whatever. And then like a lot of times they just get in the way so much that you can't be humble enough to even be willing. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. But you're not willing enough to just open up to hear something different from self and stuff. So like I said, when you feel less of as because you never see that being humble or humility is an issue. Like you can't call upon God unless you're being humble. You know what I'm saying? You can't be a prideful person
That
calling
could
on
be a
God.
bad thing too, though. That could be a
Huh?
bad thing too. Being too
Yeah.
humble, being humble could be a bad thing also.
There's also false humility. Like I practice it all the time. Like it is also false humility, and that's not good either. When you pretend to be less than you are, some people who are elevated in station will like lower themselves or say, you know what, I could have done it without my team. Which sometimes you can do without your team. So like that's like a false humility. Like Kevin, you said something interesting that I want to kind of that was interesting to me. I think it might come down to whether or not you think that your pride elevates your station, right? Whether or not you think your pride sets you above and beyond, those around you, because it doesn't, right? Just because you're proud of what you did doesn't make you better than someone else. It just means you're proud of what you did. And perhaps, I don't know, I'm not much of a Bible guy, to be honest with you. I never read it like I should have. but perhaps when the Bible talks about pride, like there is a risk to being so prideful that you elevate yourself
Mm-hmm.
up to or beyond God Himself, and maybe that's what they're guarding against.
Mm-hmm. You
And
see,
the
that's
other
why the
part,
devil. That's why the devil got kicked out because he was the
He
pride so
suffered
hard.
from pride, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
hey,
Beelzebub, Satan, whatever, suffered from pride, right?
and the other part, I think, like when you say somebody could be so adamant about like holding on to their pride and they don't want to be like change their mind about things, right? I think even with that, I'm always gonna say I believe there's certain things like when we use the word arrogant. I think who get to determine if someone is being arrogant or confident? Like if you like, that's what I'm saying. Like, do you think someone can perceive your confidence as arrogant, and could they be wrong, right? Because when me and Rachel had our conversation just now, right, I could be confident that I'm saying something totally wrong, but I'm confident in the stuff that I researched. I'm like, okay, I'm confident, I'm standing on this, right? But with Rachel, she didn't have to throw insults on my view. She just gave me a different view, and she was willing to dive into a different perspective, and I was open-minded to receive that. A lot of times people will hold on to what they believe because people are disrespectful when they try to get different viewpoints and try to give you a different perspective. So you can't ask someone to humble themselves while you being disrespectful to them. I think
No.
that's
Yeah,
weird as hell.
no, I think you're on it. Like if you just having pride, like the way I'm defining it anyway, just having pride, you can still you're still open to being humble. Like you're not arrogant. You're still open to being humble. So a good like you were talking about, how can you tell whether someone's being arrogant or not? I think a pretty good litmus test is, and you can just witness this by watching people. Are they able to take? Are they still able to take direction from people? Right? Are they still able to
Mm-hmm.
hear new ideas? Right? You can look back at like our COVID experience, right? What we went through with COVID. There were two sides to that issue. Some people thought one way, some people thought the other way. You could argue that either one of those camps, as they got entrenched in their position, that they were being arrogant because they weren't listening to the other side. They were unable to listen to something that cognitive dissonance. We talked about that before, but experiencing cognitive dissonance is something that someone who is prideful or arrogant is gonna encounter. Does that make sense to anyone
Yeah.
who heard?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it makes sense. Yeah, it makes perfect
Hey, I'm
sense.
looking at it, and I thought it's funny because these things I figured out without having to look it up though, but because I was wondering, because I was just always like wondering why certain things are certain things or whatever. So I looked up why is pride a sin, right? So it's basically with the same thing I said earlier, though. It said in many religious traditions, pride is considered a sin because it involves excessive self-importance, arrogance, and belief in self-sufficiency, which separates individuals from God and hinders humility and resilience on a higher power. So that's why I assume,
I like
not even
that.
assume that I figured out, because I had figured out, I'm like, dog, because I'm like, man, why is, because I swear I was fighting with this, but I'm the type that always try to figure stuff out on my own. And I was like, hold up, yeah. I thought about it. If God want us to praise him and give
You know
him
what?
glory and give him all the, all the stuff, and we just put
You
it
know
on ourselves, like, I feel good, I did this. It kind of take away the credit that he might have put us in this situation. Or just the fact that he even created us. He like, man, I think he want all, I'm pretty sure he want all the things and all the, you know what I'm saying? So
the word you used that kind of stuck in my mind. I liked everything that you said, that definition, but the word that kind of stuck up to me was the word excessive. Right?
excessive, yeah,
That's a
exactly.
qualifier, right? That's a qualifier. With that qualifier, none of us who are talking about this is wrong, right? Because the word excessive has to be there for it to be a problem, according to what you just read. I was
Gotcha.
thinking about when you said that about being able to humble yourself before God. It's kind of hard to do that if you're an arrogant person. And
Mm.
I spent a lot of time in the Middle East, right? And I saw this guy. Now I'm Christian, but I saw this guy who was probably worth a couple of $100 million, like just a rich like oil guy, Prince guy. And I was watching him. We were in there for a meeting, to be honest with you. So he had to do his prayer time, and I was watching him do his prayer time. And I thought to myself, wow, this guy's worth more than $200 million, and he's prostrating himself before God, and he's serious. Right? That's a lot of what they do in Islam is all about humility before Allah. Right? Christians don't do it like they do it, but they get flat on the ground, and they get in the most humble, vulnerable position they can get to, which is maybe not hard for some to do, but a guy like that, that is an example of a guy who should have some pride about him where he is in life, but who is not arrogant enough that he's no longer able to humble himself before God and perhaps even before another man. Who knows? But that was interesting. Just wanted to share that.
Hey, isn't it okay to be like prideful in God,
Not
right?
prideful.
You say if you're
Prideful.
gonna,
Prideful
well,
is
what do you
always
say
bad.
boasting is? What is boasting?
Boasting, that would be
Yeah,
prideful.
So,
That's
yeah.
prideful.
It say if you're gonna
so,
boast in the Most High.
so I
Yeah, yeah.
get that too. This the funny part though, and I thought about this like maybe a couple weeks ago when you said that. So this is what it is. I think you do it a different way, right? You, of course, you've been doing it but how can I put it this way, right? Is that when he say boast in him, that
You don't even know who
means
you're
that you
talking to right
brag
now.
about
Which one
God.
of us?
You know what I'm saying? You brag about God or how good he is, because that's who you boast up. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh man, God is the best of the best in the, stuff like that. You said that's what I meant. Oh no, but I thought I could have sworn one time you used it in a way as in like trying to use like the word or something, like I'm one of God's people or something like that, and then try to use it.
That,
It's
Oh,
that's why
nah.
that's why it's our tradition to say to God be the glory. That's why that's such a common thing that we
yeah,
say.
yep, there you go, yep. No,
No,
I can see
I
that.
was
I can
breaking it
see
down.
boasting in that way though.
No, I was breaking it down. When I was saying it, I was saying like how when you were saying like I think you brought up, you know what I'm saying, like bragging or arrogant and stuff
Oh,
like
I
that. And
get
I was
you.
like, nah, I say even God said, you know what I'm saying, you could brag or boast, you know what I'm saying, but you boast in the Most High. We just didn't get to that aspect. But
Okay, I get you. Yeah, I get you, man.
if you ask me, I would damn near think, and I know this outside of the biblical text, right? I would say that God doesn't tell us to be confident. You know what I'm saying? So I could also say that's something that we shouldn't be doing, because that's borderline as far as like, you know what I'm saying, looking at yourself in a high value way as
Oh,
far as
I get you.
prideful.
Yeah,
So
you're right. I was even trying to think of a way
yeah,
too, and then I
that's a
see.
thin line also.
Does he really want us to need him and want? I get you though on that though.
Exactly.
Dang, because I was thinking about that too. Like, can I even use?
You
God
could
knows. I'm just gonna leave it with that.
what I
Like,
like
how the heck
about
can I move forward? But I guess it's like put it in God, and then that's the reason why a lot of people be afraid to move is because they don't put they all in God, and they just got to think it's themselves and stuff. I can see that though.
Yeah, what I like about your show and how you do things is like the way it appears, and I think it is as it appears, bro. It's I think it is, right. Is that like it's like you put these prompts up like they're surface level, just gonna have a casual conversation, and it's almost like it's almost like we end up going deep by mistake, and that's what I like.
That's my mistake, right?
No, it's by mistake. I can tell the way you react to it because we're
Yeah.
all on a learning journey, right? And like some people put up prompts wanting to start deep, but you put up prompts that are like just hey, just how people talk, and then it ends up going deeper than I think you would have thought it would have gone, right? Which I think is really cool.
Yeah.
The other thing that's connected to this is what does God say? He says he is a jealous God.
Mhm.
He's a jealous God. That's
Yep.
related to the whole pride being a sin thing, or certainly being prideful.
Right.
Because he wants you to think highly of him more so than you think highly of yourself.
Yourself, yeah, yep. That's facts. Yeah.
Hey, now
And I didn't like that somebody used envy. I'm like, no, those are two different things. You can't say God is envious, no, because God can get whatever he wants.
Hey,
You know what I'm saying?
If God were envious, that would mean he would want to be like us, which is silly.
Right.
hey, Kev. Okay, so this is where we had this conversation the last time, and this is where I was trying to go, right? When I was saying like, like I believe that people who believe in Jesus Christ I'm going to use the word better because this is what we had the conversation about last time, right? So with me thinking that our way is better than any other religion way is, I am boasting in the Most High. I am practicing and preaching the salvation of like getting into heaven and going through Jesus Christ. So I'm boasting. You could call it boasting in my religion, and I don't believe that no other religion outside of ours. I don't look at those people at the same level as people who believe in
altar
Jesus Christ.
here.
I don't believe that.
You mentioned the Bible too many times, I guess.
So now I got to ask you:
what does the Bible say about fake dimples?
Oh damn! Who you taking a shot at, man? Who you taking a shot at?
You know that's altar with them dang on dimples. He said, "What's a fake dimple?" Man, what's the deal, twin? But
Okay. I
yeah,
hope I feel
but
hate
I put it in
soon.
this way, right? Because like I said, I'm big on wording. So even though you saying that you say we're better because we're Christians, but I think that's not nothing to because you don't. The thing is, you want to win people over. You don't want to just down them. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to put it in a way as in like I'm a Christian. Y'all just beneath me or something like that. Even though you ain't put it like that, but I'm just saying you want to be able to win them over because you know it's people that'll stray away, or they be
How do
like,
you
nah,
how
I
do,
don't
how do
like
you win
these.
how do you
Huh?
win them over though? How do you win them over? You got to boast in the Most High.
You can. You could boast in his name and say what he's done for you, and you know you wouldn't be anything anywhere without him. All this stuff is, but it don't say that I'm a better person than you. You just wouldn't say that, you know, because you're not going to win them over. You even know. Just imagine somebody did that to you and stuff like I'm a better bat. You know, you feel a certain way. You wouldn't
So
hear from that person no more.
if somebody were to tell you as a believer, right? Someone were to say, "Hey, if I don't believe in Jesus Christ, would I make it to heaven?" The answer should be no. You ain't gonna make it, right? Because that's what the scripture says, right? It's only one way, and that's through the Son, right? So I don't have to care about their feelings or anything. Like I gotta boast in the Most High, right? So if they ask me,
No,
is
you
that
try to win them over. You ain't gotta.
no, you ain't the word should win them over, not me outside. I shouldn't do nothing outside of that Bible to win them over. You got to boast in the Most High. So if I'm telling you that if you ask me, can I get to heaven outside of
I thought
Jesus
that was
Christ?
our job.
The answer should be straight up hell no. The only way to get to heaven is through Jesus Christ.
Right. Don't you supposed to help show them? I thought that was the whole point of us going. I thought that was our job. That's why people chosen, right? Chosen for a reason. They chosen to spread the word out and try to get people to understand the Lord. I would have thought.
Yeah, you said the same thing. Spread the word, and it's not their word. They got to spread God's word. So it's the
Yeah,
same thing.
yeah, got spread God word. Yeah, I can feel that. Yeah.
I mean, is that actually in the Bible?
Huh?
Is that actually? But like, is that like? Did God say that? I
Oh, I
mean, did
think
he?
it's on.
I don't know.
Let me see. Hold on. I
Did
think
he,
it was in scripture. Let me look it up
did he
though.
say what? Did he say what?
Did he say go out and spread?
Because he
Go out
did
and
say like if they don't accept it or something like that, just go on, walk on, and you know, let long as you
That's
said it.
what I thought he said.
Something like that. Yeah, yep. Something like that.
Yeah, I mean that doesn't mean it's not a good thing to do, but like
Yeah, you ain't
I'm
gotta
kind of
force it down nobody's throat, but I think that's us. Yeah.
I'm kind of with Sean. I think it should be the same, right? If you're boasting about Christianity or you're boasting about God, that should be enough for people who are seeking that to climb on board. And if it isn't, like how is that how am I doing anything wrong by just boasting
Exactly.
on my religious experience?
So,
And
Because
I don't know that I have to sugarcoat it.
you shouldn't. You
well,
shouldn't.
God know intents though. Like He knowing if you do it just to be out of spite, or if you're doing it because you care about somebody or you love them.
God knows your heart exactly.
Yeah.
Hey,
So.
but it says go out to the highways and byways and spare not. So when you preaching the word of God, it says to spare not. You're not supposed to worry about somebody's feelings and how they take it. The word is going to be the word,
I
whether
ain't
you
worried
accept
about
it or
their
not.
feelings. I ain't say that. I'm just, but you don't. But it's just no different from like if you was a weak Christian or you wasn't a Christian at all. We know how people are, so it's like, why would we want to? If we know better, then we want to just force it on somebody when we can. We might want to have a chance to try to imagine if it's one of your children or something like that. You will want to try to teach them in a way for them to understand, so they can be able to accept them. You know, in a way.
Only way I could
Hmm.
do that is that's what you call prosperity gospel, right? Is I don't believe that my words could be more impactful than the words that's actually in the Bible. So I believe that's not boasting in the Most High when you think that you have a not you but somebody uh you have a certain level of intelligence to convey something to kids outside of what the Scripture says itself. I believe that you just tell them what the Scripture says. This is what it means. You know what I'm saying? God's words does not change. I don't want to have to sugarcoat. I feel like sometimes we have to sugarcoat things. We're taking away from the word itself.
Hi guys, just want to say
Hey,
hello.
hey,
Oh
twin.
damn,
Crap, I wasn't even live. I was like, crap. I was trying to
damn, man, my day fucked up now. Damn.
Oh my! That is not a godly response.
Hey, man. Right.
Kev, I done heard your ass on panels, Kev. Don't you even go there.
Hi Rachel. Hey birds. What
Like
did I
they're in the
say?
building.
Y'all said I heard y'all. I was listening, but y'all said a point where God didn't say, or did God say to go and tell people? What y'all was saying? The part.
I think we just talked. Go ahead, bro.
Right. Because I always had the question of what people are chosen for, and they always make it seem like they're chosen just to be better than somebody. And I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure there's a reason why God chose you. And I was even listening to one of my preachers, even though I'm gonna find the scripture. I'm pretty sure it's in the scripture where he said that basically we are kind of chosen to be the main ones to kind of, I guess, boast or show the word and preach the word and stuff. And it's like no different from what he had Moses and all them doing. You know, it wasn't like he kept it to himself. He was trying to win people over. You
Hey,
know, get
you
them to
know
come
who
to Christ.
you know who live that I think I always say her name wrong. Damn, it may be Lele or Lala. I always say the damn name wrong.
Lala.
But okay, one thing I like about her lives is right. She don't sugarcoat nothing.
Yeah,
She
she
don't
don't.
sugarcoat nothing when it comes to the Bible. She's very and she don't really care how you take it. The Bible word is the word.
Sorry, y'all. I swear, this is why I don't be on panels. Every time
Oh,
I
that's
even open my
okay.
mouth, like somebody start calling. It's just crazy. That's just actually insane. But dang it. So what did y'all say
Hey,
that? I was just trying
Alter.
to. Hi.
We're
Just
not
wanted
going
to
to keep
say
repeating
hi.
ourselves because
Oh
your
wait,
phone beeps.
hi.
Hey,
Hey, Alter.
You on the
Hi.
same side?
Oh my bad. Hey, Amir.
Hi, Amir.
What
But
up?
it does say though in Mark. I was just saying real quick. That's what
Alter, how
y'all were
you
saying.
doing?
I was looking at
Hey,
it when I heard
Alter.
y'all saying that.
Hey, Alter.
Hi, Bert.
Hey, Bert. Hey.
Hi,
Hey,
Bert.
what's going on, Golf Nut?
I ain't
But
nothing, bruh.
Good.
What's
How
up,
you doing,
Sean?
Sam? What's going
Hey.
on, man?
Alter, I ain't seen you in a while. What's up? I actually came up here to mess
She's
with you.
trying to
What's
get
up,
her
Kev?
thoughts
How
out,
y'all
man.
doing over there?
I know it's been a
You and the
minute.
missus. I hope everybody's well. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Alter.
Go ahead,
No, you're
Alter.
good. No, I was just saying. I don't know. I don't know if that's what y'all were saying or asking, but I know. Mark. It was Mark 16 and 14. Was it 14? No, 14. It said he said to them, "Go into all the world and preach the gospel to all creation." So,
Amen. Amen.
I think that's what I heard. Kev was saying or asking. So yeah, that was be the scripture if that's what you were referring to.
That's
That
why
he
I
did tell
know
us
it's
to go.
somewhere. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure. I know my pastor ain't
It's,
just
it's
tripping.
several scriptures with that sense, but I'll just give you one.
Alter, was that Matthew 20? What was that? Because I knew that one too. For a while, I had that one memorized. We had
Hey,
to memorize that one, Sean, when we was growing up.
y'all need to read. You need to read that new book they
And it
got,
say with it do say
Translations
with
12 and
kindness too,
12.
right? It say with kindness, right?
What?
Alter is of fishers of men. I can never forget that. It's like, dang, I just want some fish.
I think that's one of his
Why I gotta
specific.
bring men back in the boat?
Hey, hold on. We can't. Hold on, Kev. You lost me because if you say with kindness, right? But then in another scripture, he says, "Spare not when you preaching the word of God." Then that's not no kindness.
I'm pretty sure it's always kind. Man, I swear I don't be like no way Sean do the Bible sometimes.
No, I'm
But
Mm-mm.
I'm
with
pretty
Sean. I
sure
don't
the
know about
reason
that
why he
kind
said he
stuff,
wasn't talking
Kev.
about it in that way, but he do also specify that we supposed to be kind.
Yeah, he say that
Even though that
multiple times.
Hold on.
irritates me because I be want to be so
Hold
direct
on.
with so many
Hold
people.
on.
But
Hold
it
on.
don't spare the
Kevin,
wrath, Sean.
look
That's
up,
the
Hold
look
on.
up
No,
the
difference.
no, no,
word.
no. He's
Huh?
right.
Look
Hold
up
on.
the
Hold on.
word
Hold on. Hold on.
kind.
Hold on. He's right about be kind to people, right? Like be kind and make peace with all
Cordial.
men, right? So he say make peace with all men and be kind. But when it comes to the word, he says spare not. So he is different. He specified a
I can
difference when you give him
I
the
can get
word. He
what you
says
mean
spare
on that.
not.
I get what you mean. So if it hurt their feelings but by the word, I can get that because that's why I stand on what I stand on. Like when I tell girls to put their clothes on and all that stuff, remember I got in trouble with that. I'm not sparing that. You know what I'm
But you
saying? I
still
don't care
get in
about your
trouble.
I
feelings.
remember.
I'm
I'm
gonna I'm
still
gonna
gonna
let
Man,
you
keep
I'm
it
do
trying.
that.
J.
I'm trying to tell women to take clothes off. Man, it's sundress season. What you mean?
Wow.
Dude. But yeah, I can get on
Real
that.
talk.
But what I'm saying is like it's the way that
Yeah.
you don't want to do it to where you losing them. You know what I'm saying? It's these type of uppity type Christians that be doing that stuff. That be always judgy and all this stuff. They be saying stuff like they ain't went through no stuff or they ain't sucked something before they even got to it. And then they change their life. Then they want to down everybody else. That type of stuff you don't. You ain't supposed to be like that. You ain't supposed to. Nah, you don't do that. You supposed to at least you want to. Especially when you get to a certain thing, you want to try to win over as many people as you can. Just
So
Okay,
people
that
that
that's the
say something.
answer to number real quick, and then you go ahead, Alter. Look,
okay.
that's the answer to the prompt in the purple, the top of the three in purple. How can you tell when they trying to act like they ain't never done it before, Kev? That's how I read people. I'm like, oh, okay, you act like you ain't, you know what I'm saying? Like you ain't never done nothing. That's how you talking. Go ahead, Alter.
No, so I was just bringing it because I'm just reading the scriptures as he like make the point. So it's Jeremiah 31, and yes, he was speaking to. It was a particular time speaking, but still, it is 31 where it's saying, "I have loved you with an everlasting love. I have drawn you with unfailing kindness." That's what you're talking about when he says that part.
Was that?
Okay.
Oh,
That
me?
people draw you. It's supposed to draw that God draws you with kindness. That what you're saying?
I don't know. Some of
What
this
is
stuff I gotta look up my dang on stuff. I
what
heard
is
somebody say be kind because I remember they got on me about that. Like, you supposed
Can
to
we
be
get a
kind.
definition for that word
What word?
kind?
Good,
Now,
good.
kindness is not always connected with nice, and I think sometimes we get that
Right.
misconstrued.
Yeah, I
Kindness
know.
and nice is not always the same concept. I think there is levels, there is points in times that you use the certain tones or way of approaching, right? Some people may need it honestly in different ways. Like, hey, I'm not changing my stance on what I said. Well, that just seems like a really terrible. Okay, well, it can sound how I want to sound. The word says what it says, right? So, like, when it comes to things like that, I don't like. I think people feel like, well, as long as I have this certain soft voice, I'm like, well, it's just like, I mean, I'm just trying to tell you, like, you can be patient with a person and it not come off as like super nice. But I mean, I think it's just what a person needs in that moment to hear what they need to hear, how they need to hear. Some people just need you to tell them the truth, and then you start talking to them. Like now you go because really it's not us who saves people. It's God who saves them.
Yeah.
So it's God who changes your heart. So if I can't change your heart for you, but I can give you what the truth is, when the devil or not the devil, like when Satan or people are telling you lies, you're getting fed the lies. I'm trying to tell you what the truth is. Now, whether or not you take it as truth, that's now up to you. But you can't now go in front of God and be like, hey, I know one ever told me. Nope, the truth was told to you. You decided how to do with it what you did
Let
with
me
it.
let me ask Alto a question. I'm gonna ask Alto a question. I like what she just said, and I'm curious at this point.
I agree.
So let's say, okay, Alto, do you believe that if you are like let's say you're talking to somebody else, right, and you're trying to get them to pretty much change their way or like how they live in life, you know what I'm saying? Don't mean you perfect, but you see that they kind of like going down the wrong road. Could you stir them the wrong way and hurt their feelings just by telling them what God said?
Oh yeah, actually it happened to me a year ago with a friend. The thing is, what was it's not gonna be fresh, but yes, I'm gonna say yes, you can. You can stand in the wrong way, just by telling the truth. Absolutely, because okay, I'm gonna give one example, two examples. One of my friends went to church, and she's like, "Y'all trying to find me another church because, they don't believe in same sex. You're not gonna find a church, friend. You're not gonna find one. Not the one that's bleeding, not the one that's going about God." Now, if they want to sugarcoat it, make you feel good, and welcome you in, sure. But you're not gonna find one that's standing on principle, standing on business, standing on a biblical point. So now she was offended by the fact that well, I'm not saying I'm gonna find what you did though, but okay. It's like it's like I don't understand. But it's
Wait,
like
do I know that
just by
friend?
telling them, huh?
Do I know that friend?
No.
Damn,
Okay, I'm
Kev,
about to
nosy. That man nosy.
I just
No.
wanted to know if I know her friend. I was just wondering.
Oh no, she not. No, it's somebody I actually used to work with, and
Okay.
yeah, she just had that stance, and I would tell her what is said in scripture. The thing is, I think when you tell people what the Bible says, they think instantly that it's easy for you with what the Bible says about you, and it's not.
I'm trying to find you
Okay. Oh, snap.
Exactly. I like that. And also it says that, am I now your enemy because I tell you the truth? So I believe that the word itself, you don't have to say anything outside of the word. You could just tell people the word of God and they're going to get offensive. They're going to think like you could take them down the wrong path. It doesn't matter. So I don't feel like you have to sugarcoat anything when it comes to the scripture. It's going to do what it's supposed to do with the person that's receiving the message.
Yeah, for sure. Because either you're gonna, I'm like, Mark, I guess I would have to ask, what does a sugar coating of that look like? Like, how would people think it should be said? Like sugar coating, because for some people, genuinely, if they were be honest, sugar coating means to alter the scripture.
I said that. Okay, I give you an example. Like, if someone were to come and ask you as a believer, like, okay, is there only one way to get into heaven? And in some pastors, like, okay, in certain churches, right, you have people that are part of the LGBTQ community that are part of the congregation, right?
Yeah.
And if you're a pastor, you will not allow that. If you're a true pastor and believe in scriptures, I don't believe that you will allow that. But some pastors
You
don't
not
want
about
to
to kick
lose
them out.
followers, that they will let those people in the congregation.
Yeah, they gon' I think so. This I would say this though, and I'm glad y'all talking about that because I was thinking about this some days ago too. Though, is that when the people be right, I do. When people be like, "Hey, I'm going to church," and then they never change. I think I made a post like about that, but then I think that's even the worst, right? Is that the whole point of going to church is to change from your ways or try to become better or basically be more righteous. You can't go to church and being same and not with the expectation of changing from being to being the same. You know what I'm saying? So it's like what are you like? It's like I think that because they feel. I'm trying to see that because if you really into what you want to do, what God wants you to do, right, or need you to do, want you to do, you're gonna like I said, your whole intention is basically like, all right, I'm about to find a way so I can stop being attracted to this same. I gotta keep saying it. That way I can be able to move more in what God want me to do and stuff. But a lot of people don't do that. They just want to get there, get motivated, and hear a good word today that might not apply to them. Like when you go to church, it ain't meant for you to feel good. It makes you to feel. It's meant for you to feel uncomfortable because it's gonna be something they're gonna speak on that's gonna make you feel a certain way. Like, dang, I didn't know that was a sin. I didn't know that. I ain't know I gotta change that because we so comfortable doing so many different things and stuff and not realizing that a lot of these things are wrong. So
That's
yeah,
right.
I was thinking about that too. And then the other thing is I would want to say about the difference between kind and nice. What I learned is like kind is more of a genuine thing. That's something that's within you or something that you condition yourself to. Nice is like anybody can do that. You could be a bitter type person and be nice for a moment. It's a more of a moment thing. You know what I'm saying? When people be like, I'm gonna be nice today. I'm gonna be yeah, you can be nice, right? That don't mean you're a kind person. So anybody have the ability to be nice, but to be kind, that just come off kind of natural. That's something you done built yourself up over time and stuff or whatever. So that's the difference between it's your part. Yeah, yep.
I'm
Hey,
gonna bring it back. I'm gonna
Oh,
bring it back to the prompt again. I don't even know if y'all went there, but real quick, message what he just said. Okay, confidence versus pride. The pride is when the community guy goes to the church and don't look for rectification. He don't expect to be rectified. He think he already got it together. Confidence is you going there knowing that you are a mess. And if
Say
you're
rectum.
confident that you're gonna get there
Rectum.
and become better. Say
Did you
again,
say
Bert.
rectum? You say rectum?
No.
I'm sorry, I have my phone down. How we talk about
Oh
LGBT and
my!
rectum?
How
What's going on?
Well, so
Never mind.
so
Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
real, you know what I'm saying though? Y'all feel me? I love the comic relief, you know that. But y'all, I don't know if y'all caught the message. See, the pride comes before the fall. So if you can go into that place of worship thinking that you're not going to be changed or moved or reborn, right? If you so confident in your abilities that you ain't going to change, but instead you should be confident that you're going to get help. You're going to become a better person, like Kev was saying. So there's a difference right there, man. Pride come
Yeah,
before the fall.
I got a question. I got a question, Golf Nut. Seriously,
What that?
the rectum and rectify. Do you think they come from the same root word? I'm just asking.
He's
Man,
always Bert always makes me think. So I gotta think before after I laugh. I'm thinking. Rectify, rectum.
I would think so.
It does. It's the base root word. It comes from the back. Something about the back, right? Rectify. Go back and check your back. Watch your back. Rectum. Yeah, watch it because
It's saying that it come because I don't care. I look up stuff when y'all say things, but it does say it's come from the same root or place something because it's going like in a straight line. But do you go in is the rectum straight? I'm trying to see now. You go in there straight? Is that why?
Oh, you silly. No, look at this though.
I'm
Let me.
not.
I'll land. Alpha, you silly. Let me land this one though, right quick. When we talk about kind and nice, okay. So now that etymology of that word nice, I ain't even gonna touch that one. But I like the kind. And when you think of one of the definitions, because of course I looked it up while we was talking, and one of the definitions was talking about making sane. You know, when you're kind, you're trying to find a certain kind, a like kind. So when you are kind, like you were saying, Kev, it's just in your nature to be kind to others, which also answers one of the other prompts. How you know if it's genuine? Uh-oh. See, I'm on one tonight. Let me land right quick. Let somebody else talk.
Hey, do you think sometimes people be so caught up in the messenger instead of the message that they refuse to accept the message? And I don't care about the messenger. To me, I don't, because there was a lot of imperfect people that was in biblical times also. So I feel like people get so caught up in the messenger that they really don't even take the time to hear the message. And I think that could be a little. I don't think. Do you think scripture should be that way? That you looking at someone's lifestyle and they could be preaching the true word of the Bible, but you so looking at what they doing that you really missing out on the word itself.
Mm. So it's something that says where is it that says dang it, I gotta find it before I repeat it.
All right, mute up. Get your thoughts together, woman.
No, I got my thoughts together.
No, you don't, because I
I
want to
wanted
speak.
I
And you're
wanted
not
to
even ready.
find what? I'm
You're
trying
not
to
ready.
rectify. I'm trying to rectify something.
You
Hold
are
on.
not prepared.
I'm trying to
You gotta
rectify.
ask AI. You got an AI system over there.
But I would
Fooling
say
nobody.
I would say I'm gonna say this without mentioning people. Like, so there was someone even on here, just because I maybe not even care for you as a person or think that you're speaking from, a place necessary. Like you that doesn't mean that you don't have some type of knowledge to give. So I may not follow you like on a personal trip. Like I may not be cool with you, friends with you, but I may hear something that you say that could be necessary for where I am, or be necessary for my life, or be necessary for something I need to know. So yes, you can hear something from someone who doesn't seem like a credible person in their life completely, because we all have these different flaws in our life. But if you're speaking on something specifically about something that you're not doing, that's what the issue is. And even scripture that talks about that. Like, don't be trying to tell somebody to change something that you ain't changed about yourself. Don't be on nobody's head about something that you still struggling with. That's what it's saying.
But Alter, like that's kind of in line with what I was going to say, right? That scripture that talks about hypocrisy.
Yeah.
And so that's a rebuke of the hypocrite. But
Right.
that's not a rebuke of the message.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it points to like if like all of us now, right? We could all be preaching like what the Bible says, right? But some of us, it's not living a perfect lifestyle according to the Bible. That doesn't take away that if there's a source that you could go to, which is the Bible, that kind of like let you know what someone's saying is right and wrong, and you refuse to accept it because of the lifestyle that they're living, do you think that's a form of rejecting the word itself also?
Well, okay, so real quick to what Bert was saying, like, because yes, that's true. It's not rejecting what's been said, right? Because now that's moving more to like how God's gonna deal with you for act like you on it. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, you don't know if you don't know what a person's past is or their life is. Them speaking on something. Now, what will happen? What I've noticed people do. That's why you have to be careful with that. Is because people will say, well, did you do all these different things because they do want to reject what you're saying, because what you're saying is actually correct for what they need to hear. But they will use, oh, well, you got kids by this person, so how you gonna talk about this? But when you understand, when you learn what is correct to do, how do you just bypass what I said because I didn't do it in the beginning? If you wanna do different because you haven't reached this point, why not take what I'm saying versus trying to use this as an excuse for you to stay where you are? Now you got to blame yourself later on. Sure. So there is little tricky areas in that, because yeah, if you're telling me that you shouldn't do this certain thing, like, hey, y'all shouldn't be knocking y'all wife's head against the wall, you know what I'm saying? But you over there doing the same thing, or you sitting there letting her, treat you a certain way, but you're saying, hey man, don't be letting that woman treat you like that. But you're doing, I can't listen to you because I'm not here. It's not connecting. I can be doing something harmful, but on the other aspect of something, I have knowledge in this. But I think people just do that based off the fact that I don't want to change something about myself, because you don't know everybody's life, but you go to their seminars, you go to your store, you know what I'm saying? You learn about them, you read their books. You don't know their life. You don't know if they're hypocrite about something, but what they're giving you is something that you may actually need to hear, but what you're rejecting is because you don't want to change it. That's kind of what I see.
I didn't know that you was this wise, Alton. I'm shocked. I didn't know you was this wild. I
Yeah,
didn't know you was this wild.
that's just that. She's not. That's just wine. That's just wine
Well,
talking.
I know everybody like watching.
Women drink just one sip of wine, man. It will change the whole way a woman speaks. So I'm gonna breathe life into my deceased
Yeah,
grandfather.
looks on the April. I don't know what it is, but
My
looks.
gra- so so can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So my grandfather's an old preacher, right? Old chaplain. And he talked about hypocrisy one time, right? And he said, nobody knows how deep the pit is better than the man who's currently standing in it. You dig? Right. So hypocrites often have wisdom. Like they can be in that place and still tell you to get away.
I could get that from that angle. I hear that.
You can get one
Hey,
from what angle. No, sorry, stop.
I'd have ran across a lot of people.
But the
I'd have ran
thing
across
is,
a lot of people who was unemployed, but they always told me who was hiring. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
So the thing is, this is the reason why I believe. I don't know if like I said, because I just got back, but I could get why you don't want to be a hypocrite, because we got people that's not as strong. Like they big on visual. Just like right now, when you raise kids, they pay attention to what you do and not what you say, which is a very strong thing. We see that to this day. So it's like we got people that's like that's not they look at it like, hold up, and then it feeds in like the things that people really want to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, I do want to do this and I do want to smoke and all that stuff. I heard my friend say this because I was that's funny. I was just talking to my baby about this earlier, that a lot of people they might do things because they're curious and they like, all right, this, I heard this might get a certain type of feeling, or somebody told me this might be good, so I might want to try this out, or something like that, or whatever. So that's what, that's why people fighting that. They be fighting that, then they see so many other people doing it also, and like, oh man, I heard smoking was cool and all that stuff. So it's like, while your parents say don't smoke, but they smoking at the same exact time, it just it'll throw them off, and they know they really want to try type stuff. That's why it's always big. You don't want to be a hypocrite. You know what I'm saying? You want to be able to practice what you preach and stuff.
Hey, you know what I'm thinking, Kel? It's two things I noticed. Well, it's something that I think Rachel said earlier about if a woman were to be reading the Bible, then like what I was talking about a show, right?
But you like that one?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, because Alta just displayed that also, right? That I'm starting to notice that women who actively read the Bible compared to women who say they believe and just go to church on Sundays and don't really do any like research. Those women that don't go and don't read it, they don't really know how to communicate effectively with a man. That's my opinion, right? But women who actually actively read and try to do research on the Bible, they have a way of conveying a message to you that you never even thought about. And it don't come from a place where you have to feel like you're being challenged at all. It's just like they have the capacity to be able to kind of like deliver the message. You know what I'm saying? So I'm starting to notice that there's a difference from women, how they communicate with you, the ones who actually read the Bible compared to women who just say they believe and just say whatever. I feel a different energy compared to those women.
Yeah, because they try to actually live what they read instead of just have it for, like, when people do get them degrees and stuff and all that stuff and just use it just to boost, and they're not really applying to what they already, so they just use it to brag. That's why I believe people do that stuff with the Bible too. They know a few words and they use it against you, and just to use it like, nah, how you don't know that? That's in Luke 14:15, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. But a lot of times they not even living up what they talking about and stuff. So I can see that though. And they talk so different. They just know, they might know of it, but don't really apply it and stuff. I realize that. They just read it just to say I know, and then use it to. That's why I say people gotta realize it's people that weaponize the Bible just to fit their narrative to meet, so everybody can just yield to them. You know what I'm saying? They just throw that out there, and then all of a sudden they want you to bend to their lifestyles or how they is and stuff. Even though they over there checking you and doing this stuff, and they're like, hold up, but no, you must be kind. See it in that scripture, yet you just cuss me out. No, they say I supposed to preach in righteousness and all that stuff, but they want to, they always try to throw it and twist it. So that's what that is.
Hey, I had to get off on my neighbor, but I missed Bert's story about Grandpa, about hypocrisy. But this is the funny thing I was
You
going
have
to
to
say
get off your
about.
neighbor. Hold on, whoa. Go
I
back.
was
Hold
hollering.
on.
off calling them. What did I say, Sean?
You
Please
said
help
you
me.
had to get off your neighbor. What's
I had to
going
get
on?
off so I could talk to my neighbor,
Oh,
man.
okay, all right, all right.
Come on, now. Stop messing with me, bruh. So look. I was gonna say when we was talking about that, when you asked your question, Sean, about the messenger, I always find that topic interesting, man, because my whole thing, you know what I'm saying, what we've been through, but also people can relate to a tough coach. So you think about a tough coach, who's not gonna win from a tough coach? You might not like him, but he damn sure gonna teach you something. But this is what I always like to think about too, man. I done told people this before. My pop was the nicest guy in the world, homie. If you would have looked up like the perfect dad, I'm telling you, dog, my pop might show up. And I didn't listen to him. So it don't matter, bro. I needed a tough coach, and then I didn't listen to him neither at first. So it don't matter. This is what I was gonna say. People don't care about the messenger. They don't care. They don't care about the message. Like you could be. Look, Sean. If Jesus Cristo walked up on this mug right now and was like, "Check this out. I need y'all to do X, Y, Z." Them mugs, I think people would question him, bro.
They
So
will. That's
they
true.
would.
That's
They
true.
would.
I mean, God
So
Himself
the
can come
truth
down here
is
and they
the
still gonna
truth, man.
question it.
People don't like the truth, bro. It don't matter
They
about
don't.
the
Yes,
messengers.
they'll
Because I
say it's
didn't like my
projector.
good.
That's a
I didn't like
projector.
the
That
message
wasn't
my
God. That
dad
was a
was telling.
projector.
Right. I didn't like the message when my dad was telling it. It was be a good young man, and I didn't like the message when my coach was telling it. Be a good young man, right, Bert? Am I
If
wrong?
if he comes down calling himself Jesus Christos, Ice gonna be after him.
Yeah, right. Ice gonna take him out. I don't care who you are. You're going to go to your country.
Hey, you ever notice that? How come people who be doing stuff wrong always try to tell other people don't do something wrong, right? Like you ever see like the candy dealers in the community? They were like, man, don't be selling candy in the community. Go to school, get your education, and that's some shit that they not even doing, and they actively selling candy. And then people who are married get on this app and be like, man, don't y'all get married, stay away from marriage. I'm like, how y'all doing something then tell other people not to do it?
Right.
Oh my
Right.
gosh, that's the part of that hypocrite thing, though. That's why stuff like that.
I was just gonna, hey y'all. First
Hey,
of all, hey y'all.
Man,
I
First
see.
of all,
Don't be coming with that innocent voice. I've been hearing all that work you've been doing. That's
what
why I
do
be.
you
I gotta always watch
mean?
out from the
Yo,
outside. You and
Candace,
Austin.
let's
Yeah,
go.
I be
What do
creeping. I'm
you
like, dang, why they
mean,
always?
Dad? What do you mean?
Y'all be scaring me, boy. Y'all be having everybody in there. You be like, they be trying to do the light
Look
voice.
at if you want the smoke, you can
Right.
get it.
No, I said
But
no.
you
I
don't
was just
have to.
saying. That's
You
why I
don't
keep it.
have to
That's why I
want the
watch on the
smoke.
outside.
No, I said you don't have to want the smoke. We can all be peaceful in here.
Yeah. Please, appreciate you.
No, but I was just gonna say, you guys are right. Christ did come, right? And what did they choose to do? He didn't do anything but heal them and let them walk and tell them they're loved and tell them they're forgiven. And they were like, "Oh, I'm so sick of it.
Spit on him. Right.
Unalive him."
Mm-hmm.
And unalived him.
Yeah.
Murked him. Straight murked him.
Damn, Burke, huh?
He came. That's the first thing they did. That's why when people say, if God would come down here, he did, remember? And you got upset and you decided to unalive him. So that happened.
True. That's true.
You ever try to tell somebody? And it kind of reminds me of this. Like you ever got frustrated when you are telling the absolute truth about something and somebody saying that you lying, and by you trying to keep proving that you innocent or you telling the truth, then they'll be like, by you keep trying to prove that you're telling the truth or you right, it just shows that you're lying more. And I'm like, that shit frustrate the hell out of you.
Yeah.
Them the people.
It makes it look worse. You're like,
Yeah,
I'm
them the
not
people
lying,
already
but
got
it's
their
getting
mind
worse.
made up about you.
They already decided,
They
definitely.
already decided a long time ago. Yeah.
That's why they kept trying to trip him up. He's like, should we stone this lady? Should we do this? And he's just like, I mean, what is going on? If that's what listen, it comes two ways, right? Because he came in love, but he also came in the truth very much so. And I know people have this weird depiction of Jesus in their head that he came in passing out candy and saying, hey, follow me, be my friend. That's not what happened all the time. Okay, sometimes he was nice, sometimes he was like, you're sons of Satan. So, like he differentiated his lesson to how people needed to hear it.
And I feel like that was kind for him to tell them because they probably didn't even realize who they daddy was.
Yeah. Yes, they didn't
Like
even
I'm letting you know your son. Like it would be wrong. Like you know what, God loves you and he's your father.
Hey, could you imagine he was talking to you when he was like, depart from me, you work of iniquity, you walk
No,
away like,
I
damn,
can't.
I'm a worker of iniquity? Damn.
I'm like,
The difference between working of iniquity and sinning. We gonna talk about that.
But
Kev,
what,
you argue,
You want to talk
man.
about
Yeah,
that again?
please,
You want to
please
go
don't
again?
bring us back there, please.
You want to go back
Please.
there again?
No,
Nah, you
please.
want to argue.
You want to
No.
you wanna
argue?
argue?
You wanna argue.
I can't argue
Yeah,
with you.
I did my
You
studies on that.
man.
I'm telling you.
I can't argue with you.
Like,
You man.
Mhm.
this man can't let nothing go.
I
He
don't.
done wrote this shit 20 years ago. Like,
He
damn.
like an elephant. He got memory.
Yeah.
Let's test the theory. How much has he forgotten, Rachel? Anything you've told him, if he's forgotten anything, then his elephant memory is subject to what he wants to remember.
Absolutely not. He will bring it up.
Hey, I bet you he remember the
He
time,
just
what the
experienced that
weather.
today.
He remember the time, what the weather was like, what the birds was doing outside and shit.
That's funny.
My boy
Yeah.
Mirror in the building. I'm looking at the. Oh no.
Yeah,
I'm
check.
gonna say those for the dog too. You see that little
Okay.
bag? Yeah, that little bag just throw it in there. It's a dog bag.
What's up, A-alike?
What up? What up? What up? Oh,
You?
echo.
That man sound like
Hey,
he.
Sean.
Oh,
Hey,
man.
Sean. I caused some beef about you being in my box, but I know I don't be around all the time, so I'm gonna leave it alone.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. When
I
I
was
first
sitting down here
requested
just
up,
thinking like I should just drop him. I
hey,
should
when I
just
first
drop his
requested up, that's the
ass.
first thing I thought about. I said it's mirror box, but I'm gonna go ahead and get it, and he ain't here right now.
What's good, everybody? What's good?
What up, Mirror?
Yeah.
What up? What up? What's up,
What up?
Bert?
Hi, Mirror.
He come in
Hey,
and out with
hey.
one eye.
What's happening, Rachel? What's happening, Alta? Hey, Lala.
Hi.
What's up, Mir?
Hey, ain't nothing. You know how we do.
What
Why always come
what
in
we
when y'all
talking
talking
about? We
about
on the topic?
Jesus?
Yeah, all the time you
Huh?
come in here, it seems like you got summoned or something. Even Archie came in, it was me and Sean and Bird at first. Then I think Amir. Did Amir come in? All of a sudden, Archie popped up out of nowhere. I was like, oh, we talking
Come
about the
in, y'all
Bible.
talking about Jesus. I'm like,
We
okay.
talking about
Oh, so now y'all gonna blame everybody blaming me for how I get blamed for a conversation I wasn't even here for yet.
That is
If you
funny.
start telling the truth and don't
Here
nobody
you go. He
believe
give me
you,
your box. He gave
look,
the box up.
there you go. I fall for that every time because I be
Gave the,
like, trying to give up my spot, and I keep saying that every time. And King Barna be clowning me.
gave the box up.
Stop
Right.
giving up the box.
Stop giving the box up. That's the problem with the women today.
The problem now.
Explain the prompt, Kev. The first
Bert,
one.
oh, Bert gonna he ain't even say hi, and they just gonna remove him out the box. Sheesh.
What is that? What is that about? Do you know when you are doing it for yourself or for other people? What?
See, why did it always be mama's fighting, dog? That's crazy work. That's crazy. It always
It's
gotta
not
be
my moms
something.
because we be fighting everybody else. That's why. So
That's true. That's true.
that's why they don't fight. They're trying to keep other people from being dropped.
Where we at? Come back and where did Sean go?
I don't know.
Nigga done dropped out the whole thing.
Isn't it crazy? Oh, you know.
I put some thought into that prompt, so I really want to answer.
That's what I'm saying. What's the first one about?
What's up?
So the first prompt.
Mm-hmm.
So do you know when you're? Because people like to say, "I'm just doing this for myself," or "I do this for me." I said, do you know the difference from doing it for me or doing it for others? So we about to get to the nitty gritty of this because I hear people say this.
Yeah, I said that and he didn't believe me.
No, I did.
That was so confusing until I realized that you guys were probably together. I was like, what?
Yeah.
I was
It
so
always throws
confused.
me off. I swear, they throw me off every
Yeah,
time.
she think these debates don't stop. We be offline and still. I said this what comes with dating Kev.
Oh my
Well, not
goodness.
dating Kev. We married now.
Yeah, we be on having our own TikTok conversations every day. We on live.
Hey,
So funny.
hey, Rachel.
Yeah.
Did Kev ever tell you how we ended up actually starting to be how we got cool? Because you know he's funny about people, and you know how we actually got cool.
I feel like he told me, but I forgot.
I
This
thought you remember.
That's a
You
I
lie.
spent
know
the
She's
he's
whole
one of them
night.
hold on,
people.
Mary.
I know
Mary, I
he
want you
talking
to
Yeah.
about
peep
him and
game, man. She's
everybody.
lying to you. He never brought you up.
He did no,
He did it.
Bert. You like the
Ain't no
star.
way y'all sitting over there talking about Mary. No, she lied to you.
That's
Okay.
that was a good answer though. Did you hear her?
What
that's
did she
not
say?
true. He told me
Yeah,
that
probably,
you
but I
be doing
forgot.
the he invited me to your what's the thing called?
The karaoke.
Yeah,
Believe
the
you.
karaoke lives. What's
Yeah.
I
But yeah,
remember
no,
the
the
teeth
How
though.
you feeling?
Y'all
yeah,
just come to
we,
Kev's
we
live to meet other people. That's why we come
I
here.
literally everybody in here I met off my pet. No, but
Kanai.
Bert, I met him from who was that?
Nah.
Nas
was it
Live, I
Purdy's?
think it was Nas, and I met Bert.
Where was it? I thought it was Kanai.
Kanai. Yeah, I don't know if it's Kanai Live I met you or was it Nas Live? Because I met Kanai and Nas Live, I think.
Hey, check this out, man. Let me say something real quick, and then I'll mute up. My name is Bert, and I am a god.
Oh my, I'm scared again. That's the reason why I got scared. He was literally my first mind that said that to me. You can imagine how I felt. I was like, what the heck going on? I feel like I'm about to get possessed or something. I'm like, no, and it's an eyeball looking at me.
Not say this was the discussion for the night, Kev. Let me know ahead of time.
The
Well, see,
Lala,
I
she
can
the newborn
appreciate that,
around here.
Kevin.
We ended up becoming. She I think she had got on my For You page maybe because I met Alter on my For You page like
Yeah,
4
I got
years.
you on for
I
you.
met Lala maybe 2 years ago, I think.
Yep, and I came in talking about Jesus then.
Probably did, yeah, exactly. AJ I met 4 years ago. Alter for Mirror was like about three years
Hey,
ago.
good guess, because I was gonna say I only been on here
Yeah, it's
about
been
4,
about
and you
3
was one
years.
of the
Not
first
talking
person I
about
met.
Mirror, yeah, I met you like about 2 years ago too, just like Lala.
Yeah. Closer to 3, more probably closer to 4, Kev, because you was one of the first people that I met when I came on TikTok, and I've been on here
Okay, I probably
almost
didn't
4
see
years
you at
now.
that time. I think I noticed you more over on Mirror
Thing,
live when you
yeah, and I
said let
started
me
following
see.
you probably through Mirror's thing. That's what happened.
Yeah, you probably seen me before though. I think I
Governor,
remember seeing your name.
But
where did you find me?
I think on Purdy's joint.
Purdy.
I thought you saw me when I blew up on Lower's Live that one time. I think that was a Nazi that found me there.
You had to blow up on Laura's live.
That's a long time ago.
I saw you in Purdy's, Bert.
Yeah. You saw me there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When I first met Bert, I told Bert that I would be willing to go back into the entertainment industry and be a manager because that fool kept me crying. I mean, his one-liners, there's a whole bunch of characters on here. Everybody got their own character because I tell you, Alterby had me cracking up too. And Mirror, you got dude, the Friday joint when you be like, when dude came in the other day and was like, when you was like, hey man, mute up. And he was like, that's not me, bro. You don't hear me. And he was like, you the only person unmuted. Mirror be nice to people, bro. I was like, see, that's why I couldn't be a live creator because some of these people right up here, man.
I'm not always nice to people. I'm just very tactful. And Bert's teaching me, between Bert and Kev, I've learned to be more and more tactful. What'd you say, Bert?
I don't believe in tact, man. Just say it. Say it how you want to say it.
Yeah, nice and me don't get along at all. I'm gonna be honest with you.
People, especially on this app, man, people run over. People run
especially
over
on this app.
They can't run over you. You can get up out of here.
But it depends on.
Yeah, but that shit is funny, right?
Depends on certain characters.
You tell somebody to mute up, and they're like, "Who me?" Like, if I can hear you, it must be you.
You. And why are you talking to me?
You thinking about it
instead
that
of
way?
just
It
me?
is funny.
No, this the one. This the one.
You just said who me? I can hear you say you me. What the heck? I mean, you not muted.
Man, you making all that noise. What you doing wrestling? I ain't even moving. I ain't making no noise. But I just said, well, it ain't me. You the only one that
just
ain't
said,
muted.
right. You just said, I ain't even. Like, obviously coming from somewhere.
I had that happen. I literally had that happen yesterday.
Oh,
While I'm playing the music.
Mayor, that's why I'm so weird about like not letting people eat when I'm moderating, right? You can't eat and be on mic at the same time because when you do that to people, it like trains their brain to be more disciplined. Like, you can't even eat when you're on my live. Can't even do it.
Hey
You
Bert,
got.
hey Bert,
What's up?
hey Bert. Can
What's up?
you relay that message to Karma, please, and thank you.
Does
Oh
Karma
man,
be eating?
Karma might be best friends, and we all eat over here, and my baby
Oh, bro,
y'all
you
be
know
eating
me.
on live.
Nobody want. No, I promise you, nobody wants to hear you chew. I've heard you chew a lot, Kev. Now that I think
I
about it,
know you
nobody wants
probably
to
did.
hear that.
If you see me from the beginning,
Crunching.
you probably got it in your dreams now. I bet I've been chewing. Some of the times he be in my room, I didn't even know he was in my room. Like, this dude be sneaking.
Has anyone like scrolled back years into your content and been like, why did I post that? Because I do that all the time.
Man, if I go all the way back to the beginning, because I posted all of my old ones when I started years ago. Yeah, y'all can see that on YouTube. Y'all can be like, what the heck? This a different video. Yeah, I had like a shorter fuse. I was more even louder. I was over there probably trying to pander to some people or coddle.
Look, I'm trying not to la la.
Because I ain't want to lose friends and stuff.
No, I look back at my camera quality and I'm like, I really thought that looked good. Like, it was horrible.
Hey, you ever post food and thought the plate was looking
Yes,
good?
yes. And then you go
That's
back
the
and look at the food, you're like, wow.
Oh
That's gross. That's why it only got 10
I don't
likes.
think
That
that
looked
one
nasty.
food ain't gonna never not look good.
What one food?
That one you took a video of when we was at the restaurant, that's gonna always look good.
Y'all don't know. Let me share something with y'all. You talking about what you just said, Lala. See, I have other experiences in life, specifically dressing. Like, I think back at the stuff we used to wear, and I learned from that I would never do it again. So, hammer pants specifically. So when we're on TikTok nowadays, y'all don't know how hard it is for me not to turn into like a Bert. Y'all just don't know. I be wanting to go in on these people with these FYPs because I have really interesting thoughts. Like while I'm by myself without nobody, I believe I'm a movie producer. Like I'll be thinking all kinds of little FYPs I could put on that send messages, but I'm like, nah, don't do it, dude, because they're gonna come for you. They're gonna like I'm telling you, I still got people coming from me from other lives. You know what I'm saying? I live, so I don't need no more enemies. I'm gonna just try and post golf pictures, dancing, talk a little shit every now and then, but. Bert be having me crying with this shit he be posting. I swear.
Man, what y'all don't know is that this is the new Bert, man. Like before y'all met me, I was worse. But I would. This is what I would do. This is what I thought TikTok was about. I get on TikTok because I don't have no content. Like I'm not that creative, honestly. I don't have no. But I could. I had a little niche, right? I get on TikTok and I would scroll. Say something stupid in a video. I'm duetting your ass, and I would do it I would do that shit. I'll do like 8 of them a day. Just random people like, that's some dumb shit. Let me tell you why. You know.
And I remember you do it. I was when you do that too. You be having them videos where you be covering your own self up. You hear, I was like, this dude got his own type thing. I like that too, though. You made that joke up. I ain't never seen nobody do that before.
I said this thing, man. This little one-liner. What did I say? I said this in a video, man, and I don't advise people doing this, man, because I got a lot of smoke, bro, and not everybody can handle it. I said something to this effect: the worst thing in the world, the worst thing in humanity is a single mother. I said that in a video.
Bird be looking for that.
I didn't know women were so sensitive.
Aren't you something? I bet your stuff went to 1 million.
Yo. Yeah, it got me like 40,000. Like it blew up real quick, man. And it was kind of like your piece, where I lost track of how many people responded to me, calling me an asshole.
Oh but I got caught. I got caught at the top now. I don't even care no more. No, they'd have called me a predator on this thing. I don't even care no more.
No, that was. I'm not gonna lie, that was crazy.
Nah, I'm all out now. I'm really speaking my mind. Now I'm like, well, they call me the top thing I can ever get called, so I'm good now.
No, but wait, Kev, wait, Bert, check this out.
Kev,
get a kick out of this.
One sec.
Go ahead,
Real quick. Kev, turn your comments back on, bro. When you turn your comments off, you stall your video, bro. Turn the comments back on, bro.
Turn it back on. I was doing it so they can make.
It ain't too late. No.
Okay, I got you.
You need all activity. You need all activity.
Okay,
you need
all the smoke.
Just don't read it.
Yeah. Look, I see people still be like, turn your comments on.
Turn
them
on,
I only did it to force them to make a video of my stuff because I wanted them to do a video.
You got, man, listen, you got like 100 responses. You're fine on that. Turn I
All
went
right, I'll
through it
turn it
already.
back. I'll
Turn your
turn it back
comments
on.
back on because as long as people are commenting,
I was
TikTok
wondering
will
that.
keep pushing it out.
Yeah, I was wondering that because it seemed like it died down when I
You ain't
turned
got
the
no
comments
activity.
on.
You turn the
Yeah.
activity off. You got to turn the comments on. That's why I was telling you to turn them off.
Okay, I got you. I'll turn it back on.
Well, I think Kev made a good
Don't
choice.
read them. Don't read them now. Don't read them.
This is what I was
I
gonna
ain't about
say.
to
We
read it.
get a
No,
kick
I've
out of
been
that.
lost that.
Yeah, don't read them because then you'll be triggered.
That just be
But
annoying
this
me.
is the
It
funny
is. I'm
thing.
like, ain't that many silly people
But
in this
why?
world?
Wait, why are we turning it on?
The activity, turn to get it back active, I guess.
So
Just so
what?
it can spread out. Cause,
But this is what I
yeah.
was gonna say about that whole scenario, Kev. And this is hilarious to me because I've said this, I think on Purdy's Live. I said this a couple of times. TikTok has now become, basically the streets of Los Angeles in the 80s. I always just call it gangbanging. Just like politics, just like college life, it's all gangbanging, y'all. Look at this, how we're operating here. And I'm partaking in it because when I saw them come at Kev, what did I do, Kev? I was like, who is homeboy, dog? Send me his info so I can go get him. Like, I'm the big homie. And I was ready to go in the TikTok streets and defend my guy. Because I didn't like that, dog. That was a very, very dangerous thing. I'm laughing, but that was dangerous. You can't do that. I used to deal with pedophiles on a professional level. And you know what I'm saying? They get all kind of, I can't say that word. I'm sorry. But yeah, man, I didn't like that kid. He could say what he wanted to say. But when he said that,
You talking about that Genty nigga? I can't wait to see him come
Oh, I
on. Bring
can't
him
wait
and
to
his
catch him,
whole
bro. He wouldn't come up.
crew.
Remember that time?
Yeah, both of them popped in my live.
You should go see.
I used to be scared of him.
Bro, you should go see him, man. He has a habit of getting knocked out by people that he meets online.
Oh, I would be one of those guys.
No, it's happened to him before, man. They met him at a
Yeah, I
train
heard he got in
station.
a lot of
His ass
fights.
out.
Yeah, I heard he got in some
Oh
fights.
yeah, Bert. I would give him the business, homie. I don't know if you saw one I got mad at to do with the locks, but if he was standing next to me and said that, I'd be like, man, how do you have the audacity to say that? You don't know this man from a can of paint.
I talk about that in the teaching because I teach stance, but we teach it in a school. People don't realize like all it takes with men, it takes one allegation, one.
Yeah,
that's what made me so
ruin
mad.
their entire life.
That's what made me so mad.
It's
they
crazy
had this
because
one
when
girl
people make
like, I
that
know where
one,
he at. His name is Kevin Dillard. He live in Detroit. I'm like, nah. What the heck?
okay. Listen, I told you know how many times. Listen, they try to what do they call it? Dox people
Yeah.
on even the lives that I have. I keep telling y'all this: don't come here. It's more dangerous for you to come here than it is for you to stay home. I'm trying to
They be
warn
trying
you.
to do it and call your job. They do all type of stuff.
They're crazy.
Hey, tell him like Hotel California, you can come here, but you ain't never leaving.
And ever.
Be that right there. Right. That right
Yup, right there.
there. That was perfect timing.
Cause what? I do not care. They be the crazy part is with us though. They be mad and we're just you can break some. We just be reading, Cab. We really do just be reading it, and they be like, you know what, you stupid bee. I'm like, oh, okay, all right.
Why are you reading the word? You're supposed to not know nothing about it.
Listen to what I'm saying to you.
Right. Just
I'm
based
like,
on how I feel,
okay.
not facts.
Goes back to the prompt. I'm on one tonight. Those people are not trying to help no one.
Yeah.
They're doing it for themselves.
Yep.
Not doing it for nobody but themselves. They likes, they hits, and all that. See, let me give my little 2 cents because I can't. Kev, can I answer the first part? How can you tell?
What's that?
Or the prompt? Or do you want me to do the part in white? I want to bring all this back to the
Sure. It's a low right now. When the room pick up, yeah.
So do you know when you are doing it for yourself and or other people? I've been thinking about this when I watch this. It can be both. You can be doing something for yourself that helps other people. You could be doing something for yourself that's going to help you in the long run because you're helping other people. You're helping other people and that will help you. And that's okay to do for yourself. But if you're just doing it for other people so that you're looking for a specific tangible reward or a particular pat on the back, a little suspect. But y'all, I hope y'all like how you can do it both because I wanted to make sure I was not being a hypocrite. But you can do it for yourself long as you are genuinely doing it to help other people. Because this is what I was going to say. Watch this one. I read a scripture just the other day. Charity makes up for a multitude of sin. So if you look at it from that angle, you feel me? Okay. That's all I wanted to say right there. Y'all think about that one.
I think like even when we're talking about the live that me and Alter will be in, I'll have to like remind them like you're not here just to prove people wrong. Like that's not the reason we're having the conversation we're having. And it's very easy for people, not just in that type of environment, but even these types of environments, to be more concerned with being right and looking smart, that they'll just, at the expense of like never getting your message across, because you just want to look smart to everybody.
Right. Or win the argument.
Or win the argument,
You
right?
forget the damn subject. You just want to cuss this person out.
Yeah, literally.
I've seen it too many times. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
It's sad, especially now. I will say, especially with the topic that Alter and I tend to talk about the most, because that definitely should not be about being right. It should be about ultimately bringing people to Christ, but also bringing them out of darkness. That's the point of the conversation.
Yeah.
People
You
like
gotta know that you're in the dark before you care about getting out.
Cause what? You gotta know you in the dark, baby. You can't see.
You gotta know the dark.
You lost.
Hey man, where's Sean at when I needed him to hear this? Sean, man, I needed y'all to say that earlier. I was trying
Sorry, I just got here.
Yeah, Alter was here. Ain't no excuses, nah.
Right.
I forgot I gotta be nice to Alter now because that one day she lucky, but
What?
now we back twins again. She lucky.
Back twins again.
I did not like her for that whole day.
That
That
was
was
so funny.
Can't be on grudges like something I do not know.
there's some
Y'all.
stuff that Lala. I'm
You
glad
come and
she
he be
was here.
like,
Lala would have
hey.
made it 10 times worse. I know how she is. I'm so glad she wasn't here.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
I'm
be
so
like,
glad. I
yeah,
would have lit that
sure.
down.
You be like, hey, Kev, it's not twin no more. It's hey. Hey, what's going on? Now I know you meant.
I know you need.
Yay! Hey, boo.
Hi, Jay.
Hey everybody.
How you doing?
I'm gonna do it again. Hey.
That's not like
Always
a
coming
family
like
reunion.
that.
Hey.
Hey, Kev. Hey, Rachel. Hey,
What's
Ollie.
up?
Now, if we're talking in the means of people doing it for themselves, like the way they dress, I don't know. If you
Hey,
do it for
man.
yourself, why you go outside? I don't get it.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. If it was for you,
Right.
certainly.
For me, my
I
cheeks
wear-
are cheeking right now because it was me.
Wait, what? I can't.
Please don't have
Man,
your chicken Kev immediately. I'm calling the cops.
Right. 'Cause
We not about to start
I
this
definitely
live.
wear dresses and high heels in the house for myself when I clean up. Because I like to feel sexy sometimes.
But if you look homeless in the house and then the minute you go outside, you look a stripper, I don't
Right.
believe
Yeah,
There you go.
sometimes I
I
look
be
homeless
saying stuff like
outside.
that. Right. I'm still doing it for me and my confidence. Like, why you change from your pajamas then?
you. Yo, you know what? It is for her confidence. She uses other people to boost her confidence. So she needs
That's
to
what
look
it
like her so they can
is.
compliment her so that
Yeah.
she'll feel more
We getting
confident.
somewhere. We getting somewhere. Yeah. Man, where everybody at when I need them?
That's so bad, okay?
Because we going to tap into that. I'm trying to get on.
Tap. Yeah, sorry.
What the? I'll be scared of Lala sometimes. She's going to say it.
That's
Live.
the thing, though. It is. You just want men to tell you, or I mean, if you into girls, you want girls to tell you, you look good, so that you can feel better about how you look. I don't know, man. I get weirded out immediately. I'm not gonna lie. I might need therapy, but I immediately get uncomfortable when men start telling me I look good in public. I'm like, please, no. I don't want to date. Just go away. Like, I don't know how to respond to it. So
Not the bougie talk.
I know.
You peasant. I am a woman of God.
Gently. Do you know Jesus? I asked them if they've read the first chapter of the book of Paul, and then if they don't know what I'm talking about,
Oh.
if they tell me they have, then I know they don't know Jesus.
You eating too?
Always. What?
Well, welcome to the club. I guess you love it.
We just talking about your
We were
kind.
talking about that, right? I didn't know you was one of the eaters too. So it's
I
me,
do, yeah.
me, my baby,
The funny
you.
part was that you
I like
asked,
it.
"Were you eating?" Like it
My
wasn't.
twin never eat. I don't think I ever saw her eat. She look at and catch her eat.
Good.
Period.
Oh yeah, Jane always eat, but that's why she always eat because she be hating when I be eating on Hanes. I'm like, you be eating.
You don't
Remind
say
me.
it.
What is that you eat? I don't even know what that is you eating.
I mean,
It's some
actually.
Bucky's almonds.
Oh, period.
Almond look like that? Wait, what?
No,
Hold on, let me
it's
see
the
that.
crusted ones, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why that almond so long?
It's
It
a
was in
package.
like a little tube.
Oh, there's a bunch of almonds in there. Oh, I thought it was just one long omelet. I'm like, what the frick?
Hey yo.
I mean, almond. I'm like, that's the most weirdest. You're not
He
gonna
just
check
taking
it, get that
he just
checked
taking
out.
bites out of it.
That would be too big of a nut for me.
I didn't know. My brain couldn't compute what was going on. I'm like, wait, what?
My mouth is too small for that big nut. I'm sorry. It's not that big.
I
You better
forgot.
practice. You better practice is
What
correct.
did you say?
Into it. What the
Let me hear you say that
Might
again,
choke.
G.I.J.
I might choke.
What did you say? Let me hear you say it again.
That nut is too big for me. It won't fit in my mouth. Need something smaller.
Not Mir trying to get her to say it again. He's like,
Let me
whoa.
stop.
He got, whoa. Not Perkins. What the heck, Perkins? He cam up. I ain't know he
Everybody
cams
channel for
up.
2 years.
What the heck you camming up?
He
What the
was
heck?
come up.
Mr. Kevin
Perkins came
Samuels
alive on
himself
that
is camming up. I thought you were gonna look like Kevin Samuels when he popped in. That was his first name when I first met him. His name was Kevin Samuels.
Y'all better stop eating on these lives. Y'all know eating and talking and laughing is not very safe.
Good combination. Y'all want to stop all with the
Lala and the remember, I'm a professional eater. That comes
Not
from
elbows.
somewhere.
Wait.
There you go. Y'all better be eating. Team
I'm
eaters.
taking ice cream right now.
You eat too? What the heck?
Heimlich maneuver
What?
comes
About to eat? I ain't know my twin eat all that time. She be cracking on me about me eating and stuff, and she eat.
Y'all can do the Heimlich on yourselves.
I'm not,
We was just literally talking
I'm
about
not
that. Me
eating
and
food
Bert.
though. I'm eating
What's
ice.
going on, Miss Jane? What's going on, Miss Jane?
Sound like
No, you
bag
can
of
chew
chips
your
over
food
there.
first.
I'm back from my
You
long
can chew your
weekend.
food. You can chew your food first.
I got a whole new family
You
member.
can chew your food. You can chew your food
No
first.
family member. What?
I'm rude. I don't have to chew my food first.
Not rude.
Mm-mm.
Hey, I'm trying to be like,
No
I ain't gonna
manners.
lie, y'all. Ever since I seen Lower, man, he motivated me. This dude done lost his whole page and still keep 100 people in there. I'm like, what the heck?
Yeah, man.
He got
Lower's a
some true
force to be reckoned
supporters.
with, man.
Yeah, he lost his whole page. I heard. Well, I was listening. I couldn't come in and talk about that, but he said he got his other page got permanently bananaed.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
Yep.
he told me that the other night. Yeah, that's dirty.
Dang.
Lower's got the formula figured out.
Yeah,
Yeah, he do. He
they
come out.
don't
He
like
probably
him.
come at the right time and all that stuff.
What the heck?
Well,
Is that a cat?
Well, yeah, he's got a time slot locked down too, if you think about it. But yeah, go ahead, Alter.
I wasn't saying anything. He got the whole day locked down. That's why.
Right, that's true though. He'll be over some hours though.
It's
He
the whole
started
day.
from the 9 o'clock to to
But one
like
thing he gonna do is start on time. You hear me? I'm like, you better go.
he do.
That's important. But that's important.
It
But
is.
he probably got reported by somebody who wanted to go live during the day too.
Yeah.
No, for real. It's true. Yep. He just cycle out the same point, but it worked. Hey, listen. Yep.
And we don't judge.
Consistency matters. Of course it does.
Oh, I listen and I judge. I'm not gonna get it.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Kev, brother. That's my new family member.
Kev, brother?
Yes, brother Kev. That's Keisha. That was Keisha.
That was who?
Keisha.
Hi,
That's the name of the cat.
That's a dog. That's a poodle.
Oh, okay. I couldn't see. I
You
just
wanted
seen.
to be a cat. Why?
I don't know.
She looked like a chicken to me. But
A
yeah.
dog named Keisha.
Yeah, I named her Keisha.
Damn, you black.
I don't know. This one?
The what? That's how my head look that way.
Hey y'all.
I'm down the street.
Why my head look like that?
Hey y'all.
I look like I'm looking off into heaven.
It look like the front. It look like the front of an obituary. Put your head down, right?
Yeah, Kev lived a great life. Great life.
Happy for you, Kev. Happy for you, Rachel.
He
Great
said Kev
life.
lived a great life. It look like I'm in the
Yeah,
man,
so
it
much
look
for
like
you.
I'm in the grave or something. Like,
Hope you had fun.
I'm just laying down. That's how I be looking when I'm laying down. That's why I'm glad I don't get the cam up no more. Because I just
Yeah,
be chilling in the bed talking.
it looked like you unalived, and it looked like we see the primary suspect still standing in the picture. Saying, you look guilty. That's what it looked
Statistically, that's true, Bert. Statistically, that's true.
She looked like she's pulling him by his hair down the street back to the house. Come on, kid, back to the house. You ain't
Hey,
going
if Kev
nowhere.
was smart, man, even while he playing around, keep an eye on that camera. Just look up make sure you see what's in her hands.
Yo, I'm getting off camera.
Yeah, y'all asked for that one.
Long live Kev.
We'd be all right, Kev. It's pros and cons. Pros and cons. Just look at it like that.
That's
Pros
what
and
it's like.
cons.
They finally got the Predator.
Trade off.
Oh my God, y'all are crazy.
No, I'm for real. It's a trade
Somebody
off.
already here screaming. I knew he was.
I knew it. And she's right next to him, apologizing to him.
She's rubbing his head.
Hey, Cam. Hey, if you got unalive by Rachel, all the women be saying like, I bet he did something. I bet he did something.
No, they ain't gonna do that. They
That's
like,
messed up. That is messed up.
they supposed to be together.
Yeah.
Like who he chose. She right there.
I know, that's what I'm saying, persons. I told her, she said, I couldn't even say nothing because it's true. The prime suspect is the spouse. It is. That's the first person they look at when somebody unalive. Who they dating?
Well, I choose the bear just to skin him alive. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Look, I'm more serious. Look, I'm looking out for my man's future, bro. Y'all go have fun because in 10 years, you're going to need those memories to save your ass.
Oh, man.
Y'all ain't know nothing about that one, huh? Go
He
have
meant to
fun.
save you. I guess he meant to save you, like, in case Rachel tries to unalive you. You just tell her, like, remember when we was
Exactly,
on TikTok, when we was
right.
all
I know
friends?
exactly what I'm talking about.
Everybody knows
Moments. I'm telling you.
You loved me 15 years ago.
You let
Remember when I was beautiful?
Long live Kev.
Back don't crack.
They would never think it's me.
Kev gonna be like, remember when I was 30 pounds less? You wouldn't have said that.
Now that you said that, they gonna think it's you.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Never.
I'm horrible.
Documented and recorded.
Never have I ever.
If the
Y'all
couple
don't wanna
comes
hear
up
it,
missing,
bro.
we know it was a mirror.
Y'all don't want to hear my old dad jokes. Y'all do. I got millions of them.
That person
Nah, it's a
wait.
beautiful thing, Kev. It's what you make it.
Yeah,
Kev, it's
person
what
is
you
her
make it.
I can
eyewitness.
have her all to myself
Make
now. Look at that.
it's what you make it. Make you a backup plan. No, I'm just playing.
Person is her eyewitness. She said it was self-defense.
Hey, Jane.
They don't go in self-defense.
Person always
That's
talk about
that
that.
bull.
No, it's just like a woman. Nothing.
That's that
Aren't
bull.
men stronger
What's
than
wrong with
women?
eating, twin? You was
Now,
eating
don't
left.
start that nonsense. Don't even start that mess.
Aren't men stronger than women?
Don't
He could
start
have
that
stopped
mess. Stop
her.
it.
Not
Stop
it
that
being
mess.
passive aggressive. Y'all got us beat there.
Together in the flesh.
She cannot pull that body by herself.
What'd you say, Bert?
Exactly. How could I get the body by
How could he?
myself?
Look at how small she is.
One of the best citizens. One of the best citizens in the world was a woman.
And look how small she is compared to him. It had to be self-defense.
No, it wasn't. I'm defending Kat with no self-defense.
Definitely not
She's a
small.
legal assassin. You don't know. She's a ninja. On the law. You don't even know. She's a ninja.
Look,
You're not gonna believe that, Lala.
I can see it now. They're gonna have that picture as a backdrop, and there's gonna be a new gender war. Can people versus Racial people. Whole new gender war.
Play the bell again. Let's just
Black belt karate.
He must have been horrible to her.
so bad. to her.
Facts all the time.
Wow,
That's what we're gonna say.
funny.
Look at her smile. It doesn't even look genuine. She's not really.
No,
Hey,
y'all look.
they gonna say,
She look down. She's really sad and depressed.
And they're gonna say, how could Kev drive her to doing such a thing?
That's true. That is
I
true.
want to say that. That's a
And then they're gonna pull up the video and they're gonna be like, see, Kev doesn't like women. See, it's right
Yep,
here.
there's gonna be dude. I was thinking that dude with the dreadlocks gonna pop back up. See,
Right? See, I told you guys.
Oh, not him. Right. I told you.
They're gonna pull out that 50 Cent ex-girlfriend routine. Oh, he deserved it and everything that he did something wrong to her. He caused her to go crazy.
That is so crazy, actually, how that's the first question. Well, what did he do to her? It's always the
All the
first
time.
The
All the
first
time.
damn sentence.
But if a
Very
dude
rare.
did the opposite way, what happened?
Right.
Kev, look, let me tell y'all the truth. Y'all know I ain't ashamed to say it. When I first came on this app, my relationship was thin. And I promise you, didn't nobody ask about my black ass. They didn't ask nobody. What did she do? Didn't nobody ask me that? I'm like, wait a minute. Why am I to blame all of a sudden?
All the time.
Oh man, it was ridiculous and played out. That's why I'm glad I met y'all, because I'm not lonely now. It's like, am I the only person going through this stuff in the world? Oh my God. A lot was explained to me. I'm telling you.
Listen,
I got on
listen,
TikTok. Even though that's sad to say.
The benefits of a man.
hey, women, man, like y'all women. I'm not saying women ain't logical. They just got different logic than men got. Like when my wife served papers on me and she divorced me, man. My mom was the first one to call me, asking me how I was gonna make it right. What the fuck you talking about, mama?
Right, mama.
Go on over there and make it right with that woman. I don't care how she is. I don't care if she knock you upside the head. Go on, make it right.
You gonna make it right with
Make
that
you 2 words out when you trying to say, but baby, I don't give a damn. Make it work with that woman.
Now that I think about it, look, I'll say this.
Come on,
I'll
Mom.
say
Make it right with
this.
that
This
woman.
is real life stuff, y'all. Look, when my mother was alive, right? So problems don't happen overnight. We were having problems when my mom was alive, right? And I will say this: she never did what Bert mom said, but she never said nothing bad about that woman. Even though I'm telling her, I said, "Mama, did you hear what I just said?" She kind of like, "Well, baby,
She got
baby."
biased though, cause she's biased because she know everything about you.
Of
So
course,
she
of
like,
course. Yeah, I
it's
guess
gotta
that's
be
what
you
it
because I
is.
know what your bad stuff is. But it's like,
I
Yeah,
needed
but
some
some of them really
support.
can't stunt. Yeah, and some of them
yeah,
they're not gonna make a woman wrong regardless. That's a woman.
yeah.
Right.
That's a woman.
Yeah.
Kev, don't let that woman get that close to your jugular, man. What you doing?
Y'all stop it, boy. He be sitting there like, why you massaging my back?
Why you close to my damn spinal cord? What you doing with my damn
Oh,
spinal
now you want to give me a neck massage when she mad?
I bet you he watching that camera. I bet you he watching that view, right? He looking right now. He watching her.
Now when she go cook in the kitchen, he ain't gonna want
That's
her
gonna make him have a trauma he ain't even had. I'm sick of y'all. I was supposed to call you and say I love you, baby. Well, why you calling that? What happened?
He gonna try to look at his food like, I'm not eating that. She just cooked that. I'm not eating that. What's on that food?
I just
What's
want
that
to
stuff right there?
I got a question about that.
I done ate it already.
I got a question about that. If you was arguing with your woman and then she makes you food, are y'all all automatically suspicious? Like she still makes you
Hell
food?
yeah.
Oh, that's no.
This why I'm allowed today. I will not eat
wouldn't
food
trust
that's
that she
prepared by
trying to
angry
pull
women.
a
I will not
I'm
eat
not
that.
eating that.
Doing all that
Me
time.
neither,
I'm
but
trying to grow the beard.
You guys make relationships look really bad.
I'm not eating that. That's empty freezing there. That's empty freezing that
That's the
biscuit.
problem now. You guys don't ever trust each other.
Right, just trust her.
I
No,
trust
mom. No. When y'all said, "Oh, I'm all right.
I trust
I'm
McDonald's
okay,"
more.
we don't flip that trap.
Oh my, now that's a whole nother level of trust.
There's a whole nother level.
Bring something up really quick, Kev.
Well, she said, "I'm all right. I'm okay. I'm not eating that damn
Bring
biscuit."
They
something.
ain't even never promised
Kev.
you.
Mira, y'all gonna eat it? Y'all gonna eat the food that they give you?
Kev.
nah.
Hell no.
Get it? They
I
gonna.
thought y'all knew.
They gonna eat it. They
Look,
gonna eat
No,
it.
we're not.
Sorry.
We
let me tell
scared.
y'all something. Let me tell you something. I'm serious when I
Y'all
tell
talking
y'all
over
this.
Jane.
I'm
You know
about to say
she's
Jane kind of.
Oh, okay. Go ahead,
Hey,
Jane.
y'all.
Raising her
Hey.
hand.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Jane.
Yeah,
I
we
have
can't see
something
your
I want
hand.
to. Can I please address something concerning
what?
someone else? Mira, I know that you spoke to me. I don't want you to ever waste your breath on me again. I am exactly what the conversations that you like to center yourself around. I'm exactly that type of woman. I'm a single mother of 4 now. I wear weaves, I wear lashes, I wear makeup. I even buy things like Versace robes, so I overspend on things. You don't have to waste your breath on me anymore by speaking to me. I removed you because there's no more conversation needed. I see you in different panels and I see the type of rhetoric you like to carry on with, and that doesn't align with me. So you don't even have to speak anymore. That's just like a waste of breath. I don't want you to waste your time on earth here doing that.
What color is your robe?
It's pink. I have a new one coming in the
Is it
mail.
is it kind of like light and flowy, lacy maybe?
No, it's a Versace robe. I have a new one coming. My other dog chewed my other one up.
Does it have one of those straps? Does it have like one of like a strap in the front, or how's it work?
Not my two minds don't like each other.
No,
What?
it's not that I don't like people. It's just that I'm
Wait a
a little
minute.
weird.
Before we get off the
So
road,
sometimes people just don't exist to me anymore. It's not a like or dislike.
hey Kev, we're talking about the
If it
road right
if
now.
it doesn't, no, I'm addressing something because we're grown folks. I'm addressing something. And I'm not trying to
A
make
little
it.
small for you, maybe?
But I'm seeing that every single time I remove you, you follow me back. I don't want you to follow me back because I'm going to be a problem. I'm very problematic. I'm a very honest person. I don't sit around and act,
Jane, but y'all ain't dating, friend.
no, but I really don't want to block you personally. I just want you to understand that at the end of the day, it's like no need. There's no need of
Hey,
follow me.
hey Jane, is
I
it like
don't
a
know.
hot
Some
pink?
sound a little bit deeper than that.
Right.
Nah, hold up. I don't think it's that either though. It
Cause
sounds
that's the
different.
thing, Jane. Hold
Listen,
on, let me ask. Jane,
hold
is
on,
it
hold on,
Okay.
just
Lala, hold on one second, because this is important, and we'll get to the bottom of this. We will get to the bottom of this. Jane, is it like a hot pink?
It is. It's
Look at
similar to a
him.
hot pink, and the letters are light pink.
Ooh, Lord.
Jane, I'm just trying to
Well, I'm glad
clarify.
we
You're
settled that.
upset
Let's
by
move on.
what you have heard him say on
Lord, you
other
been here?
panels?
I don't know if you here.
So I'm gonna be honest. I see like two different sides. Okay, so if I see Kev in a different panel, Kev is the same person on the app everywhere that he goes, even if he's like in a room full of women that's yelling at him or disagreeing with him or being dropped every 5 minutes. He's the same person. I like people that remain the same. When I do see Mira go to different panels, he's either against women completely and he's siding with men that are just everything about a black woman bothers them, and that every black woman is wrong. And then when he carries on with his panel, it's like he wants open space. And the same people carry on to his panel that are problematic on the app. So I decided to remove myself because I was seeming to be the problem. I was hearing that I was the problem, and instead of it being addressed to me, it was addressed elsewhere. So it's like no need because I'm an adult. If you see a problem with me, you should have addressed it. We were cool, so you should have addressed it. If you're two different people and you have two different faces or whatever the case may have you, I can't deal with that.
So you
That's
felt
why I
like
say
you
it sounds
felt
like
like
more of a
something was
personal
something
thing
was
that we don't
said.
know. I think
Right.
it sounds like the way she's saying it sounds like it's a
Yeah,
person that we
I'm
don't know
saying it
about.
because it happened on the app. All the disagreements and stuff happen on the app.
Yeah.
And then I don't want to continuously be followed because at the end of the or even being spoken to by the most part because that's just a waste of breath. It's just a waste of time because I'm not going to speak back.
Well, I hope y'all find a
Figure it
time
out.
to forgive one. Y'all don't gotta be friends or whatever, but I'm just saying like forgive one another because I've messed with
Get out.
y'all.
Cool
That's kind of
person.
hard.
He's a cool
That's,
person off the
yeah.
app. He's a whole different person off the app. He's also a different person in different spaces. He's also a different person when he
You do
hosts.
know him off the app. Okay,
So,
we getting somewhere.
and I have a problem with Amir personally because I don't know him personally to that degree. I'm just saying, like, I just want to make it known because he spoke to me and I didn't speak back. And I feel like that would be rude if I didn't tell him, like, don't waste your breath, don't waste your time on earth doing it. Because I am exactly the problem of where you go and who you sit with and who you decide to converse with. If they say that that type of woman is the problem, then I am a problem. You should never want to be around a problem or speak to a problem.
But you saying it like because that's his opinion or because the people he hang around opinion. That's what I'm trying to get clarification on.
It's his opinion.
I see.
I see a lot. I see a lot.
All right,
A
then.
whole lot. I read the comments. I listen to the conversation. I'm on ghost mode on here.
Hey,
If I
Jane.
catch you somewhere else and you're acting a whole different way than how you portray yourself elsewhere, then to me that's just I don't understand that well.
Hey, Jane.
Yes.
Are you considering getting one in like a light purple?
Oh my God! I'm getting the same one, Bert. I'm getting the same one. I
I'm getting
love
the
y'all.
same one.
I'm
I'm
just getting
done.
an
The
extra,
comic
extra large.
relief. I
Oh
love
Sorry
my
it.
that.
gosh.
I'm getting an extra large.
Asking questions. Like they say there's no stupid question.
That's
It's not.
true.
Just
Right, I agree.
Well,
I
I
believe
don't
that.
agree with that statement.
I
So
do.
I've
no, let me
never
finish
agreed.
it. This
I
this
think there are stupid questions.
let me finish the quote. Let me finish the
Yes.
quote. There's no such thing as stupid questions, just stupid people asking questions.
My statement, I agree. I agree with that.
Oh,
Yo.
That's funny.
Thank you for
Bruh.
asking, Bert. I was
But how are they
considering the
supposed to get
bread.
smarter?
That'll be
Uh,
good.
it depends. Somebody will be charitable, Rachel. Somebody will do it.
It's
What that got to do
me.
with the
And
red
somebody else will
Versace
do it, but
robe,
somebody
Lala?
will do it.
How y'all not? How come y'all can't stay on topic? That's what I want to understand.
Yeah,
you
real
right.
quick.
I
So
know.
I think she should go with the red though. I'm gonna say that.
Yes,
I was
I'm
gonna
thinking
go with the
red.
red, but I've already ordered. Should I get another one?
What about all white?
why not?
The all white.
Yeah.
All white means forgiveness.
Two
No.
size. Hey,
My,
two sizes
What
too
about
small.
black?
You can't
What
go
about
wrong.
black?
You don't forget.
The black one. I feel like the black one's so
You
masculine
should
looking.
get a reflecting type color.
Oh, you said the black one's
Black
Black
is
is
masculine.
not
sexy.
It's very
please.
masculine. It looks like a very chocolate man should be wearing that.
A
G.I.
reflecting
Jane.
type
The
color.
real
Jane.
topic was Bert. When you
Jane.
eat the food after your wife is mad at you and then
Hell
she
no.
covers you.
Let me
Listen,
say this,
the
y'all.
last year of
Well,
my
that was a
marriage,
good
I never
conversation.
ate in that house. No, no, man. They knew me by name at the freaking Chick-fil-A, bro. I was not eating in that house.
They knew my name.
Put the rat poison or
So
anything
funny
wrong.
to
That's
me.
why I'm the cook. That's why I'm the cook. But
Amir,
let
you
me
about
say
to
this
say?
real
Oh.
quick. Let me say this real quick because I can't really talk about
Now I
the
know why the
road.
men buy the food after the argument. You're like, see, baby, I bought you some food.
Right. If it's
That
gonna be
makes sense.
any arsenic, I'm gonna be in control of it. But look, let me say this to G.I. Jane because I'm gonna say two things. One, no comment about the road. Look, I ain't gonna say what I want to say, but
Okay.
this is what I'm gonna say. See, you got to use your word. You got to think. I tell my sons, you got to think. I really want to say something about that robe, but I'm not because you know what I'm saying. This is my thing. Do the knowledge on this, GI, because we can gloss over what was said. And my man to the right, he might not even have heard you, or he might have heard you and then come and say, I didn't hear what happened. So this is my thing. What happened between you and him, I had a vision in my head that something like that was bound to happen. If you can follow me. I'm finishing 1 minute, but just follow your boy right quick. When we have the ability to walk around with a computer on our head and we give the computer in our hand more power, it's problematic. I'm guilty of it. Now, y'all know I'm a loose cannon. I was looking for the dude that said something to Kev. I'm looking for a TikTok fight, y'all. Because I like fighting. But I say all of that to say this. You got to be smart, right? I'm 55. I'll be 55 in July.
Okay.
Now knowing you, if I didn't know you, I wouldn't say this. I promise I wouldn't. Because I didn't see these type things and I get some popcorn. You know what I'm talking about? But this is a public format, GI. And you know what we've been through, right? So all I'm gonna ask you to do, because I appreciate how you came. Hey, I'm the type of person. Let's call a spade, right?
Right.
But
My
at
husband
least
was
give that
disrespected.
man.
My husband was disrespected on a public platform. So I'm gonna address whatever I need to address.
I got you, and I'm with you, and I will support that. But this is my thing: knowing what we're dealing with, right? Now that's the precursor. Knowing what we're dealing with is a public format, and it's a lot of ifs, ands, maybes, buts, and whys, or whatever. All I would ask and hope that you would do was give that man something to say, and you hearing. That's all I would ask.
It's been too many times. It's been a couple of times.
So you've already gave him an opportunity to respond?
I've even came back after discussing.
Oh, okay, well, I'm gonna shut up then.
I just, it's really no need. But I mean, I still have respect for him. I think that the person that he is offline is exactly who he is, and that's a very, very charismatic person. I think he's very nice offline. I know that people have faces online. I don't. Sometimes I start my live and I talk shit about men. I'm not ashamed of that, especially with the Pookies and the Ray Rays. They get up on the app, have no issue and no quarrels about that. I even speak about pick me women. when it comes down to their over exaggeration of how they view other women. It seems very masculine when they speak that way instead of uplifting. So, I don't know. I've seen it more like a friendship versus like just TikTok. But we always talk about accountability. We always talk about being grown. At the end of the day, if something happens, whether it's TikTok, outside, if we're at a convention, wherever we're at, if you're not bold enough to be grown and say exactly what the problem is, then something is wrong. I don't hold any
So,
grace for any grown folks. I don't raise anybody up on these panels or nothing like that. When it comes to it, if something is continuously happening in public, I'm going to call you out in public. If it's happening
so
on the
Jane,
back end, then I'm going to call you out on the back end.
so,
I want the same
so,
respect.
So Jane, like I don't know the like intricacies. I mean, you're telling us like your side of it, right? And of course, we take it at face value. But I don't know everything that went on. But I will say this, like sometimes sometimes I'm not sure if this is what Mara's doing or not, but like it's necessary to be like sometimes extremely controversial just to generate like the content you're trying to generate. You understand? Just to get just to have the discussion, you have to be controversial. You know that, right?
I mean, I could, however, and it could get that way. However, I'm tired of repeating myself. Just stop following me and stop speaking. It's no need. If you're doing it publicly and I'm being nice about it, I'm not going to treat adults like children. So I'm not going to sit there and pussyfoot around the idea.
Have
If
you
you're
talked to
doing
him
it,
have you
it's
talked to him
becoming
in
an
private about this?
irritant. Yes,
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. So you talked to him in private about this already. That was your first step.
I've already spoken before. I'm not going to repeat it. So if there's
Okay.
an issue,
Fair enough.
then if you see the issue arise, or if you see something, my thing is this. Since everybody, I'm just giving a brief synopsis. I give a damn about black men. I give a damn about black women, right? What I don't like is black men that attack other black men because they're attached to black women. If I see that, that's a problem. If another black man sees that, that's a problem. So I would deem that person a problem, if we're going to be honest. If anybody's going to be like, oh yeah, well, I stand for black men and these 304s and this and this that, and then you hearing other black men sit there and talk about a black man that's not here, that was a father to 4 children, that was a great husband to me, that did everything he needed to do and definitely taking care of me while I don't even have to work nowadays. He retired me. So if I'm sitting up there and I'm going over something that's simple, and that man that's no longer here, but his spirit is still here, is being attacked, that's crazy to me. And I wouldn't want to rock with nobody like that. Because damn, you can't stand up for your own brothers, but everybody want to talk about where the sisterhood is at? That's crazy to me. And that does not speak masculine. So yeah, that conversation has already been brought up. The opinion about what I did and how I was standing up for my husband, which I'm just going to be honest, because I'm a very honest person. In retrospect, if he had a woman that was standing up for him, he wouldn't allow that type of shit to happen. So I'm going to stand up for mine, whether he's here or not. And that should be respected. Another black man should definitely check another black man if he's disrespecting a black man that's no longer here. That's what I'm saying. So at the end of the day, none of that shit should have happened. It should have got checked, but it wasn't. And I shouldn't have to be the one to do it, because why? It's considered masculine, right?
I don't want to talk around him. Mira, are you here?
I don't know if he's here. I was confused, y'all.
Or he doesn't want to.
This is why people tell me things because I never know what's actually happening. Sometimes.
That's what's up. There's something wrong with you.
I was
Alter
No, she'll come back on and be like, "What were we
listen,
saying?"
Alter is disqualified from really any discussions. Like how lost she is immeasurable. Go ahead.
And she's
It's crazy.
smart. Once she
What
catch
y'all
that
need
track,
to go
she
on?
be rolling.
You
Once
want
she get on board, she
right
be rolling.
here.
You want a deeper detail?
If I know exactly what's being talked about, I
You want a
can.
deeper detail? Okay. So there was discrepancies beforehand on a live. I came back over there concerning just black men just going at me. And I'm sitting up there and I'm just answering questions and I'm just chilling. And they're cackling in the comment section like 304s. So then I come back to another live and I'm just telling like a little brief story because it was about marriage. And I had brought up that my husband was no longer here. Oh, she bitter. She bothered because her husband dead. all this is going on in the comment section. And it's continuously going on in the comment section. And then people are talking around me in the boxes. But then I'm hearing an indifference of conversation that I'm a problem. You can't come tell me I'm a problem. I'm a problem because I'm going along with the prompt and everything is smooth, but people are talking around me. Then people are disrespecting my spouse in the comment section. And the only thing you could do is end a live and you expect for me to come back? No, I removed you. And when I removed you, I left you alone. But stop speaking to me. I keep telling you on my live, fuck you. On everybody else's live, F you. So at the end of the day, what more do you want me to say? Now you want me to be disrespectful to you? Because I'm politely doing it. I'm being a lady about it. And I'm politely doing it in different spaces. And then I completely remove you, not block you, but just take you off of my thing. At the end of the day, no more back end conversations, no more needing to discuss. If you're a grown man and you don't see another grown man or grown men in the comment section and also in the panel, not a problem, talking about a black man that's no longer here, you are the problem. Because that should have been checked. So how can I break bread? And I can hang out with Kev. I can hang out with Alta. I can hang out with Lala. I can hang out with Amir. I can hang out with Rachel. I can even hang out with Bert. I don't really know Perkins like that. But at the end of the day, the people that I can break bread with, I know they wouldn't allow that type of conversation to go on. It will be dismissed.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We're not gonna let that slide. You said even with Bert. We're not gonna let that slide. You said even.
Well, that's because Kev, my brother, whatever, and Rachel, my sister and stuff, and you barely get on panels.
But I'm the only one that got it. Never mind.
But I didn't. But at the end of the day, I've told Kev some deep stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I've been rocking with Alta for a minute. Rachel just sus, period. You know what I'm saying? Amir, I rock with Amir. I've told him some deep stuff. I've also told Mira some deep stuff. So when it comes down to it, it's just like, yeah, like I don't want nobody to stand up there and fuss, cuss, and argue, but I definitely don't want it to be any type of conversation like I'm an issue. Because that means you need to be addressing me, but you don't want to address the men. That's a problem for me. So I can be a black woman and address black women, but you can't address these black men that are clearly being a problem. Because they are sitting there not only disrespecting somebody that's no longer here, but just black men in general. So the problem is that he married a black woman. Well, I made it. And he's taking care of me from the grave. How about that?
And we should probably change the prompt to mirror check.
I'm sorry, Kev. It would not have been a conversation had I not even just been spoken to. I could sit on panels with just about anybody, but if you know there's an underlying issue and real life stuff get brought up and you don't want to check real life stuff at the door and it's your panel that you're hosting, you know what I'm saying? Then I'm going to bring it up because I continuously have to bring stuff up. How many times you done been in my room? Several times. And I just told you, you know, I don't rock with you. Now, what other way do you want me to say it? Unfollow me, please. And don't follow back.
Did he drop himself?
Yes, I did not. No one dropped him, Bert. He dropped himself. Ooh, this is tough, y'all. Okay.
So we decided we want black or red.
No, I'm gonna get pink still. I already ordered it. I already have my confirmation and everything. If I spend another $5.50, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Real quick, before we keep going, has everyone up here accepted Jesus as your Lord and Savior? I'm just checking real fast before we move on. Real quick. Just yes. All right, cool.
Yeah, and I paid my offerings too.
Period. He just need to watch the men that he talked to, because the man definitely came back and told me that I'm a problem from his mouth. So that's too much.
Oh dang.
Yeah, that's too much. That's what we too grown for that. If we supposed to be cool and you got my personal phone number, we supposed to be cool. Hit me up and say, Jane, I thought you was a problem today. Let's go ahead and unpack it as friends, or let's go ahead and just unpack it, period. Let's talk about it, because that's my panel. Not that difficult.
My will I give.
Anyone want to give their life to the Lord today?
Immediate. I'll do what you say.
I'm calling y'all up to the altar now. It's never too late.
Go someone the way. And y'all
Come now. He speaks.
Why is this funny though? Why is it funny?
We're not laughing. Nobody laughing.
I'm asking myself. I feel like a bad person because
You up there laughing, Bert? Repent.
Come down to the altar, brother.
Repent.
Repent. Give your life to the Lord today.
And enable me to say.
Throw your hands up now.
If you laughing, you might need a little
storage is empty.
I feel like a bad person right now.
And
You don't want to know what I'm doing over here. While the altar call is being done, y'all don't even want to know.
Even worse.
about to enjoy some broccoli.
Like I'm smoking and drinking.
Oh my goodness.
They come in pairs with me, damn it.
He said, come as you are. He said,
My
come as
sins-
you are,
my
not
sins
stay
come
as
in
you are.
pairs.
Hallelujah. Amen.
Hallelujah.
He said,
Come
come
to the
as you are,
altar.
not stay as you are, Amir.
That's right.
Bishop
I
Pearl,
got a Bible.
Nikki forever.
Lock the
Come
doors.
to the
I'm just kidding.
Come to
She
the
said,
altar.
lock the door.
Amir and Bert.
Make sure y'all lock the doors because they gotta pay $4,000.
Hey, lock the doors. Can't nobody leave this cat. Can't nobody drop until Kev gets a galaxy. Lock the door.
Lock the doors. Ushers, go to the back of the church and put chains on the doors.
Right.
Ain't none of them leaving until they pay $4,000 in time.
Hey, Nikki, you said it wrong. We used to call them Urshers.
Urshers.
It's 11 people in here. If all of y'all drop,
Sister Mary, get the handcuffs and cuff everybody. That is crazy.
that is insane. I'm not seeing any TikTok universes. Please shut the door.
Shut the doors. Ain't no universes
Lock
up here. Let me check who sent gifts.
Make sure nobody drops off these boxes until they pay their tithes and offerings. We at the altar call. Get the collection plates.
That is brilliant, man. Like I wish TikTok would do that. They were like, once you scroll into a live, if you stay there for longer than 30 seconds, you can't leave until you meet whatever and until you do whatever. If it costs a galaxy to get out, it costs a galaxy to get out. And that's awesome.
Well, I'll say this. I hope y'all,
we
we're
good,
gonna
Lala.
do it. I'm always gonna hope that
We're good. I can
because
even have
God calls us to be ready for reconciliation at all times. Ready for it. You ain't got to reach out for it, but ready for reconciliation when it's offered to us. And I know I just
on panels with people I don't like all the time.
I know. I get
Good.
it.
This has no address to it. This is a place, but it's not a real place. So I can sit and be comfortable. I just don't.
Hey, Jane said Jesus offers grace, not Jane.
Absolutely. No, I give everybody grace, and I still have much love. I just don't want. It's people on the app I don't like, and they don't like me, and they don't speak to me. We talk about the topic. Simple.
Yeah, I got lots of enemas too.
Wow.
I got a lot of Muslims that don't like me.
Wow.
I don't think nobody likes me on this app.
I
get attacked both ways. It don't matter where it comes from, all directions. And I'd be really happy. I'm like, everybody fucking loves me today. This is awesome.
Some of them Muslims do not like me. I'm not going. They tell me all the bad words.
Were they being mean during Ramadan?
They were being that's because they were hungry.
Man, Ramadan.
That ain't my. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. They was only being mean because I know how to read, and so when I read something to you that you don't want to hear.
Should they even be on the app during Ramadan? My daughter doesn't even get on.
Yeah, they can. They can choose what they're fasting from. Here's the thing about Ramadan, like it doesn't have they set how do I explain it? So it doesn't have like a tangible goal where it's like Lent has a tangible goal or something like that. Ramadan is whatever they set outside of not eating. They can set their fasting at whatever they want it to be.
Right.
So they don't eat from sun up to sundown, but at sundown they eat. So they eat. Okay.
Yeah, she be in the kitchen tearing stuff up.
Yes.
I may not practice, but I understand that she just removed all her apps and then brought them back up after Ramadan because she was like, it's so many different emotions, depression, hate, drama, and you shouldn't surround yourself with that during Ramadan.
She always been Muslim, or she was Christian and then she became, or she was like a follower of Christ and then she became Muslim.
Well, she's read the Bible. I didn't tell her to follow anyone. My dad's Muslim, but now he's Christian, which is crazy. Because
ain't crazy to me, but go ahead.
It's crazy. Now he's growing out a whole beard, and girl, he looks crazy. Okay, he's trying to grow everything. He looks crazy. But yeah. So she just decided one day after reading, she's read different religions, and she just said that she connects with Muslim religion. So.
Yeah. I'm not gonna do it to Kev's live for he yell at me because he can see me.
What you do?
I just had a question. I just asked a question. Sorry, bye.
Oh man. I'm back now. What up?
I ain't saying it's a little different in here, Lala. It's a little different. But you know what's crazy? My mom was Christian and my dad was Muslim, so and we always
the only thing nope, because I'm gonna get in trouble. Okay.
Yeah, they never talked about religion.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's the only way that worked is if we don't talk about it.
Always told to go with my mom to church. We were never told to, practice anything my father was practicing. It was just go with my mom to church.
Religion is gang banging too.
I was gonna say that's kind of why, like, for sure, when it comes to like what you believe as a parent, to instill into them, so they not just like, here, you better know this, but like explain to them what it is, why it's important, why we do this. It's not just because, hey, it's Saturday, let's just go with this, or hey, these people they don't do this, or they go to they pray every day. Like, it's like you want to really hone in the purpose of why you do something, so they understand that they can follow that when they're young and they're older. They can defend the faith, knowing what they believe in and why. But
I think my dad always teetered with his faith when he was Muslim, and he was very much so very mean. And now that he is Christian, he is very nice. He's very understanding. I see like a whole different side to him.
Wow.
And he didn't go back into Christianity until my stepmom ended up being diagnosed with lung cancer. And then it was like he doesn't talk about the connection, but something happened. Something happened. The corner cracks of his
Jesus.
Yeah. And then he just, now he's growing out. Girl, it ain't no fro because he ain't really got no curl. But yeah.
yeah, I think why it's good to talk about, share your testimony with certain points, especially with your children, so they understand. Like, dad's not going through anything crazy. Like, they always show, whatever. Yeah, but that's definitely.
Yeah, it's mandatory for my little ones to read the Bible. It's mandatory. Even when my husband was alive, he didn't like going to church because he had anxiety. But every Sunday, like after church, we had like our own little church service in the house. For them. But I told them to never. I don't want to force anything on you. You know what I'm saying? I just want you to resonate with what you resonate with and how you feel. So. But my second daughter, she's Christian now. So.
I just like the more you read the Quran, the more you might,
Yeah. But she's still young,
still young. I was about to say she's super young. So as she gets to the nitty gritty of what's being said in there, she might see some stuff. You know what I mean? That might cause her to ask you more questions. So you just be, as long as you're ready with an answer, if you have one, then that's all you can really do. I bet your dad probably, because this is what I always say. I know that a religion or a relationship with God is true when I see a change in the human's life, right? In the way they interact with people, in the way they talk to people, in the way that their mannerisms and what is important to them. You see a shift internally. When you're practicing a religion and there's no internal shift, then we don't have evidence of a relationship, right? That's changing, actively changing your heart. So that's the biggest thing, and I think that why you're saying you maybe see a shift in your dad's like behavior or him being kinder. It's a heart change. It just is.
Yeah, because he's been mean all my life until recently, these past couple of years, and I'm like, "Who are you?" He was like, "You coming over to the house, daughter? We just left from there," and I'm like, "Why are you asking me to come over? You never asked me to come over." But that's been for the past couple of years, and I'm really enjoying the shift. I'm enjoying everything that he is doing as far as his humility in general. He used to talk badly about people. He used to be prejudiced about certain people. That's been all my life. And now it's like, okay, now you're good. Now you're seen. Now you can see.
Yeah. That's all we can do when God shows us love. All we can do is share it with other people. So.
I ain't never seen that one.
You ain't never seen what?
We ain't never seen. What is that, Kev? Is that a vape?
Oh, Kev.
Water?
I just messed with him.
That don't look like no water. That's like a little
water.
A little
The water. Well, why are you gripping it like that, caveman?
because it's a little bottle. It's a little
Why
bottle.
that sound not right?
And it ain't
Well,
wine.
he grabbing the bottle like a caveman, got the whole hand over the top of it. Just hold it.
Okay. I thought it was a little liquor bottle.
Hi, person.
Hi, person.
Little person with your white boy.
Oh my gosh, why are you making fun of me, Kev?
Oh my god.
That's Mr. Cab.
Mr. Kev? Why are you making fun of me, Mr. Kev?
Mr. Cab.
I'm not making fun of you.
My best friend,
Of course you get happy when she...
my best friend, you better. Hey,
Oh my gosh. How she went from that light voice to that?
That's crazy. Not the light voice to turn up is crazy.
Turn up, I don't know. That's only Rachel can bring that out of her. Only
in.
Rachel.
Oh my
That's her. That's best friend right there.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Oh my god, turn on.
She brought the ratchetness out of her. She went from classy to ratchet in a matter of seconds.
That is
What you doing? What you boy?
Girl shit. Oh my god. That is crazy.
My best friend.
Over there twerking and stuff behind out of nowhere.
Not too much on me.
You got to be a lady sometimes.
I'm a lady. I'm a lady all the times, even in my ratchet side.
Bad and bougie.
She said,
But what y'all talking about, guy? Y'all talking about what we talking about? We talking about the topic. What we talking about?
We talking about nothing.
We ain't talking about a thing.
Okay, so we talking about nothing.
You can answer the question though.
Well,
Nah, it's Rachel. She's just reading Rachel right now.
so
Rachel.
Kevin, I'm gonna need you to stop, okay?
Yo.
I'm not trigger. I'm not trying to, Mrs. Steal your girl or whatever. Like, please
I'm Mr. Tree girl.
Her whole pictures is gonna be 2 pictures of Rachel in here.
It's like maybe finally I'll start getting decent gifts. All I gotta do is.
Hey, why she only gonna send it this time because Rachel in the background.
I was thinking about it. I was like,
Send that
My
dragon.
birthday.
You remember Rachel deserve a dragon? Go ahead and send that real quick.
I'll do her stream.
Y'all don't know Person rich, man. She got big money.
Okay, I did not.
Well, it was
No,
Lala's birthday the other day, and y'all didn't say happy birthday.
No.
Oh, no.
Oh, wait. So
Birthday?
it was
Her
my
birthday
triplet
was
birthday?
literally the other day, guys.
My triplet? Oh, happy birthday.
Birthday to ya.
Happy
Birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya.
Happy birthday, triplet. Happy birthday.
Wait.
Oh, yeah, we gotta sing like we in like Mirror Live or something.
No,
Boy.
but wait real quick because you guys might need a record deal.
I want to say, Kev, please put that on recording, please. That needs to be in a card. When as soon as they open the door, happy birthday, like, oh my god.
I just
Like,
want
I
you guys
swear,
to know I turned
I'm so
40
mad about
on the
every
3rd.
time I hear Alter was singing. I'll be so mad because we got robbed that day. I just never gonna forget it. I'm not gonna forget that though.
They
I
show played
I
as
actually
well. I was
turned
like, that's
40 years old. So
And that was the day we just found out Alter because she was acting like she couldn't see.
I know.
I'm like, dang, okay, do your thing then.
And we still got played.
Right, still got played. That's the sickening part. We're like, we finally got her to sing, and now they gonna play it. Lala, she just came straight in just with the vocals.
I actually write alter music all the time.
Jesus loves me, bitch.
Literally. I actually sing to her all the time, but she never wants my songs.
I never want your song.
Remember when I sing to you during the day when we're on the phone, I'll sing you a song like, see, I wrote that for you, and you never want to hear it.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like your homemade songs.
Big money.
Just kidding. I welcome them.
It's her birthday, right? That was her birthday. Let me see what I got for her birthday, too.
Oh, period. Let's
for her birthday. Sorry, y'all, my baby came in here. Don't do that.
Sorry,
Sorry,
that's
right in
fine.
while I was being wretched.
That song
There
brings
you
out
go.
the ratchet.
There you go. Happy birthday, triplets.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. What you now, 19 now?
I'm actually 40, so.
Yeah, she turned 40.
Oh wow, you look like what?
No, I'm just kidding. She was like, what? No, I turned 32, okay?
Oh my gosh, okay.
She a little
Jeez,
baby.
I was like,
She a little baby.
Don't
you
say
still
that.
look mad young. You got the little baby face.
Yeah, I'm 32.
No, I told like that was
Oh, it comes in handy though, cause yeah, I remember my cousin.
Hey,
tried
person cam up. I gotta see her, man. I know she.
Person is not gonna cam up for you.
Oh, yeah, she can cam up too. Go ahead, cam up. We about to see if she got the baby. Everybody be tricking us lately.
No, tricking us? Nah. How about Rachel can go live, and I came up in Rachel live. Somebody else get there, and then Rachel can tell you if I have a baby face.
What? You came up on my live?
Yeah.
Oh,
not challenge.
Yo, Alter, please come back before this girl have a hissy fit. Yeah.
Hi.
Oh, trying to say hi to Alter.
Yeah. Hi, Alter.
Alter always getting on teeth up in my life. She only do me like that. She's supposed to be a triplet. I mean, she's supposed to be a twin.
Lala, you and Alter like met in real life?
Not yet. She in Texas, so no. I'm far. I'm on the other side of the world.
Wait, how old is your little one?
She's 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's 3. But we always.
She hate us. Let's say that before she come up here. She hate us.
Yeah, you hate us. Cause
Yep, we ain't heard that in a while.
You hate me.
Wait, how the box move?
She try to be slick and try to move right next
Was
to
the
you.
box glitching?
Hey, we're twins.
She try to make you feel better. That's what it was.
Please
That
say
wasn't-
hello to. Please say hello to your child.
Hi, Kalani.
Hi.
That's so sweet.
Hi.
Oh,
y'all, if y'all would hear the conversations I have with her, you think she grown, honey. She didn't call me Miss Ma'am. Oh, hey, Miss excuse me, Miss Ma'am. I'm like, don't.
She's so cute.
Oh.
He's so cute.
Like Groot.
You so cute.
No, I'm not. Yes, you are.
You are cute, Kalani.
No, I'm not.
Yes, no, I'm not.
No, I'm not.
No.
I said to mute her.
You so pretty.
Because she's doing this now, so Kalani gonna do that.
You
for the
so
next
pretty.
2 minutes.
You're so pretty.
You're purdy.
Are you pretty? Yes, ma'am. Okay.
You so pretty. Wait, Kalani, you so pretty.
So pretty.
That is so funny. So pretty.
He says that all the time. Oh, so pretty.
So pretty.
You're so pretty.
So pretty.
Oh crap! I'm finna do a facial while I'm on the phone with
Now
y'all.
that everybody was,
Whoa.
now that everybody was kung fu fighting.
Not that
Mute
kind
up.
of facial, Kev.
Mute
What's
up before you.
wrong with this man?
Mute up.
What's wrong with this man?
Now that everyone, now that everyone was kung fu fighting.
Please mute up.
It's the hair rub. That's what got him all combobulated.
Muke up.
Muke up. Muke up with all that. Calm down with all that head rubbing.
I was good.
I love it. He ease his mind, okay? Because period, it's be too much going on.
Oh my gosh, his brain is always going. I thought I think a lot.
Oh look, boy, Kev, yeah.
But I like that though.
Period.
Finally, I don't feel like a weirdo.
Weirdo.
Like a weirdo, period.
I understand.
Yes.
What we gonna do is work out that brain, okay?
Continue to blame Kev for everything. Dang.
It's all Kev's fault, everybody.
Lovely, another one I knew for years. She was my second mod, I think. I had. No, third mod I had.
Oh, okay, okay.
Kanai, it was Bert, then it was Kanai.
It was Bert.
And it was Rachel. I mean, no. I got Rachel on my. And it's
Ooh,
Bert,
you got me on your
Kanai.
I got you on my mind when he went my face, period.
Not right. And Lovely was up there. Me and Lovely used to be in the room by ourselves and stuff, and then we talk about all the stuff. As soon as we mentioned the Bible, the room went up to 400. That was so crazy. No, we mentioned religion. That's when we went
down. Lovely is calm down.
You talk about the Bible for more than a few minutes, you are a bunch of people in here because they just want to argue about it.
Yeah, because I'm telling you, I would never forget that one day I was literally just reading a scripture. I was just reading something, talk about God. This man coming to pin him. What you reading from? Why are you being annoying? Why? He was like, what you reading from? I said,
you reading from that white man Bible.
That's exactly what he said. He said, oh, you reading from the white man Bible. I said, the white man Bible is correct.
Show me. I want to see the black man Bible. That's what I want to see.
Hey, you all know 6 Foe, right?
I was just about to see if she was gonna make you cam up. You did it anyway.
Oh my gosh, person!
Hey,
so pretty with a baby face.
She looks just like how I thought she sounded. That's the first person that look how they sound. It looked like she mixed with something too. Like she got like a like Indian or something.
What is happening?
I'm actually
Caught you.
Indian.
I knew you was like Indian or something.
Not I caught you.
BLK, Indian, and Irish.
Okay. I was right. See, I was right. I know salute something. I said, yeah, I can see the Indian though.
Yeah, just wait till my hair grows back out.
Indian, really.
Okay.
Fine, person.
Hi, Rachel. I just had to show
Oh my God, she made the whole baby out of you. Why did she bring the whole baby out of her?
I just had to show my best there was no fish.
I know.
She finna.
Hey,
best friend. That's my best friend. That's my best friend.
Never get them two together, please. No.
Oh yeah.
There's
yeah,
a whole.
me and person's gonna be a problem together.
Man. Let's see. Let's see.
A good problem, a fun problem.
I never heard of a good problem. That sounds like oxymoron.
That oxymoron. I was just thinking that. I was like, what's a good problem?
A good problem.
An easy one.
We have a righteous problem. Who was that? Oh, I was about to say.
Hey, Lovely.
Rachel, you got kicked out.
Hey.
Okay.
Happy Saturday.
I ain't never heard that one before.
Alter.
Hey,
I ain't never
man,
heard.
me
What
and
you doing,
Honest were
love,
talking.
man?
What you do right
Me and Honest
now?
were talking about this the other day on a couple other platforms that some of
No,
us
what would you
frequent,
talk about
and
tonight? And I was like, stop us trying to
and we said our tolerance level has changed. My tolerance level is like,
La la do
I
it.
don't
She
know
hate
if
us.
I'm
She hate
hugging
us. She hate
lions
us.
no more or if I'm holding them off.
You been out too long, yep. I need to plump this thing.
Oh, I got you. Uno, dos,
Tres.
tres y
Okay.
cuatro.
Cuatro. Thank you,
Oh,
baby.
is that too high?
That's good. That's good. Appreciate you.
Ah, man, you're supposed to mute up.
Oh.
Get a room. Get a
We sit
room.
outside. They seen us though, so they know it don't sound like they seen what was going on.
Oh, that's so sweet. Do you know when you are doing it for yourself and or other people?
Look, a pattern.
Oh my gosh. This
Yeah,
is
tic-tac-toe.
zigzag. Right.
Lala's back.
We're just gonna hang out here with a bunch of girls.
Lock the door so Lala can stop dropping out.
He tried to make a zigzag.
I made a zigzag. It's much better. It's visually appealing.
Oh, that is crazy. She didn't want to be next to me. That's wild.
That's what I write.
I want to be directly diagonal.
I knew also that's all she was thinking about. When
That's crazy.
I'm sorry. Never mind. I'll leave. Radio!
Oh!
That was
Sorry, Rachel.
That was funny, right? That's how it's
There
so
is
funny.
the love.
Was that person that said? Who
No,
said
no,
rap?
that was Lala, I think. Maybe. I don't know.
And then hopped off?
I'm right here. I have to move. No, you ruined my pattern because you hate me, so I just moved up.
Oh, my
Thanks, Rachel.
Oh, no.
But now it matches again though. Bestie
Coming back.
next to bestie and bestie next to bestie. So it matches.
Lovely, I'm over here too. You're not alone. I got my head next to you.
I'm done. I got my head next.
Yeah, come up in your
Bring
other
my
page.
backup. I need to bring my backup account in here and then get.
Bruh. That's so.
I'll be Lovely's
That would
bestie.
be like when they don't relate, they got a friend that's not in a relationship. Hey, don't feel bad. I hang out with you on these weekends. Like, wow, that feels lovely. Like, that's crazy.
That's so sweet.
Making them feel unloved.
Let me bring the Joker in here too.
Who is that?
Oh.
The other backup, my backup.
Yeah, I remember
I
you
got
got in the comment
3
section
backup.
talking about Rachel fine, and I was like,
Yeah, I was.
who the hell?
Who said that?
Kev,
The Joker said that.
He got on his backup while we were on live together, and he went in the comments was like, Rachel's fine. And I was like, what the hell?
Oh, what the? Huh?
Oh, what the? I have no motivation today, but I do it anyways. I do it mad. I do it glad.
Damn.
I do it sad.
They probably know what that is. Somebody let the Joker up.
The Joker.
Oh yeah, that profile picture looks. That's the real predator talking about.
Yep. Is that the real problem?
No, that's the real predator they was talking about.
Oh,
He got the
dang.
turtleneck and everything.
Oh. Wow, I can't wear a button up, man. Man.
It's giving the bear.
Oh my gosh.
Aww.
Not the turtle. Oh, she done flashed it for a quick second. She done called the Batmobile.
Whoa.
And she gonna expand herself too. She over here acting. She trying to bring the crew in here, man. She on that bull. And then she sent it back. How the heck you do that? You got all that power? I'm scared. Why you make me come back? What? That was crazy. How did right? How did you do that?
Dang. Don't nobody have that
Everybody and
power.
their best friends next to each other. There we go. So,
I just came here to cause
Rachel
problems.
over here.
Mm-hmm. I
Lala.
want presidents always.
And Alter. Rachel in person. and Lovely and the Joker.
Lovely and the Joker.
I don't want peace. I want problems. Always.
Always.
I'm going to be the whole problem.
The whole problem.
The whole problem.
Oh, problem.
I like to fight.
Yeah. Stay stuck.
Wait, what? No, I'm too pretty to fight. I can't do that.
Anybody watch Drewski's? Anybody watch Drewski's love show?
No.
I did see it on
I think I'm
YouTube.
thinking I'm
Did you watch the whole thing?
I'm about to pass all y'all up. If the Joker pass y'all up on Tap Show, booty.
Girl, it cracked me up when that white T girl was like, "What if I'm saying no? Please stop." When she said she was gonna beat her up, she was like, "What if I'm saying no? Please stop? Are you still gonna do it?" It's like, it made me think about that. I was like, I don't know if I would if he's talking about no, please stop.
Right.
Yeah. It goes back to what Kev is asking about. Are you doing it for yourself? Or are you doing it to save yourself?
Let me look at everybody Tap real quick.
No, I'm busy.
No, I ain't trying to hear that.
No, why you looking at mine? I definitely was not.
No,
Mom, what did you say? I gotta go. My mom said I gotta clean my room.
I got some. I wasn't even
You got
trying.
2.9K.
What? I wasn't
Person's
even
got
trying.
305. Lovely has.
Doing a facial.
Oh, whoa.
She just got
26.
here. Let me
26.
You better give me a break.
The Joker just came in and got 330. My gosh, that dude ain't no joke, boy.
Hey, can we add up 5 years worth of life?
Oh, Lala got a little 30. A little 30.
I see Alter over there started tapping.
Let's see what Alter got.
She started tapping.
753. Now I'm about to pass all y'all up. Watch this jump.
I mean, I got.
I'm even past on Rachel.
I don't know how. I wasn't even trying.
You got
almost
almost 3,000, right?
Actually, I cooked lunch and dinner.
Yeah.
And I still got more taps. That's crazy.
That's crazy work. Well, some people did just come. Oh, everybody did just come in here. So that's cool though. That's cool though. But I'm about to pass everybody up. 'Cause
I'm about to go to sleep though.
Well, it's been real, y'all.
Oh, you got damn person.
Now y'all got sleepy at the same time.
Person said my boo gone. I gotta go.
I don't know boo, but bestie, yeah, definitely. No offense, Kev. I already told you if don't ever break up, because if you do, she got me in the breakup, bro. Like,
You move, I move.
Aww.
yeah. When I move, you move, just like that. Hey, yeah, DJ, bring that back.
If that happens, I'm losing hope.
If that happened, I'm just gonna have two phones and I'll be in both lives at the same time. So can't nobody act like I chose. I never see.
That's never gonna.
Right.
Oh, sorry. Dang, mute up.
You ain't never breaking up.
You should know when I'm about to do that.
If you get tired of her, go to sleep, cause she ain't going.
There ain't no other noises.
Oh my God!
I'm just saying it's innocent. Oh, kiss on her forehead is innocent.
Who?
They can see what's going on.
Y'all are heathens.
That wouldn't get you kicked off of TikTok. I'm saying.
My mama say kiss and get you pregnant.
Right.
I heard that the other day again, Lala. I heard that again the other day.
I can't tell you how many lies I let little girls believe when we was in there. They was like, Miss Lala, if I do this, am I gonna get pregnant? Yup. Don't even worry about it. Yup. Yup.
Don't even look at him.
Don't even look at him. You're pregnant. That's it. Nope. Your whole hand's pregnant.
And if they don't actually get pregnant, you're gonna say it's a AB.
Yeah.
Oh my.
No, that's weird.
Oh, diabolical.
I see you down where even Larry G tapping. That's one of my secret supporters. He be in here. My brother Larry G in the building.
International super spy. Y'all. I'm not even kidding. We gotta argue.
See my name.
Okay, person look like she been wanting to answer this question though.
Huh? I get a question.
Don't get tired because my baby tired.
Ah!
You wasn't talking like that earlier.
Hey, oh, wait. You're not finna do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Mr. Kev, Mr. Man of the House, Mr. MVP, don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. You got some New Yorker in her too. Don't do that.
I know. What state are you from?
I'm not from New York actually, but it's really weird because certain words I say, it does sound very northern. But I'm from the South. I won't tell you the state. Well, I'll tell you the state, Rachel.
You tell me. You can snap it to me, girl.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Yeah, but not on a public platform like that.
I got you. Watch this public. What I got not going. What everybody got.
Oh my gosh.
That's what I'm about to do. I'm trying to make sure I'm making competition. If I beat anybody,
Yeah, we some of us become investigators.
you got 3.2. Okay.
I'm definitely an investigator.
Ooh, she got 457 person. Lovely, you have 301. Oh my. What did the Junker get?
Oh my gosh.
1K? My boy got 1K, boy.
And you just got here.
And I just got here.
That's incredible.
Hey.
That's sensational.
I can do it myself.
Yeah.
Lala got 827, and then Alter
She
had
probably got the same.
with the facial
Okay, Alter
858.
added another 100.
So I passed all them up.
Wait, what was mine? Oh, you don't
Yours
check
is
mine.
3. Yeah, I just
You
checked
said
it.
another 100.
You had a 3 something. Yeah, 3.3.
Dang.
Watch this, I'm gonna catch you.
You're not
Just
gonna
take a break.
catch me up.
Look at person
That's
for a
how you.
second.
That's how you kill me.
Person cam up.
I'm gonna start coming in the box.
Use a distraction to try to. Okay, Kev, you know that was gonna work because you trying to use me to her disadvantage. That would never work.
Do it.
Right.
She missed your
'Cause I'm locked in.
face.
And she can see my face another time. What it is.
That bird, she don't want to see the bird no more. She want to see that.
That's a cute profile. What is that?
What is it? I still never know what it was. Just a sun with a
No,
bird.
it's like a hand.
A chopped
Is
off
that a hand?
It's
bird.
a
That's a
hand
bird.
with a dove with
Letting the dove go?
with the sunshine.
Oh, is that kind of why the cage bird sings?
The cage bird sing? No, I don't think that. I think you
It
remember
mean Noah's Ark. It mean
I got
Noah's
Auntie messing her phone up. She getting all facials.
Oh, Noah's Ark?
She getting facial cream all over her
Okay,
phone.
fine, guys. Let's go
Yeah,
ahead and
the
talk
end
about
of the
everybody.
story.
Everybody,
Remember how
turn
they
your
found out that the
Bibles.
water has subsided?
Everybody, turn your Bibles to
They
Romans, please.
sent a dove out, and the dove came back with a branch.
Everybody, turn your Bibles to Romans.
You
Go
didn't
ahead.
know
Roman what?
Oh no, Romans 1-5.
Wait, was person? Wait, oh, now I'm confused. Is that person's real intention? Was
No, I don't know if that's her real intention.
right? That's what I'm saying.
What y'all talking about? I'm missing it. What happened?
I said Noah, but she said yeah when I said Noah. That's what
She
made me
so
funny.
did, and then she got
Wait,
confused
what's
by the
the intentions on
scripture.
what?
So I was like, wait.
Wait, what y'all talking about?
No, because she just said turn your Bibles to Romans. I was like, okay, Romans what? Like I thought we were doing Bible study.
Oh,
Yes,
it's not
she was
in
trying to
Romans.
explain
No,
the
no, it's
other.
not in Romans. That's in what? Genesis, Exodus? No, Genesis.
They finna do a Bible study. So
At the end of Noah being in the flood in the boat, right? In order to find out that the water from the flood had subsided, he sent out a dove to get a branch.
Yes,
The dove came back.
that is correct.
I understand we're doing the Bible study because I don't want to talk about the Lord.
Look at the phone.
I got the Sunday school prize. Y'all didn't.
Wait, okay, so it was. You were right, Lala.
I think so. Is that why person?
Yeah, because I'm a person like all people are people. Like all peoples are persons.
What?
Okay, let's talk about something else. This friendship can stand.
What I mean by that is I feel like as humans we get so caught up. Like I don't know. This is one of my favorite Bible verses. Don't ask me where it's from because it would take me a minute, right? But it's like, how can you say you love me when you've never seen me? But you love, yeah, like, so that's the reason behind my name. That's the reason behind my picture. That's the reason behind
That's in John.
a
Sorry.
lot of things on here. So
Hmm.
So that means
Oh.
if they don't like you, they don't like you, and they don't like you.
What? What?
Say that. If they
No, that's
love
so
you,
sweet,
then they
person.
love
You're
you.
deep.
That's what.
Oh.
I wanted to. I don't know if I
He
wanted
can't
to.
help himself, person. Literally. That's what. Yeah.
I say that's what she said.
Yeah, you almost said it.
Let me see. What she
But
said.
we heard.
She
What they talking about?
like it deep. Okay, yeah, that is what she said. Okay, there you
but yeah, nothing
go. Almost at 2K.
nothing too complicated. I don't know. I feel like true unity is recognizing everyone's diversity and accepting them for who they are. You plant a seed and that's your job. I feel like a lot of times humans want to become God. You cannot. You do not have the power over when someone's life changes or at what point in time they hear your message and it resonates and all this other stuff. You do the job and the task God calls you to do, and you leave the rest to Him. I generally feel like that's why so many people are so stressed out now.
You know what I was saying earlier is that Kev knows who 6'4" is, and I know a few of you follow him too, and he goes on to other lives that are associated with ours. And he did a whole thing. I was on his live for like 2 hours. It was just me and him, and he was just playing, and he was reading back the book of Solomon, and it was talking about that. It was going back to self and going back to person, but it was breaking down the spirits, the different spirits and the angels and the demons and all that stuff, and how people recognize. I mean, it was more biblical based, but I'm trying to simplify it, just how we are as people to ourselves and how we are as to other people, based upon whether their experiences or any of that.
She's talking to her baby.
Oh.
Yeah, I think the Bible goes on.
sensitive.
The Bible goes out of its way to show that God sees all people the same. That's why when people bring up the whole, like, don't bring her up. Hi, Skylar.
Did I mess up?
It's a baby. Y'all can't come up here.
I'm Miss Lala.
Hi, sweetie. Y'all can't come up here. Only grown-ups. What are y'all doing anyway? Go drop down.
The kid.
That's the dancers. I have a whole dance team, so they find me on here and then they try to come in the live.
You know what that reminds me of, Lala? What me and 6'4" were talking about is that protective spirit too. We're also protecting you from stuff that you probably don't want to talk about yet.
It's my time to catch up.
Yeah.
I'm almost at 3K. I'm about to pass all y'all up.
But I think you're doing it when it's for yourself. It's when you truly don't care about other people. For example, right? I'm part Indian, from India. So my legs, they can get a little bit hairy. They can. They really can. And sometimes I'll be like, do you feel like shaving today? Do you feel like waxing? Like what we feel like doing? And sometimes I just be like, c'est la vie, such is life. Live and let live. And I will walk out the house in Capri Suns, hairy legs and all. Be like, what's up? But my decision was made based on my own comforts and my own security in self. And it wasn't based on, oh, well, if you go out the house like that, you're going to get looks or whatever. And we can even see this in the contribution to charity aspect of it. Because I feel like a lot of times when people do charity, it's not because they actually care or they have a goodness in their soul. What's the saying? Doing it for the gram right? So they do it for fame and glory. But if there was nobody else around, they wouldn't give that person $1.
Right.
Yeah, you know,
My
even
muscle, my finger hurt.
not my finger hurt. It's
Is that what
pain.
y'all go through?
I will say the Bible tells you that too. It tells you if you give in like loudness where everybody can see you doing it, then you already got your reward. Don't look to God for a reward. You already got your reward. Everybody saw you.
And that's why, like, when we see, especially
You doing
because
it for
social
pride, though.
especially because social media has gotten so popular, it's like people will record doing things for other people. So are you doing that for self? What do they call it? Clout? You know, like doing it for clout, doing it for
Doing anything for club.
yeah.
Yeah.
Let me show you
Literally,
what I
Jesus
do.
said that with his own word. Jesus told them, they're like, hey, don't look to us for nothing. You already got your reward. Everybody saw you. Good job.
That pride I'll be talking about.
Yeah.
We do it for self-satisfaction, not for God anymore. That's the reason why pride is a sin.
I can tell you the moment I recognized true empathy, it had nothing to do with humans whatsoever. Like, well, somewhat, but not really. And it was the moment I started thinking about God, and I started thinking about Jesus, and I started thinking about everything that like they go through on a daily basis, right? So how many of us have been through like not so great relationships, whether it's platonic, romantic, familial, whatever relationships, right? They're not so great. And sometimes they hurt really bad, and you cry. And that's just with one person. And imagine having like fountains and mountains of people that like do this to you on a daily basis, and you still don't love them any less. And it was not until I went through that experience, that thought process, that revelation, that I did truly understand true empathy. I will say though, it did not make a difference at the time I had the revelation that it was like, oh yeah, all of a sudden now I'm gonna be empathetic. I was like, nah, I still F them on everything. And it took some time. It took some time for it to like seep in, soak in. You know, kind of like when you season your meat, you gotta let it marinate. And
Well,
then
I think what a lot of people do too is they compare the trauma. Well, you went through this, and I went through
I'm the
this.
Olympics.
Yeah, the trauma Olympics. Yeah, where they be fighting like, well, look, I probably don't want to go through what Kev went through, what Lala went through, but you all probably don't want to go through what I went through. But I can take your experience and embrace it and hear it out. And maybe I got something from it, because if I'm ever put in that situation, maybe I'll be like, man, I remember when Kev told me this, or I remember when Lala told me this, or Rachel also, oh, I remember them talking about this. Just because I didn't go through it doesn't mean I don't understand it. It's kind of like a married or a person who says, I don't have no kids. Well, you can't speak on having kids then. Why not? Why not?
Because you ain't got no kid. Let me stop playing. Go ahead. No,
I will say it's a little
But
bit
I'm gonna learn
different
something
though.
by somebody who told me like what it's like to have kids. Like
You will learn something, but until like that is one of those experiences that I don't think you can truly equate. And the reason being is I've seen people that were one way, right? You know what I mean? Like me, I can't do noise. I have audio sensitivity. Like it invokes like a physical reaction in my body. Like I don't control it. Like I don't even know how to explain like it. I can literally feel like different, like my body just like in chaos. But audio sensitivity, and I have like certain other things that I'm seeing people that were exactly like me, and they were like, oh yeah, I never get a kid and blah blah blah, and they get a child and it's completely different. And I can't say that I would be the same way or someone like them would be the same way, So I just think that that's one of those things where I'm not saying you can't speak on it, but the experience is different, right? It's
I was gonna say, I think you can always suggest something because people can think, right? A normal human can think, but there's a level to it that a person who does not have a child, whose main focus is just themselves, who can operate and move through life without someone literally being attached to you, is like, it's a totally different life experience.
correct. Because there's certain things that I don't understand. For example, right? I would like to say all children should be well behaved and they should behave accordingly when they're out in public. However, I've never been through the instance of raising a child that has autism or ADHD or any of those other things that are not neurotypical. So it would be very hypocritical of me to give that input and that advice, because that's not something.
It's not what it is that that when you're in that position and you're looking in on someone else, it's kind of like, okay, so I don't know if you guys know who C.S. Lewis is, but he's an author that writes about like experience with like Christianity or different things like that, right? He's a very famous author. He talks about, when we talk about things being good or bad, like trying to judge other people based on what we think is good or bad. And what he was saying is, as humans, as God is different because God has a clear standard that we are to follow. But as humans, we don't understand what it takes for a person to do something good. So if I was raised in a household where stealing was normal, where unaliving was normal, where whatever bad thing was normal, and I do not do that thing, I have done something more than a person who lived in a house that was taught those morals from the beginning. I've surpassed that, right? So it's the same thing when you're looking in on an experience. We don't know the full extent of it, especially if you've never experienced it. So it's almost imposing to speak on it freely.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like when it says, doing for others or doing for self of others. So because I'm doing for self, it doesn't mean that I give up on others. Like you were talking, Lala, like when you bring children into the world, not only do you have to do for self, you have to do for others too. So there's this harmony that has to come in because there's this new responsibility that you have for this life that you created. So doing for others, doing for self, can you do them both?
I will say though, the only thing I do comment on, which I don't verbalize, but you will get it from my looks, is I look at parents like when their child is literally clear as day saying attention, attention, and they're on the phone and they're more worried about the phone call than the child.
Wait, you have kids, person?
Is that all the time though?
I know. Okay.
But I don't care if I have kids or don't have kids. Like, this is the thing. There was a period in my time, a period in my life, I did not want kids. Like, I was like, no. And the reason being was I recognized that I was too selfish of a person to have kids. I wasn't ready to wake up at whatever time they might need or da-da-da-da. But I recognized that, right? And so I just, what that took? That took abstinence. That means I was not having schmecks. Like, zero possibility, baby. Like, hello? Don't suck to me. You bring something I do not want right now. But outside of that, I guess that's why, like, I do communicate those things in that way. It was like, did you not understand, like, when you brought this human here, that they are dependent on you for certain things, a lot of things, most things, right? So the sense of self, the sense of security, the sense of encouragement, the sense of being okay to be themselves, all of those are learned in childhood. And most people do learn it like when they're adults, but that's not really, to be honest, the correct way. That's things that we should be learning in childhood. And so when I see people that's just like, and I understand, like, we all get stressed out, we all get frustrated, your life may be hard, your life may be this or that, and sometimes we all need a sense of relief. But I truly believe that if you chose to have a child, which meant you chose to have sex, because I don't think a lot of people think the two are related, and it's like, no, it really is. You also chose that you're gonna have stressful days, but you're gonna have to woman up, man up, whatever. And you're just gonna have to recognize that my child needs me right now, right? And you're gonna have to navigate, and it is a very difficult situation to be in. I'm not dismissing that, where you're trying to have that common ground.
Oh my gosh, stop beating her up, Cap. Stop. All right, go ahead. Keep going, fam.
Wait, Kev was beating her up?
Don't beat her up. Stop. Are you okay?
No,
Are
help.
you okay?
Help.
Are you that man?
They were right. They were right.
Nada looked away for 1 second and kept on.
She's not a problem. She's just in
I think
trouble.
when we start
At least she gets to punch him and
Yeah, I was doing it. It's just, I think
punch him in
it's
person.
just spam.
Some of us have wanted to slap Kevin. We didn't get allowed to do that.
I just drop out and
I
come
tell you
back.
what,
I was
when
supposed
it
to
comes
be past you. You were at
when it
3-something.
comes to raising children,
I'm not
people have to realize being a
I've been
mom
past you. Actually,
is not all of who somebody is. So I'm a mother, but I'm also a woman and an individual, right? And so there are times when, and this is how we know as we start to raise children, there are times when actually when a child is begging for your attention that you don't give it to them is good
got a
for
white
them.
Nicky and a black Nicky.
Because what happens is when a mom or a parent or a teacher, whoever it is, feeds into every plea for attention, you breed a level of narcissism that is unhealthy for the child. So while you're absolutely right, there are times where people are being neglectful, and not when they're watching their children and stuff, and they're not paying attention, or they're not feeding them when they're supposed to, or whatever the situation is.
Right.
There are times when a parent is intentionally not engaging in the way the child is engaging with them, because a child needs to understand that everything in the world is not about me.
Exactly. And you're allowing them to build their own creativity and their own understanding. Autonomy.
Well, what the biggest thing is when it comes to this is what I'm saying. It's tough because once you have children, you start to see it. It's like, if you lose who you are because you're a mom, then you have lost balance in your life. So while it should change the things and buff out some corners and some bumps and some bad things about you, because it usually will, right? It also should help you understand and compartmentalize who you are versus what you do. So as a mama, yeah, I'm their parent and I love them dearly and I would do anything for them. The only thing I will not. This is the difference. You hear people say, "I'll die for my kids." I die for my kids. I unalive for my children. I'm not going to unalive for my children. I will live for my children so that they can mimic me.
Preach.
So they can follow their goals, right? So it's not about becoming nothing.
I'm glad you said that, because there was a live, we were talking about life and death, and I heard somebody say this to me as somebody who's kind of in and out of my life.
I unalive you for my children. That's a whole nother thing.
The unalive.
That's just what they mean, you know.
But you know what? You know what they said? They said, I want to go somewhere where I can be unalive. And I was like, why don't you want to go somewhere where you can live? You know, that living part is big. A lot of people, we live in it's the same thing when we talk biblical or religious or whatever. Everybody's in fear of being unalived rather than being more focused on living. So I'm glad you brought that up, Lala.
Okay, and I get that, and that's not where I was going with that.
No. I heard you, friend. I was just providing balance. I heard everything you were saying. Keep going. I'm not stopping you, but I was just saying I didn't think that's what you were saying.
No, I agree.
What I'm trying to say is, when we have situations where children are acting out in public and their parents are refusing to tend to the situation, and ignoring them and whatever, and it typically escalates, right? So children typically start small. Typically, we do have some kids that's just like all out the gate, just wow. But it typically starts small. And I've had this experience myself where I was in a grocery line, had my little buggy. I typically do 6 feet between me and whoever has their stuff on the item, right? So there's more than enough space. The child initially started like elevating their voice. The mom was still on the phone, like not even paying attention, not even recognizing that the child was whatever, right? So then like their stuff is like halfway up the conveyor belt, and I start to put my stuff up and whatever. The child starts to yell again. No reaction from the parent. No discipline. No, hey baby, can we use inside voice? We're almost out. I understand you're frustrated. It's been a long day. We can talk about it when we get to the car. Nothing. She's over there on the phone talking to her about some girl at her job that she dislikes and is frustrated, blah, 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 blah. The child's reaction is takes something out the buggy and literally like throws it at me. I don't look at the child because I don't hold that child accountable. I hold that parent accountable, and I look at her. Do you know what her response was? Her response was, when she saw my look, why you gotta look at me like that? You don't know me. I did not respond to her. I treated her like a child. I gave her silence. I will not reward your bad behavior, and you will not get a response out of me.
I think it goes back to we've had this conversation a million times. I know Lala and Alter and Kev, I know we've all spoken control and the inability that look, you couldn't control I don't know what it was like for that mom to go home with that child and what she's doing with that child, but how you reacted and you responded is showing self-control. You know, so it's like we can't control. A lot of people are out here trying to tell other people how to live, what to do, when to do it, and all that. So that self-control it always goes back down to self.
Oh no, I have self-control, but my thing is that's what I was trying to say about people that are dismissive to their child's feelings. So I'm not talking about the people that's like trying to teach their child to be independent and prepare them for the world and like all these other good things, right? I'm talking about like the parents that are truly neglectful to their child. And as children, they don't have the skill set yet to move about the world in an emotionally intelligent state, majority of them. And so they look to their parents for guidance. And when that's lacking, that needs correction. And I'm not talking about correction for the child. Ultimately, yes. But initially, I'm talking about the parent. Like, you need self-correction. There are a lot of people that are parents that do a lot of bad things. I could, like, name off a lot right now off the top of my head. The biggest one, women holding children against their baby dads because they were bitter about the relationship. Well, regardless of what relationship you had with that guy, that has nothing to do with your child. You need to take a back seat. And I'm not asking you to lose yourself, but I'm asking you for the betterment of the child that you created with this person, because this was consensual, to let that take a back seat. Don't emotionally traumatize that child because you get traumatized.
Why? Sorry. Sorry, my son's dramatic.
I mean, yeah. It's important that we know you're not wrong. If a child is being mistreated, your parents need to be held accountable. When we see people in the store now, of course, I don't know. I'm a different breed. I would say
I get on the kid and a parent, period. Okay.
So
the parent getting.
I just always have. I've always been somebody that steps in those moments. But because either way, the baby decided to throw something. I try to, like I said, I give grace on both sides. I understand. Like I have friends that didn't have any children, and so to a certain extent, I had to give them grace um, for how inconsiderate they could be to someone who has children. Like, let's go here, let's do this at the last minute, let's do this, let's eat this, let's go sit in this place, and I'm sitting there like, yo, I can't do that. Just leave your kid with a babysitter. Just do this, just do that. And to a certain extent, my friends who didn't have children to be inconsiderate, whereas like my friends who did have children could maybe not make the best choices all the time, but it's kind of like what Ultra said, like these are moments that we're viewing when we're in public, just moments. So I try my best not to make a rash judgment. However, and babies do what they want to do, especially when you're talking about throwing stuff. I'm telling you right now, I can't tell you how many times I had to pop my little daughter because she
That was not very. That child was at least 5, and if not, I don't know what they feed in that child.
That's what I'm saying. I can't tell you how many times I'm not kidding. Once my son has been 5 before. Children are just some children are very unpredictable. It doesn't always have to be because of their upbringing. You have people who are raised in the same home with the same parents with the same upbringing and turn out to be 2 totally different people. Because there's a big part of it that's the nurture part, what the parents do. Another part of it is just it's innate, it's their nature, it's their natural temperament. Which is why one form of parenting doesn't work on every single child and they could be all in the same family. Like my son, all I had to do was raise my voice and he would start crying. My daughter is a gangster, okay? She don't care nothing about me yelling. I gotta pop her behind for her to even take me seriously. So I totally get what you're saying when it comes to certain things. Yes, parents have to be held accountable. Mothers have to be held accountable. And once you have a child, you're 100% responsible for that child. That's your job. But I also try not to jump to rash judgments when I'm seeing stuff like that because I'm not entirely sure. Hi, John. I'm not entirely sure what the whole scope of the situation is. Sorry. Go ahead, Alton. Sorry.
All I said was ignoring you. If I seen it, she had her own cute,
Right.
Cute, what is it called? Teacup. I see the album with it, baby.
Oh, so you're off mute like you got something to say.
Can you hear me?
Me.
Are you saying things?
Y'all can hear me?
Are you saying things? Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh my god. This thing messed up again. Maybe that new phone.
Really?
Happen to be there.
Wait, I don't understand. I can't hear anything.
Yeah, me either.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, that was open.
Okay, so I understand that, but I really do think that also too, some people with children are inconsiderate because of the fact that I'm gonna say this. I don't know who's gonna take it. However, to be honest with you, I don't care. But
I got a question real quick. Why people do that?
Right.
Why do y'all do that? Like, if you guys have
feel me?
Like, is that like a prerequisite of like to say like if you come for me, like I don't give it. Like, because
if
you about that life, you don't care who's. I'm gonna say what I said. Period.
I can't hear anything. Let me go.
Lala, how about you go down and come back up? Because I swear, if it's my fault, be pissed. Because I literally just got this thing.
Because it's like a pre-warning. It's like a pre-warning. It's like a warning, just like you do with any other disclosure. I can't talk about why other people do it. I know why I do it. I know the profession I work in. And so it's just natural for me to do that because it's a part of majority of my life.
To give a warning.
Yeah, so it's like a disclosure.
Well, see, it's like a disclosure in what kind of way?
And letting you, and not you, but letting people know that what I'm about to say may not be friendly, but it's my truth.
But are you saying it in a way like to, hey, like don't get offended by what I'm saying, or are you just saying, hey, I'm about to say this, and if you feel this type of way, I don't really care? That's what you're saying, right? Is that one?
Yeah, the latter. I don't really care.
Okay, because you were saying professional wise.
Yeah, like if you get offended, I can't control how other people feel. So I could never tell somebody don't get offended because that's me dismissing their own personal feelings, right?
Well, by you saying I don't care though is also right.
No, it's not dismissive. It's me acknowledging that you feel the way you feel. I
You
did
don't
not
care.
dismiss your feeling. What I'm trying to tell you is that I don't care about your feeling. You're talking to the wrong person if you want me to care about your feeling. I already told you I don't care.
So you're just letting them know, hey, before you think I care, I don't. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
I can't. Look, I'm gonna say, okay, I got you.
Yeah, but what I have found is that today more than ever, it has been more prevalent where I do believe a lot of people that are parents feel like society is to be responsible for their children, which is inaccurate. And that's where that conflict comes from with me about like giving grace, right? If you know that your child is difficult and you choose to take your child out in public, because this is a choice, you cannot put the burden then on the general public to be understanding and do all these things while you yourself is doing extracurricular activities. Because typically when we know that someone needs special attention, even outside of children, right? So it goes to FMLA, it goes to people with disabilities, it goes to a lot of different things. When we recognize that a certain individual may need additional care and attention, what do? We allow that space and that capacity to have extra care and attention.
Wait, I'm confused. Are you saying it in a sense of you know your child off the chain, don't bring him in public because and like can irritate everybody else? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that, but you should be ready to address certain things when it happens in that moment.
What do you mean, like address it?
I don't understand the question.
So okay, because you're saying if you bring your child out and this is what I think you're saying. So if you're not, then let me know. You're saying if you know your child is difficult, why bring them out in public without having like that's where I'm stuck at. Like why bring them out in public and then what?
No, what I was saying is if you know your child is difficult and needs extra attention, what that means is you can't take phone calls. You know you can't because you know you need your undivided attention to be on your child, because while you do have a right to bring your child out in public, you don't have a right for the public to react in a negative way when they violate the public's right to peace.
So when you said and you're saying like a difficult child, you know any child can be difficult at any time, right? So what do you mean by self or look and turn around and talk to the cashier and because that child picks up something through it in that moment, like what do you because that child picks up something through it in that moment, like what do you because I'm just trying to understand like the perfection of what you think a parent is. I'm just trying to understand that. Because that's saying, hey, in every moment, you better be on it. Like, yeah, you should always be making sure you're attending to your kid, making sure you're seeing what's going on. But if she turns around and do something, does that mean that she just shouldn't be in public because her child has the ability to do something that may be offensive to someone else? It's a child.
So if you know your child is that difficult and you have not...
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I just said is at any time a child can be difficult, even if they're a good kid, like people may categorize them as. At any time a child can react in a way that you do not expect. That's what I'm saying. So how do you expect them to respond to that?
I don't know if I agree with that logic, so I have a hard time answering your question. Because I do think that kids that are raised with discipline, it's very uncommon, statistical wise, that they behave in spontaneous ways that warrants those outbursts. So I really don't.
So you're deciding to say that you know how a kid responds regardless of any other way that you want to see it. And that's fine. I just wanted to see what your point was on that. But I'm listening.
This is child psychology. Like, I don't really, again, understand the question.
Because what I'm saying is a kid is a kid. You understand that? A child is a child, right? That means just because your child may or may not act out all the time and they decide to get upset or whatever, yeah, I mean, you should know what little things happen that your kid may do, all that kind of thing. Or if I ignore him more than 3 times, he may do this or he may not. Like, I'm just trying to see what you mean. Like, even with your psychology concept, regardless of the fact, a kid can decide to react because they're still learning how to listen. This one lady who's swerving down, she has the best kid in the world. Oh, she never acts out. That's why she wouldn't believe me. She wouldn't believe that her kid did what she did. Why? My kid doesn't do that. But guess what? That day she did. So explain that. Go ahead.
I will tell you that there probably were signs, more than likely, according to statistics, that told her that this behavior would have been predictable in the future. Like, you're asking me to address, like, a very minute population of children. Like, I don't understand. But I do get what you're saying, though, that children are random and can be random, if that's what you're saying.
What I'm saying is a child is a child. That's what I'm saying. I can't say it any other way. A child is a child.
And a misbehaved child is a misbehaved child, and a bad parent is still a bad parent.
Okay, well, if you want, I mean, is your parents bad because you misbehave? Like, what are you trying to say? Like, are you serious right now? Were you a perfect child? Were your parents horrible parents because you acted out? Like, come on.
I acted out in public.
Girl, please. Okay, you know your whole life?
I do know my whole life.
Oh, that's insane. What kind of, how many racks?
But hold on, let me just. Yeah, listen. A healthy child will push boundaries. They're supposed to do that. That's part of being a child. Is they're going to push boundaries. So if you were always well behaved in public, then like I wonder about that. Because you should be pushing boundaries at certain ages. I mean, am I missing something? I mean, I know a little bit about the children.
I'm confused.
Yeah, so that's weird. And I mean, all respect, but I don't know what statistics you're talking about. You keep
This is
saying
why
the
this is
word.
why I don't like when people just get stuck on book knowledge and they have no physical experience. This is what people talk about like this because y'all so stuck on what you know by pages, which is great information.
So,
But go out there in the field and understand what actually happens.
I hate to ask, but do you have children?
Oh, you want to know if I have children? Well, that's irrelevant. I'll address the
No,
first.
it's not. It's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant.
I'll address the first question.
It's
Very concerning about me being behaved as a child. That just meant I understood that my actions had repercussions, and my actions impacted other people outside of myself.
Right.
So I would say that
Do you have you raised? Have you
finished. I was not finished.
have you? Yeah, you
I
have
was
finished.
not finished.
Kev, you have your thing on Max.
Kind of finished. You're kind of finished. Do you have children? It is relevant. Oh, I'm sorry, Kev. They didn't mean to kick her out. Alter, do you have children?
I don't know what happened. Did she leave?
I muted her and she left. But I mean, I get it though. Like, I don't know. I wish you would have answered my question because it was relevant. I mean, I get it. Like, if you're just reading books or thinking about things like in an academic fashion, you can come to conclusions like that. But like when you have a little one of your own, you know that's an autonomous being that is testing you, and it's supposed to test you. It's healthy to do that.
They will. This is. I'm telling you.
They have to. They're supposed to.
They're going to. Like you can't even. Like trust me. I understand.
But it's all. I don't want the point to be lost. It's also a sign of a healthy child that they do that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, here's the thing, and now I can hear. I couldn't hear before. That's why I couldn't come up and try to deflate my best friend. But I'm just saying, like, here's what I was saying was that, you know, the reason I was making the point I was making is because when we see a child behaving a certain way, it's very easy to make a snap and rash judgment about their behavior and say, well, it has to be the parenting, it has to be this, it has to be that. But the reality is, like exactly like what you said, Bert, they're still a human having a human experience. And so until they see, well, if I ask my mom, for instance, if I say, mom, 10 times and she don't respond, I don't feel like it's working, I'm gonna scream mom at the top of my lungs, and I hope she answers. You know what I'm saying? Can y'all still hear me, by the way? Because I don't know, this thing is
Yeah, I can
crazy.
hear you.
We can hear
So
you.
I'm gonna.
No, I
All
can't
right.
hear you.
Well, I'm just gonna let me stop. Okay, so no, so he gonna scream, mom. He might throw something, and then he got to find out that that's a bad decision, right? Hereafter, okay, that didn't go the way I thought it was gonna go. Like, they have to work that out, and here is the difference. And I say this all the time. And Alter, you know, I used to have that live about people who don't want children. I used to feel some type of way about that because I always think something is going on. Women in particular, I always thought something was going on, and internally, because I'm just like, why you don't want kids? Like, that's strange to me. And when you tell me, and then when you back it up, it's not just person. My sister says this. She'll say, like, I don't want children because I'm selfish. And I'll say, and you think that's a good thing to hold on to? Or, like, what?
I mean, it can mean
How
you're
should
not
it
ready.
read?
It can mean you're not ready, and that's go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah. It could be that you're not ready, but saying I don't want kids because I would like to remain selfish is insane. Like, to me, at my house. You know, so
Think
just like,
about
when
now. Think
I see
about
other
raising.
children, I see this small human that's been here max 3 years, max 5 years, been alive, been breathing for 3 to 5 years. They still trying to figure out how to walk good and make sure the food make it to their mouth and not on the floor. So when I find it very odd to get so upset at them acting like someone who's only been alive 5 years.
Well, it's not even that. It's the fact how a person. That's crazy, but how a person can.
It's a good TikTok name. It's a
It
good TikTok name.
is, but I was really just.
That's fly.
I mean, it's interesting how a person can come outside of that and tell a parent how terrible they are because your child, who may react in a different way, is a horrible parent for not noticing in that moment. Like, that's crazy to me.
And I wanted to ask her, I hate that my phone was working, because I wanted to ask her what her metric for a good parent was.
It would have been, yeah. It would have been a good question. I got to
Yeah.
tell you, man. Before I just had my little one kid, but like if you would have asked me a couple of years before I had my kid, I'd have sounded a lot like her. Like, as far as
Yeah.
like, man, you're badass kids, and I mean, and
Yes.
so
Sure.
the idea that whether or not you have ever raised a child is relevant is weird to me. Like, how is that not a relevant question? I normally wouldn't ask it, but in this discussion, it's relevant.
It's very
It's
relevant.
very relevant, and it's not to say I'm going to dismiss everything you say, but what
Right.
it does is to say it's almost like I need you to realize how you may not have all the answers
You ain't got
just
the answer, Sway.
because you have read something, just because you have read it and you not have physically done it and know what it looks like. I know some amazing people who in their children, they just like, oh my God, like, I don't know how to get her to calm down. Like, they're doing everything. They all in their face. They ain't watch they tail. Okay, they so focused on this.
Right.
So, but they can't get their child to act right. So please dismiss me with that energy of to say, well, and trust me, let me tell you this too, Kev. I promise you I don't dislike her. I hope she don't think I do either. But when it comes to points, I don't care. I'm saying what I'm saying. Like, that's just what I'm saying. Like, I don't have, like, I really don't have an issue with her. I'm just speaking on the point exactly.
Well, let her know that my
That's why I
muting her
said.
wasn't personal, but that's just how I
Yeah,
feel.
no, like it's the point of it. Yeah, we just I'm speaking on the concept. That's what I'm attacking. However, though, if you're gonna put yourself in it, then we're gonna wonder if you're making this a personal point. Now, do you have children to back that up to really know that what you read is always true to every situation? Because trust me, everybody who's a doctor and all these different things, you are practicing this. You are practicing that. Why? Because something new can come about that you didn't write down in your book, and you learn, oh, this is that. So yeah, there are things you can study. There are things you can learn to help navigate your children and how they act, how they react. And then when she made the point of like difficult kid, That's why I saying that's why I'm glad Bert brought that up.
Yeah, the way she was talking
A healthy
about it was a
child is
little bit
difficult. What do you
callous.
mean?
Yeah. The smartest ones and the healthiest ones are difficult. Absolutely.
That's why I said,
Yes,
see,
Lord.
that's what I'm saying. That's why I made that point to her. This woman swore up and down her smart, intelligent kid because she know her ABCs, because she know how to do this and do that. She can talk you out of this and she can act like she's 15. However, she ain't got no control. When you tell her to do something she don't want to do it, she acts a whole total fool. Now, mind you, her parent might know that. So that's why I said some parents may know different things. However, you're still learning what can trigger them, what'll make them act the fool, what'll make whatever.
You're still learning. They're still learning.
Y'all are learning each other. They're learning themselves. They're just like Bert said. They're also testing the waters purposefully.
On purpose. Listen.
They say if I act like this, is she gonna give it to me?
Oh, I'm
right,
sorry,
right. They're saying that in the store. I'm just saying if they doing that in the store, they're saying if I just throw myself on the floor, maybe she'll give
It
it to
works.
me.
They think it'll work, right? If it doesn't work, they learn they learn how effective the boundary is. But like,
right.
It does work sometimes, so they try it. You know, and until listen, check this out. Until you have been fully manipulated by a little girl who's been on this earth about, just a matter of weeks, like manipulating you into which room you go into, whether you pick her up or not, whether you can eat your dinner in peace, like this, and you realize you're being totally manipulated with fake tears, fake crying, bruh. They do it at the womb. They're testing you.
Yes, that's out the womb. They
Yeah,
already
my
testing.
daughter,
And the
my
girls
daughter
are
was
worse.
doing that earlier to her poor daddy. She was like, "Daddy, I just wanted to hug you." He was like, "Okay, baby." I said, "You a sucker." Don't you fall for that.
But that you can go in that I can go in that conversation all day because trust me, like Bert said before I had children, I was like, dang boy, y'all can't get him to shut up. What?
What's wrong with y'all parenting? What's wrong with that kid?
Oh my God, like geez, like stop coming back and babying him. And although I agree and still believe that. But that's why you still, because that's why I'm not like completely against what she's saying. I just don't like the brick wall about it. Like, wait a minute, it's not just a that situation when it comes to that. Parents have no idea what they're getting themselves in when they make these babies creatures. Okay, you don't realize what DNA did what. Okay, like where you doing that?
They little demons.
I was like, boy, you gotta pray over there real quick because what is happening right now? You can. I know some very patient. I mean, some of these mothers are like, again, let's say just fake it. They're like real, just gentle people, and like their kids just little monsters. I said, don't worry about it. I said, I'm gonna get them together today. I got you. And sometimes you do better with other kids. Your kids can act a fool with you. You can get other kids to shut it up real quick. If kids are just something else, and you gotta roll with the punches. And learn.
And the question is, this is why I said before. Remember, I said you got beef with a baby is crazy. Like this with a baby is crazy. Like this is a baby. This baby don't know what's going on. I'm gonna tell you right now, they don't know what's happening. They know they want cookies, and somebody said no.
And see, but this
am I gonna spank you where you embarrass me? Now, if you embarrassing me, I'm gonna embarrass you exactly where you embarrass me. Now that's gonna happen. But we have to go through this process because you have to learn that lesson.
And that's the thing.
Because if I throw myself out in the store, she gonna beat me in the store. Absolutely.
Hey, listen. I knew I had been outsmarted by a child. I took my daughter out, right, and she had been misbehaving like that week. She'd been like having a rough week. I took her out, and I said what parents often say. She was being good. She was being so sweet, and I said to her, "Now listen, you gonna mind yourself while you out here with me." And she looked at me with the sweetest eyes and said, "If I'm good, do I get an ice cream?" I didn't realize what she had done until I bought her the ice cream. Like, what?
That means she never walked up on my daughter and she'd be like, "All right, Jess, I'm sorry." I'm like, "Yeah, exactly. Sit down." It's just, I don't know.
I think kids are very smart though, but you still learning.
I just think it's patience. I think it's the love of God. I think it's the grace of God. I'm telling you, a lot of it only comes once you're looking at your own face on a very small being. And they're like, "Hey, I'm hungry. Hey, mommy, I can't sleep. I need you to hold me. I can't walk. I need you to carry me." Like, does that make sense? Like, it changes everything.
Yeah. The best thing I did, like I'm not qualified to do this, but if I were given like, people parenting lessons, the best thing I ever did was learn the language, right? Like what the different cries mean. Because once you
Oh
know
yeah,
what the crying
yeah.
means, all it is communication. They don't have the words. But like, oh, she's just tired, and you know that.
They got
Put it
that
right there,
crying,
no
yeah.
problem. You know,
I saw the crying language thing. That was
you know what I
kind of
mean?
cool.
The tired language. I mean, tired crying.
Yeah, it's an entire language. And once you understand it, you give them what, and they're not asking you for things like when they're really little. They're not asking you for things that they want. They're asking you for things that their body needs, right? So you know, oh, she needs a little snack, you know, or whatever, and then the crying goes away. And by the way, the stress goes down too because the baby is like, oh, I can actually communicate with you about my needs, and it's not a big deal anymore.
This is why baby sign is such a great thing to teach your children, because once your children can sign to you, then it's beautiful.
Yeah,
I used to teach them that. I used to teach a little class because that used to. That is a real.
It's a lifesaver because it brings their frustration down. It brings your frustration down.
I mean, think about it. They tired of nagging you too. God dang! I said I want some milk. How many ways I gotta tell you I need some goddamn milk? Dude, I'm over here patting your legs. I'm hoping you would think I need some.
No, girl. Because tell me why my cousin. I'm sorry, my baby cousin. He had a speech impediment. It's not funny. But I used to laugh. It's not funny though. He had a speech impediment, and when he would say it a couple times, and no one could understand him.
Poor baby.
And then he would legitimately go and throw his arms up and just leave, and stop talking to all of them.
It's like I'm sick. Oh my! And that's the thing. Like they over here frustrated. Like they trying to figure it out, and you over here frustrated because you don't know. It's frustrating. So like it's so good to teach them what you can to get them at least to the point of them being able to express their need, and you can respond to to their needs.
Yes.
And then move from there. But it's like that's called.
Even when she was saying like her situation and she was ignoring the baby on the phone, like I'm sorry, but if she was on the phone, how do you know how important the call was or what?
I swear I was like, wait, because we didn't get there. I had to get to the other part, but that was gonna be another point. Because like, so that means like if you're out, you can't even pick up the phone. Like, what if you have other kids? They're like, hey mom, you left me at the house. Okay, where's the food? Like
you forgot me in the car.
And you had to take Johnny with you because Johnny was going to act the fool at the house. And can't leave. He's too little to stay at the house. Like so, like y'all have. This is why I'm saying reality in the book. Y'all gotta learn how to marry those two together and get. This is why some people who never dealt with kids had children or didn't know anything about the physical.
Yeah, I'll even listen to somebody who's dealt with children.
I can't really teach you. I can't give you a real game plan.
Yeah, no.
How can I give you a game plan? Because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be pissed because. Yeah, you sound smart, but I can't take nothing you said to home because my child don't give a crap about what you said. If
I'll be like,
just stand there and look at them. Okay, like they're like whatever. Like
that's all you can say. You're like, hey, this is advice, but just to be clear, always it depends on the child. Like we have to say it every time. Just to be clear.
I used to tell my wife, man, like I used to say I like to treat my daughter like she's a little full grown person with special needs.
Them smart ones, that's what it be like. Look, my little special needs though.
But you really got
smart like that.
No, like special needs, like she's smart. She just don't talk real good and communicate. You know what I mean? She struggles with words and self control, but she's smart. Like this special needs, like Down syndrome or something like that. I'm sorry, TikTok. I don't mean it in a bad way. I'm just.
This man
some of the nicest people in the world got the syndrome. Seriously.
They are the sweetest, actually, though. Oh my god, it's I remember this one girl.
That's one little boy I saw. He was beating that lady up. You hear me? He was
they probably no telling. But
nah, she really is a nice lady. He was just like she tried to take his electronics and it got rough.
Listen, the people with that particular syndrome, them boys, big boy.
They are. Y'all ain't never seen them videos where they be grabbing their mama by the face and stuff?
I've been seeing some videos. Like some of these people, I'm just like, I'm not even gonna follow you because I don't want to see the next video of, oh man, I wish people would have been more sensitive to the fact that she was by herself. This was a strong kid because like I'm thinking something's gonna happen to these parents because they keep showing these videos of the boy just knocking her all across the face.
Yes,
and I'm like, and he grabbing her up because he didn't give her that pancake that he wanted. Like, bro, I'm about to knock. I'm telling you, you can't. Lord knew, don't do nothing like that.
Heart, every time they grab them like that, my heart drops because they're so much bigger than their mom, and I'm like, oh Jesus.
Because what you not gonna do, we gonna no. That's why. But
I do have a lady who worked with me who said that her son is autistic. But she said that is something that's commonly miscommunicated to people is that they like as if they cannot be disciplined. and they
Uh,
can.
Absolutely. I
Oh
work with
yeah.
them. They when we talk like with our kids like that, like you have to,
Mm-hmm.
regardless of what they say about your child, and when I used to work with children all the time as well, that is not how you treat them, because they
Yeah.
can learn so
Mm-hmm.
much. That has
Mm-hmm.
nothing to do with their ability to learn. Nothing.
Yep.
Now, how
Yep.
they learn,
Yo, check this.
how you're patient with them, how you deal with certain things. Yes, I may not expect you to do this or know this right away at the whatever case is, but you can absolutely. You should be able to go potty. You can go. You can learn how to eat by yourself. All these different things you should be able to be doing, regardless
Mm-hmm.
of the stigma. Go ahead.
So check this out, man. I was in a waiting room, man, like for at the doctor's office, man, and there was this dude in
Stop
there.
there, because he already laughing. He better not say nothing crazy. Go ahead.
I'm just telling you the story. Y'all can laugh if you want. I'm not just telling you the story.
He
True
says
to
not on
life.
me.
This is what happened. So I'm sitting there, and this dude is like, see, he like it's a crowded room, right? So he's like sitting like two chairs, like one chair, like one space between us. He's sitting over there, right? And he had this is the true story. I just was looking down because I had my earbuds in, so I was looking down, and he had like his feet were like huge. This part of the story. I wasn't really paying attention to him as a person. I just looked down and saw his feet were like Shaquille O'Neal size. It was like weird, right? And this little lady was sitting next to him. That was his mom, I guess. Later on, I figured out that was his mom. But I saw this big old feet, and I looked at him, and I could tell by looking at him that he had some special needs going on, right? So I ain't say nothing to him. I addressed his mom, and I said, man, he got some big old feet, And she's like, yeah, he's a big boy. And I just looked back down, and continued to listen to my music. Wasn't paying attention, right? Evidently, he got triggered by something. I don't know what his issue was. He stood up and started. He stood up and started on a rampage, right? I heard it, but I'm looking down because I don't want to make eye contact. I'm just looking down because I'm like,
I want to be negative.
listen. I'm like, they gonna call security. What's something gonna happen? I'm just gonna look down and just act like I don't care, right? So eventually, I looked up and I looked over. I saw his feet. And I looked my eyes all over. That man was standing 6'8", man, 6'8" and big and fat. Like, and I thought to myself, man, I'm 6 foot tall myself. I'm not a small dude, but I'm like, because this is how dudes think. I'm like, man, he was on a rampage. He was snatching people's phones from them and throwing them across the room. He was serious.
Oh my goodness.
And I looked at that man and I said, and mind you, he's like 30 years old, right?
Yeah.
So I look at this man and I'm like, oh shit. I don't think I could take him. I don't think I can do anything with this dude. Because he's just too big and too bad.
Yes.
Right?
They
So I
be
stayed
big,
quiet.
man.
I
I'm
stayed in
like,
my
ooh.
seat. Let me tell you, man, that I'm sitting in my mind, right? In my military mind, I'm like, certainly. And by the way, the mother, when he did that, the mother ran away. So I'm sitting in there. She runs away, screaming for security. And I'm sitting there like, well, damn, security come in here and settle it. I'm gonna keep my earbuds in. The music wasn't even on. I just had the music wasn't even on. I just had the earbuds in, so he would think I was. So I had the earbuds in, and I'm like, security gonna come in here. They gonna handle it. I'm just gonna stand here and look down and mind my business, so he don't look at me as a target, and I don't have to I ain't fighting this. This dude was 600 pounds. You don't understand how big this dude was. But I'm sitting there like, I ain't got the energy for this, And I'm like, so I'm sitting there. I'm just here for my little doctor's appointment, man. I ain't trying to mess with this. And so he's going on this rampage, snatching phones, throwing them across the room, broke like 3 or 4 phones, or just people sitting there, just other people, just random people, right? The mother leaves the room. Everybody leaves the room except for Bert. Bert stays. Bert stays in his seat, right? Stays in his seat. The whole room clears, and I look up, and it's just me and this dude, and he's walking around the room going, breathing hard, like he's mad. Like he turned his head around the room going, breathing hard, like he's mad. Like he turned his head on me, man. And I'm just like, I'm not making eye contact. I'm just like, and after a while, this little lady opens the door, like back to where the officers are. She looks back, she points at me, she says, come on. So I get up and I go back there, and I tell her, I said, where the hell is security? And she's like, well, security don't need to come because we got it handled. I said, how you got it handled? Like, anyway. Yeah, dude.
They don't have it handled.
Yeah,
That's
dude
crazy.
was big, man.
That's what I'm saying. They be
I don't even know why I told this
marrying
story.
their mamas and stuff.
Yeah.
It be scary.
Oh, yeah, that's why I was telling it, because even the mama was scared.
Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah, that's why I was telling it.
And then I always feel bad because one mom was like crying about it because she was saying like she's eventually gonna have to send him to like a center or special like housing for him because she's just not safe by herself with him. And I was like, I can't imagine. That is so tough as a mom that he's gone, like that he's so far gone or not as far developed that you can't do anything for him.
Well,
That's scary.
the mom needs to know to be on the phone anyway, regardless if they're outside.
Right? Who cares? If the mom was on the phone, then it wouldn't be the problem.
But I just, I don't know. It's
No,
just
I
when
started
people.
I started to feel the heat waves. I was like, oh Jesus, somebody let me up quick.
I was like, girl, please. I have no respect for person, okay? Because look, when it comes to the point, it's on the point. Because I don't know. To me, when it comes to stuff like, you just have this idea. Not even just that. It's when people speak on stuff and act like they're 100% correct, and you know really nothing that you're saying. That irritates me. And then it's the pride in that.
Did she end up saying that she she wasn't acting up as a child?
Yeah, and then what?
I was trying to come out.
Like, let's be all the way for real when you're saying what you're saying. That's just crazy. But again, I can't help you for your feelings or however you feel about what I said. That's the point, right? Oh, okay.
My sister tried to tell me that, but I was like, oh, I was right there. Like, what are you talking about? She was like, because I was not a problem kid. I'm like, what?
Sorry, Kev.
What world do you? Yeah, sorry, Kev.
Nope.
Don't come back down. Let me tell you though, Kev is the type of person he'll see two girls in the alley fighting. Oh well, they know what they're doing. They two women. It's like, cause we didn't even say nothing. I'm sick of it.
No, sorry, Rachel. Sorry, Kev.
He said, "Do y'all?"
Sorry, Rachel.
Look, this is the thing though. When you step in Kev's like arena space, like you gotta know it's gonna be what it is. We're gonna be all right in the end.
Dang, she left because she could. Why she leave though? I ain't think you said that.
She left because I knew.
Rachel, we're sorry.
Good night.
What did she say?
Say go to bed.
Oh, I thought you said good night. My bad.
No, we said we're sorry.
Oh, sorry, child. Man, we was on mute having our own little TikTok live.
Yo,
that's so funny. They're like, I don't care. We stay having these debates, sure.
He said, why over there talking? Let me tell you a couple things.
Why they talk about don't you ever act like her? And if we do got kids in the grocery store, don't you pick up your phone one time? I don't care who calls.
Oh, so you feel like that too when it comes to the public?
Kids, don't you talk to nobody.
Hey, Kev, I bet the mute button don't work over there.
Because you really can't see for real. Because all of a sudden we can't see y'all, to be honest.
Has there been a time when you want to mute me?
I want to mute you.
Yeah.
What type of trick question is this? I ain't about to be.
He said, "Hey, don't let TikTok do this."
I'll be put out my own house. Like, how the heck this happened? I'm like, I'm sorry, baby.
Well, now Alter the made person mad at us.
No, because I went on what she said. Whatever I say, I don't care if see. This is the thing.
She did say that. She did say it.
She said that. So that means now you have to understand the reflection behind that. Now we have to do the same thing. If you got big draws when you speak, you have big draws when I respond. That's all. I thought that's how that went.
My mama say you big enough to get hit back.
Hey, nobody tell you over here wearing thongs and making me wear a big draw. That's your fault.
All up the butt.
That's your fault. Because I promise you, I can talk to her tomorrow and be just fine. But when it comes to what we talking about, we talk about what we talking about, and that's just what that is. That's all.
That girl said, she said, "You ever acted up when you were a child?" No. Oh, okay, because I'm not about to do this with you.
Wow. Because what? Please stop playing with me like this. That's crazy. Like you being all the way for real too.
Yeah, when I heard that, I had to come up, man, because that was weird.
Because that was crazy. I didn't do anything as a kid.
because that was weird.
Because that was crazy. I didn't do anything as a kid. I didn't do anything wrong. And I said, no, that's what she said. I said, so you know your whole life? Yes. Girl, okay, you know what? I'm done. How many diaper rash you had? What happened? How many times you threw your bottle?
Please.
I mean, like, please. How many times you threw the food? Or you never threw the food on the floor? That you need to be in somebody's Guinness book at this point. I ain't want to talk to you.
Yeah, Guinness Book of World Records, because I don't know one baby that don't act.
Because you was
act
perfect.
like
what?
My
But it's
baby
always
treat me
something
like,
to that.
like her little B words. I'm the cookie getting bee. I'm the drink washing bee. I'm the clothes wash. I'm the butt wiping bee. That's my job in this house. That's all
But
I
I'm
do.
sorry. I'm still talking about your friend. I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute.
Okay, friend. Oh, Jesus. I was trying to run up here just to say, I just want you to know I was trying to run up here. But my phone.
Be quiet. I'm trying to run up.
But my phone.
So I was trying to run up here.
I was trying to run up there.
I bet she like,
ran for my life, Jesus.
She over there talking. I have never been treated this way at a pet in my life. Sorry. But Kev, remember what's her name left and she never came back either? I'm telling y'all gotta have strong feeling. Y'all gotta have strong strength on over here because you never know.
Wait, what happened? I hope Jane and Mira worked it out.
No, I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about what's her name. She never came back.
Who?
Kev know what I'm talking about. They never came back.
I don't know.
I'll be back in a minute. We just doing a part 2 real quick. I'll be back.
Oh, whoa!
A part 2 is crazy word.
I'm calling the cops.
I'm calling the cops. Get off of her. Get off of her.
Get off of her right now. I'm gonna be a kid. Get off of my mommy.
Get off of my mommy. Like, she can't even come save her friend. She over there. I'm sorry, in the middle of something. Talking right now.
Please, because I can't breathe.
Where were you? That's
Hey, the sisterhood kind of failed person, man. They just like,
Oh my God. Low bird, wait.
yo, y'all all like best friends and everything, but you just left her out there, man. Also was going in.
Yo, bro, I was like, bro, sisterhood ain't nothing. Cause I was like, I ain't gonna lie,
Listen. The sisterhood only works until one of the sisters gets a man, and then it's over.
That's what I'm saying. She could think all
That's
day.
why y'all
like,
already gotta come in with men. You
gotta
can't get
come with your person. That's why I was trying to make that already. That's what I was trying to say earlier. I was like, okay, it's all cool until she over there with her man. It's like, yeah, bye. I see you on one of these weekends. That's what I was saying. I get you in when I get you in. I'm with my man. So yeah, y'all kiss for all day. It's just what it is.
That was fun. I was like, girl, when I say I was down here having a conniption, like, please, I can't
I'm like,
stop
wow,
down here.
Please come be
The next step was to just mute you in the middle of what you were saying.
No, you probably should have. Like, since I came up, let me help you. Okay, thank you, please. Because that's why I was like, where's Kev? Kev usually comes in, but whatever. I'm gonna keep talking then. Because I'm like, I felt it right. I'm like, what?
I'm just gonna keep talking.
I forget who people are. That's my problem, but I'm sorry, but it's just what it is.
Listen, let me tell you something, man. So my daughter was crying about something. And I said, I said to her, you act like this is an emergency. That's what I said in my best Bert voice. I said, you act like this is an emergency. And she said, it is an emergency. You know she dialed 911 on me, right?
That's funny.
Yeah, she dialed 911 on me. I was talking to a cop for an hour over that.
An hour.
Over some extra dessert.
Yeah, it's an emergency. That makes sense to me.
Yo, that is crazy. Not the cop saying, well, sir, you understand that when your daughter does ask
I had to bring her to the door. I had to wake her up and bring her to the door.
Tell this man that you sleeping well. You all right?
Mm-hmm.
Tell that's worse. Tell him right now you're happy. I'm happy.
Tell him right now you got that ice cream. Remember?
That's kind of how it was because her mom was standing behind her like, you better say the right thing.
Right. It just made it worse. Oh man, that's funny. It made it worse. You better tell him ain't nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong.
Tell this nice man that you did it on an accident. You did it on an accident. Okay, now get on. All right, so you have a good night. Somebody get a APA on this child.
Real quick, we're gonna stay here all night just in
We're
case.
gonna stay here and just keep an eye. See if the daughter ever comes out again. But just because the man had a deep voice, we're gonna just sit here and stay
Man,
out.
the situations our kids get. Girl, let me tell you something. I was in a grocery store.
It didn't help that I came to the door mad as hell that the police were
Oh
there.
my
Like, so I had a whole attitude.
Golly. Not you had a right to.
I said, y'all ain't got nothing fucking better to do.
Yo, I'm done. Then to come to a
I know it's something wrong with that girl in there. No, I was literally okay, y'all. This is what I'm saying. Kids get you into crazy situations. I was in a grocery store and there was this grown man. He was a little chunky. I ain't gonna hold you. He was on us. He had a guys just
was he
start.
chunky or chunky? Which one?
He was chunky, and he was on the shopping cart, and he had a full red jumpsuit on and a red hat. Now you already know where this is going. And he had a white beard. So I want y'all to know he knew that he looked like Santa. This is not my fault. But immediately he didn't even seem like he was playing, and that was what made it worse because he didn't seem jolly or happy at all. He seemed like an angry person. And my daughter immediately goes, "Mommy, it's Santa right there." And I'm like, please stop. She's like, "No, it's Santa right there. I see him." And I'm like, oh God. It's so embarrassing. And I'm like, "I'm sorry, sir." He did not laugh. He did not smile. He looked very offended by the fact that my daughter called him Santa. And I was just like, "Please, I'm sorry."
So my stepdaughter's a lot older. Is my stepdaughter's a grown woman, and so she called herself. Well, I ain't gonna say it that way. She's part of the LGBT, whatever other letters, community, right? So all her friends were too. She bring these chicks, dudes, whatever, over to the house, and every single time, my little daughter will walk up to each of them, look them straight in the face, and say, "That's a boy. That's a call this." Like, "That's a boy," or "That's a girl." Did not matter to her what you were wearing or what you were pretending to be. She will tell you and call you what you were and wonder why you were play acting. And I would just say, me, I'd just be like, well,
But
she ain't
I
lying.
lied to you not. I lied to you not. She has called somebody a lady a gorilla in Walmart. She has done that. Now, to be fair to her,
She looked like a gorilla.
she did look like a gorilla, but I didn't know she was gonna say that. She said a gorilla. Ooh, I said, please, what is wrong with you? I don't. Maybe she right. Maybe we should never take children in public. Maybe kids should just stay home. Because that's what I gathered from the conversation. Also up here yelling.
When I was a kid, so I got this cousin, right? And like I'm 50 years old and I still don't know where the hell this cousin came from. Like I still really don't know. Nobody knows. Because my family, like certain things stay secret forever. So I don't even ask anymore. So check this out. I'm like 5 years old. I'm 5 years old. And we used to go up to Massachusetts and visit our extended family every year, right? So we go up there, and the previous year, every year, my aunt would be there. She's part of it. You see my aunt there and everything else. I show up there when I'm 5, and my aunt isn't there. And I asked my mama, I said, "Hey, mama, where's Aunt Winnie?" And she didn't say nothing. So I asked her again because I wanted an answer. Where's Aunt Winnie? Because Aunt Winnie's supposed to be here. She didn't say nothing. Ask her a third time. My mother looks at me with a real stern. She's real upset that I keep asking this question because I guess I'm getting into grown folk business. And she says, "Your Aunt Winnie is in Kansas. Now go play," right? So that's the answer I got. My Aunt Winnie's in Kansas. Fast forward a year. I come up there. I think I was 4 the first time and 5 the second time. We go up there again, and now my Aunt Winnie's waiting for us at the door. So I'm like, "Oh, great. I get to see Aunt Winnie. I ain't seen her in a couple of years. This is cool." And Aunt Winnie's there. She says hello. We walk up the stairs, up to the back room, go to the back room. Nobody's telling me what's going on. I'm just following everybody. Go to the back room, and there's a baby in the crib, right? So we're sitting there looking at this baby, and somebody looks at me and says, "This is your cousin, blah, blah, blah." And I'm like, "Oh, dang. That don't make no damn sense. I ain't never. Where does cousin come from? So I asked my mother. I said, you know, where did my cousin go? I won't say her name. So where does girl come from? Like, how does this work? You know what I mean? Like, where do babies come from? Kind of a question. Asked my mother that. My mother ain't say nothing. Asked her again. My mother ain't say nothing. Asked her a third time. My mother looked at me and said, "Your cousin came from Kansas," and that was the end of it. Let me tell you, I was 12 years old, still telling people where babies come from is Kansas.
No.
Bruh, I mean,
Hey, you should have said they came from turkeys.
Came from turkeys. Turkeys.
That's
Nah,
an
man.
insider for
Babies come from Kansas.
me and Bird. That was an insider.
Listen, my oh no, I tell you, man, my Aunt Winnie's a whole ass kind of like a dyke kind of personality.
Oh gosh.
You know what I mean? So I still like I never seen her with no man. I still don't know where that girl came from. My cousin. I still don't understand because she ain't having.
Well,
I don't know where that baby came from.
maybe she bought her. They said
In Kansas.
I don't know.
Yeah, what really happened is she got knocked up, and my grandfather sent her away. That's what really happened.
That's what really happened. Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
That's sad. You gotta go, but you gotta go. What did you say?
I said that's insane.
Well, also, she probably didn't go in public because children aren't supposed to go in public. So they disrupt. No, when you said the right to they take away the right to other people's peace. That was insane.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Bert?
Somebody said children take away the right to everyone else's peace. That's what person said.
That's what person said. She said because
You don't have a right.
Yeah.
You don't have a right to peace. You don't
Look,
right.
see, Bert heard that part. I was like, cause like, we can't even get on all that. That's another point right there. Like somebody else's peace. Like, ma'am, don't you know like 2 adults can do that? Like, what are you talking about?
Right.
Like, what are we even saying right now?
You're violating the right to someone else's.
You're
peace.
violating my peace on a public platform. So what? Like, so what?
Why is she
Where's
like
your mother? Nah.
Why is she like this?
Why is your mom on the phone while you on here talking? Let me stop.
Yeah, the right to your peace is insane. I was like,
And violating other people's peace is what? See, this is why I cannot.
Excuse me, you're violating my peace, son.
Right, you're violating. See, I'm on the phone. See, she's right, guys. I gotta cut the phone.
Do you know how rarely I'm around people that I actually want to be around? I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
Like,
They're all violating my peace.
Yeah, they're all violating my peace.
That was intense. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know, guys. 0. Okay, was I the only one? I'm just saying. Was I the only one? James.
I think Rachel's
know
got to
you
find a new best friend now, I guess.
Yeah, sorry, Rachel.
No. I love everybody.
Okay, well, we sorry. We sorry we made her mad.
No,
Hey,
that's how she is. She's sensitive.
I should be
No,
all right.
she'll get stronger over here day by day.
You will.
Yeah.
Lala, what you about to say about Jane? Because we don't need no smoke over here.
Oh.
Wait, what happened?
She mentioned Jane's name, so whoever did that, be careful.
Who did
It was me. I see her down there. Jane.
Oh.
I hope y'all make up, friend.
Oh, yeah.
That'll
I was
make
so
up, boy.
confused.
I ain't about to, I'm lucky I wasn't back. I was doing my own thing.
Well,
Sorry, Kev, it wasn't our fault.
Nobody about to be fighting around here. Nobody about to be fighting around here.
We don't need a play-by-play, Kev.
Play by play.
We just need the color of that robe.
All right.
Yeah,
That's a fact. Yeah.
I
Did
do
you just
feel
laugh
bad.
and mute? That was crazy.
What was he?
Please. Why? Rob, mute you.
She said,
Yo, I'm so bad.
ah, man,
If
it's
you
getting
mute me,
late.
I'm
You
gonna
know
drop.
what
Okay, I'm done.
She gonna do it again.
I can't breathe.
I can't breathe without letting me.
Shit. You should hold karaoke. I don't know.
You
Did he?
know what I
What
think?
y'all? Did anybody DM him though? For real?
Yeah, I DM'd him. I'm
Okay.
sure a lot of people did. I saw Alter do it. You know what I think? I think he was listening to the pod. Huh? Mirror. I think a lot of people.
I talked to him. That's why I wasn't here. I was talking to him.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I think he heard the whole thing. That's what I think.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. I mean, I think.
I just didn't know what's gonna. I just didn't know what's gonna happen right in the middle of the conversation. That was like, ha ha ha. I'm for real. Don't text me no more. Okay.
Denzi, what's the deal, my brother? Good luck.
At first, I'm not playing. I was trying to ascertain whether she was playing or not. At first, like I was like, oh,
what's been going on, man?
She's not playing. He talked to me about that before. She's not playing.
It sounds very serious.
I thought she was at first though. When she first started, I thought she was playing because we was all laughing.
What's going on though? I be trying to, cause ever since I came back, I don't know what's been going on. Like,
yeah, man.
I've been trying to check on her though, cause it seems like she been going through some stuff. I don't know what's going on.
Everybody tranquilo.
I feel bad because I feel bad that Mayor's getting all that smoke because I'm worse than he is.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's nice. I'm not.
I know when I peek in Purdy Live, you be like, everybody be quiet, and I just see mute buttons go. I'll be like, whoop. I don't know if I'm muted down here, but I felt it. I felt myself get muted down here.
Alter don't play with that mute button. She like, and what you're not gonna do, and boop.
And what you're not gonna do.
I'm like, and you're gonna do that right there. I be feeling like her whole chest just stick out when she do that too. Be shutting them up in the middle of talking. And like I said,
man, you know what? I love a good mute button in my life.
Spitting in the phone.
I love a good mute button in my life because the men will be like, "Shut up," and I'll be like, "No, you shut up, boof."
Feel good after that, right?
No, you shut up. Click.
Shut up. And I got the last one. Now you gotta yell in the comments.
It's some of them people that I go like you know,
that's
me.
Pride right there, man. I tell you, that's another. Speaking of pride,
the best thing to do.
You shut up.
And if somebody don't want to shut up, you just tell them, "Oh, my bad. Just continue with your thoughts and let them talk for a little bit, and then drop them mid sentence." That's the best thing.
That's terrible.
Oh, I love it.
They would just lose
pride.
it.
That's pride.
Yep.
It's some people that leave them. It's some people that leave them in the comment, like they mute them in the comments, but don't block them.
So they just let them just marinate on it.
Just can't say nothing.
Why I be feel like when you do that, they just gonna be reporting your page like crazy. Report.
That is every time they do that, I'm like, that's crazy. To mute them too is crazy. They can't say nothing. I would be pissed.
Let them up just to drop them. That's what Bert kept doing. Is somebody that let them up and drop them.
I do that to one of your new mods, some guy.
Oh, that was that was Sasuke. Where the heck he at? Let me see. Huntress. I ain't heard from her in a while. Taylor James, he a new mod too. My brother Taylor James in the building. Oh, James Taylor, my bad. Oops, I said it, baby. My boy.
Have be letting up them random racist pages just so they can use stuff like black people are terrible.
That could be making me mad. Some of the times I'll be doing that. I be trying to want to fire my moms to do this. I know, even though I be doing it.
I told Mayor a long time ago, and like you're pretty good about it, Kev. That's why, you do a prompt, man. Don't you ain't gotta say black people. Just do a prompt. Don't say black people on it.
Yep.
It's not worth it. Just do your prompt. Leave that BW off of there and let people fill in the blanks. And that way, if he would have done that, he wouldn't have had an issue with Jay. But, don't be targeting people.
Right.
It's tough because I do want everybody to feel free to share.
That's it too. Yeah,
you're allowed to share your opinion.
The free thing that's on your mind, right? Exactly. Let everybody.
Because I ain't gonna lie, I feel a little bit bad, when white people come to me, people that follow me and stuff, and they're like, I really want to go on that live, but they said BW on there. I'm like, that's unfortunate because it applies to everybody. You know, so that's
Yeah.
kind of we all got followers that are.
Interesting.
I just don't see
Remember,
the use of
Kev,
that.
you remember that Black Live I had, and that white guy had came up, and he was like, "Why does everything got to be about black or white?"
Yeah.
You went out your way just to say that in this Black
Right? You
Live.
came up here for
Yeah,
what?
that's crazy.
You brought your YT self up here just to say that about something.
Let me tell you, man. Could you imagine what would happen if you went on a live full of white people and said, "Why y'all got to be about white people"?
Oh
You
my,
imagine?
we having a whole. It got a screen recorded. It got all type. That's why I be saying. That's why I be like, I treat both sides evenly because I'm like, we know we don't like when people do that to us. Why we keep doing that to them? You know what I'm saying? This is a YT area. What you doing in here, brother?
I let them talk if we having black topics as long as they're respectful. When they start saying crazy stuff, then I'm like, man, that's
Hey,
crazy.
I ain't gonna lie. 2 of them had. I try to let them speak.
Mm-hmm.
And they just, I was like, bro, y'all messing. Nah, I try to give y'all a chance. I had to boot them. I'm like, bro, y'all. They always center themselves too.
Yeah.
Well, I just don't believe. Like, nah, I'm already talking about black stuff and bringing your YT self up here. Now you just proving the point why they don't want to let you up here.
All white women, and
Sounded like you.
white guy came up, and he was just like, well, you know, black women are like this, and I thought I could hang and let it happen, but I couldn't. I had to drop him.
That's one thing Kevin Samuels ain't allowed. He's like, if you another race, you ain't about to talk about my peoples.
Right.
But they don't want to mention that one though. Everybody just hate that dude.
Me and Kevin Samuels.
That dude is he talked about him, but he defended him at the same time.
You gotta say that you're happy somebody unalive. There gotta be a problem here. Man.
Oh man, look at the beginning of my one YouTube video. It was me and Rachel in here. This girl was going berserk. Kelly came up here with the smoke. She loved that smoke. I noticed that be one of the She just be
And then
perfect.
she said, "Sorry,
Kelly
I'm
likes it.
sorry, I'm sorry for going off."
All right, no,
No,
she knew
that-
darn well that woman was not thinking about respecting the host. What you're gonna do is respect the host. I'm like, no, she don't care about it. She done told me she want me to be unalive. You know, you think she think about respect?
You just reminded me. I gotta text Kelly Empress. I gotta text her.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, Cat? You don't remember old Cat, the one who used to put the fencing thing in the comments?
The who? Who you
Y'all,
talking?
y'all used to put the fencing emoji, like the fighting emoji, in the comments.
Oh, her, yeah, I seen her on y'all. She tried to act fake though. I seen her in y'all Instagram. I watched y'all Instagram live.
Oh yeah.
I don't like when y'all be over there, man. Y'all act fake over there. So I'm talking to
We don't.
I'm talking fake. You're like, who is this Instagram Kevin over here? Who are you? I'd be like, hi guys, hi. They just be like, no, and the Lord, and the Lord said. I'm gonna get even louder when I say something too.
Lord thy God.
It's like, nah. But I see Kelly over there. I'm like, what? Not the one you always fencing.
Yeah, she off TikTok.
Miss 50-50.
I'm 50-50.
Everything was always 50-50 with her. Well, I believe it's 50-50. Like, no, when you gonna pick a side? Pick a side.
All right, y'all. Well, I'm over there to cause some trouble in Islam. Love you.
Uh-oh. Somebody called her.
You know we going on. I'm going on over. Y'all more than welcome to argue with them when you feel like.
Oh my! Is me
Argue
and her boyfriend and all them going over? What's his name again?
You already know.
That shit-
Because here's the thing. We really just want to we just want to talk about the truth. That's it, guys. That's the only reason we talk.
Sure. No, y'all be trying to start.
Listen, I do care, like to a certain extent. I would love for you to
Y'all
come
get
on
it.
the side where you
Y'all
follow
get a
Christ.
pride out of that stuff. That's
I
y'all.
want you to follow Christ, but like I definitely don't want you to follow Islam. Like that's just one. Like that's just one I want you to steer clear of. That's the part that stresses me out because it's too much, y'all. If you do your research, it's too much. It's too much.
Yeah, you was talking about, ain't you? Do they let their kids in the... Yeah, you was talking about, ain't you? Do they let their kids in the... And I was like, oh, she did. I said, I guess she did prove a point. I didn't think about getting on other people's religions, but I ain't never realized the dangerous stuff that they teach. And then you even like read it. I'm like, dang, I guess they do teach some stuff, having them dating minors and all this. I'm like, wow, I didn't know that
But
was.
they'll
I said, I
come up
guess you
and
do
tell
gotta go
us
against
like
her
you don't
religion.
understand. You don't understand. Like the prophet lived this long ago, and I'm like, Jesus lived 1,500 years before that, and he knew that he called a 12-year-old a little girl. So, what is your excuse? They're just like, well, you just don't understand. I said, the problem is they're willing to compromise right and wrong.
Hey, cool. Now you gotta be solid. Whatever you believe in, it gotta be a solid, even if
Gotta be
it's.
solid, right? Amen. You gotta be solid.
Remember that one girl we had in here? What's her name? Gia or something like that, or
The
whatever.
one with the multiverse thing.
Boy, my higher self and higher being. And then she changed her whole thing up when we started getting clocked on everything. She's like, well, how you gonna tell him he was wrong? Somebody had asked her that, and then he's like, well,
they asked her like, if we're both telling the truth, and I believe we're going to hell, is that the
oh
truth?
yeah, you was in here, right? We was going through here. Speaking of hell, we was going through it, right? I forgot about that, right?
He's like, fine. If my truth says you're going to hell if you do that, is that true or not?
His truth's gonna bring him in heaven, like dog. So who was
For you, it's true. And I said, you're not making sense. It's not logical.
and she was fighting it the whole dang on night. She gonna end with I had fun, guys. I'm like, no, you had my head hurting.
You wouldn't even say. The funny part is you was letting us talk to them, and Muslim at my old job said 9 years old is okay for marriage because that's correct. That is what the Quran says.
If she had her cycle.
She had her first cycle, but actually the Quran says she can be prepubescent. She doesn't even have to have a cycle.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You think that's how that was in the Bible too? They never started a certain age in the Bible.
The Bible does say she has to be past the flower of her youth.
Oh, okay.
So she has to be which is after puberty. That's the flower of your youth.
I figured that because they never really had a age. So
So what they ascertain that to mean is like in the Bible time, for instance, Jewish tradition usually means a person has to be a child or a young girl has to be between the age of 14 and 16. And so what they gathered, what Jesus meant by past the flower of her youth was finish puberty, not her period, not menopause or nothing, but finish having puberty.
I assume that they probably were dating, even the boys. They probably was already dating at 12 or something like that. Yeah. But that was because they was raised with the mindset of having a family. Like now, that's like grooming and manipulation and stuff, and you can't do that in America though. So I don't like when they use the scripture and all that stuff. Just to get that's what you call predator behavior.
Something like Rachel was 3 or something like that, but we have proof that Rachel's called a young maiden. She's called a young woman in the scripture, and so we keep trying to point out that and then Jesus even doubles down on that by calling this 12-year-old girl that he's risen from the dead. He calls her a little girl. He doesn't call her a woman.
Is that the one I heard about that passed away? She had a baby.
She had passed away, and then he came and raised her up in scripture, and he calls her a little girl, and she's 12. And so there's a very obvious viewpoint, and so I don't usually argue the arranged marriage part because that's something that people do. They have a contract where they promise a child to someone else, right? As when they come of age. In Jewish tradition, like for instance, so I would never do this, but if my daughter turned 8 and I promised her they didn't do giant age gaps either, but I'll communicate this, right? If she's 7 or something and I promised her to this 14-year-old boy, she would live with me till she came of age, or she would live with the women and work with the women until she came of age in their household. So it's very specific in scripture as to what things mean, but when you go to the Quran, it's also very specific, and it tells you that if she's not bleeding because she's so young, then you need to wait 3 months to make sure she's not pregnant. And what does that mean? That means that she's already been consummated in her marriage, and now she's getting divorced and being given to someone else, and she's still not even old enough to have her menstruation yet. And they'll come up and tell you yes, because you don't understand it, because as long as they have the first one, that's a woman. They'll defend it. Altars heard it. They defend it bad. It's bad, man. They'll be like, you don't understand. It's not wrong. You have to understand. The blah, blah, blah. I'm like, there is nothing to understand when we're talking about children.
Muslims say not their daughter, though. But, whatever.
Man, I had one tell me his daughter. I said, so if your daughter was 8 and your
that's crazy, because some of them really would say that. Like
they're like, yeah, if I believe she was ready, then yes. The fiqh or the ruling on Islamic rule says as long as it fits, guys.
That is crazy work.
Yeah. As long as it fits. Then
what about my fist fitting down your throat? Have everybody measured that?
Not for real.
Like, I just want to know if I put my foot in your throat, like, just can't.
Yeah, they're pretty out of pocket with some of the shit they teach.
Mm-hmm.
But this dude at work was like totally trying to justify it,
Yep.
and I told him to his face, I was like, bro, you're you know the word I can't say on here.
Mm-hmm. I try my best not to call
Petty.
them names, but I will say I'll tell them like you can't see how your religion is making you abandon your idea of right and wrong completely. Like, because if I ask if you're gonna stop a man, would you stop a man from marrying a little girl if you saw her? Yeah, okay, but is it wrong? No, not really. It's not wrong. Okay, I don't know what to tell you, but they just lowered the age in Iran to 9 years old. So
Yeah. There's something seriously. Well, but there's a reason why there's those kinds of things in those countries. One of the uncomfortable things we won't talk about is in those countries there's a lot of inbreeding, and one of the byproducts of inbreeding is your brain has a smaller amygdala. The smaller your amygdala, if you have an abnormally small amygdala, you will have less self-control, less compunction, and you will see a lot more violence and just you'll see the byproducts of a lack of self-control. You'll see more violent crime, like countries that have like a 5% rate of inbreeding have big problems with violent crime.
my thing is like I don't even charge it to like the rate like where these people are. I charge it
Yeah, well,
their ability to be faithful to what they. Here's the thing: if someone leaves Christianity, they're kind of left alone. Like people not gonna abandon them, not be their family.
yeah. Well, I'm addressing something different. If I could finish the thought, countries like Afghanistan are like 25% inbred. So if 5% inbred is a huge problem, imagine what kind of people you have when you're 25% inbred. You have people that are way more violent than normal, that lack a lot more. They have a much greater lack of self-control. So when you put that together with that kind of teaching, that kind of teaching kind of fits. It fits those kinds of people. It plays into the lack of self-control that they have. It plays into the lack of compunction. And God only knows what other abnormalities they have in their brain and in their mind from being that inbred. So I suspect what I'm saying is that is probably a big factor in why they don't see anything wrong with those things, because there's probably more wrong with them than just the small amygdala.
Yeah, so because I believe in the idea of an objective right and wrong, I believe that law is written on everybody's heart, regardless of where they're raised. And so when we talk about Islam, it's not necessarily like to a specific area. It's the entire belief system itself. And it's what it teaches. And I think while we see people who don't even live in these countries who still subscribe to some of the things that's being said in this text, it's because it's confusing for them because they think that they're following the truth. And so what they hear is, yes, I think this is wrong. However, if God says it's okay, who am I to say that it's not okay? That's what I find for the most part, outside of people who are just being prideful and saying, yeah, it's fine, they can do whatever they want. But most people are like, yeah, I wouldn't do it. I think it's wrong. I did it, but trying to get them to understand why they think it's wrong is the hardest part, because they just they can't, it takes them time to come out of it. Plus, it's a dangerous choice in certain areas to come out of the teachings of Islam. It's not a safe thing to do for them. So they, buckle down. That's why I say American Islam is watered down. They don't really know what
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I know a lot of Muslims. My ex-wife's family, they had several religions. One of the main religions in their family was Islam. And I can tell you, from being behind the scenes, among a lot of these people, that the watered down part, that's the public face of it. They let you think it's watered down. Who do you think is sending money to these groups that are doing bad things all over the world? It's people here. Her family members that were Muslims, whenever there was a major terror attack, They would high five each other and cheer. And these were IT guys. These were guys with normal jobs, straight laced as you could imagine, nerds. You think that these guys were harmless. They're the nice Muslims. They sent money to those people. They support those people. They cheer them on.
Yeah, but
Everything
the
that
reason I
wait,
don't go for that, I
ma'am,
want to make
if
them.
you could do me a favor, like I don't talk
Yeah,
over
hold on.
you.
Yeah, really quick.
I mean,
I don't want to make people a monolith. Islam's not a monolith where everybody who's a part of a religion is bad.
yeah, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that perhaps, I mean, I get it. You know everything. That's what I'm getting here, and you're just gonna talk over me, and the host is okay with that. So, host, fuck you. I'm done with you.
You're done, then you should drop, right?
What you say?
He made because I wouldn't let him. But I don't. You know how I am, Alter. I'm fair to everybody. So he didn't like that I wouldn't let him basically say Islam, like the people in Islam are inbred, that they celebrate and pay for terror attacks. Like I'm not okay with that because that's not necessarily true. So he didn't like that. So he didn't like that I wouldn't let him do that. I'm not gonna let you do that.
Why would you do that?
I'm supposed to just let him. You want me to let him make terrorist accusations on your platform? You want me to let him make terrorist accusations on your platform?
Why would you not do that? Sorry.
I said that that's the problem. That when we just talking about that, that's crazy. Anyway, that's the problem when stuff happens, they come up and start saying crazy stuff, and then I'm like, I can't. We have to. I'm the type of person. We have to be fair. But we gonna tell the truth. Hi, Charmaine. Hello, Charmaine. Hello, Charmaine.
Oh.
Could y'all hear her or him?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Making sure, mine was acting crazy. He said the host said, so host F you.
I don't know what it was. That comes through my brain off.
That's crazy.
That was crazy. He said they're all inbred. They're all terrorists. Okay, sir, you have to stop. It's not true. But yeah, Alter, it was like I was saying, they come up and they say stuff like that. Kev, you don't know. And they come up and they'll be like, I'll give my kid away to my best friend. Because I know he's a good Muslim. I'm like, I don't know what that means.
A good one.
A good one. He's a good one.
Why Alter always on Teacup? Like all the time.
Always.
She just trying to say we not important no more. Yeah, we got
just to come back and be like, what were we talking about?
All right, what are we talking about?
I'm trying to figure out what you guys are saying.
What are we talking about, guys?
I didn't even see him down there typing.
Oh.
Well, I'm going to wreak havoc.
Wreak havoc. What we doing?
I'm going to see what me and him. I'm going to see what me and him up to because he said I can't do it on his platform because he hates me.
Who?
Kev.
Do what?
Wait, what?
I can't post my background on. I can't post my background on Kev's platform because
what you got? I dare you.
He said I dare you.
I dare you. It's crazy.
I dare you. And I'm gonna go right back on mute too.
Exactly. She big and bad. Now you gotta make her big and bad.
Like host, where are you at, host?
Now, like they could have said la la okay, right? Start with an L, right? LA.
LA.
Mm-hmm.
That is funny.
I went from laugh to la la. Sometimes you laugh, sometimes you la la.
Sometimes la 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 la.
La
Sometimes
la 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 la.
nerd. La la la.
There you go. That's just for you, Kev.
Ooh, there they go instantly.
Yeah, it did come up instantly.
Like you
That's
got
crazy.
this sheep reading a book.
He's reading the Quran.
Wow, where you get this from?
I made it.
And he look concerned too.
Yeah, he trying to figure it out.
Yes, you're so funny. Yeah, he's trying to figure it out.
He's trying to figure out
Got
what he's
him
talking
over
about.
there looking, eyes squinting and everything. Like I'm gonna.
You're there looking.
He like, what is this saying?
What's happening?
There you go.
What's happening?
What are you talking about?
What's happening?
Yeah,
But
Jesus
I
is
think like
divine.
when it comes to stuff like that though, with certain conversations, it's gonna seem to always start out. It's not gonna start off. It's not okay. So it's not gonna start off as.
What? I'm just kidding.
I know. Sorry, I was having 1,000 things in my head. It's not gonna start. I almost had it. Dang. It's not gonna start off like as nice or kind because you're basically challenging someone else's worldview.
Yep.
So it is gonna come off offensive and like you're coming for me because in order to now, granted, you can however people do how they do it is how they do it, but you can do stuff like God is the truth. Like we believe in Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is the truth. People don't come up there angry just because you
They're gonna come up
make that.
angry just because you say that. Yes.
So
You
and
say,
then
I
you can
believe in
also
God.
it is offensive, and then to us we can feel that it's offensive to the fact now, like to Cat's point, he always says like God doesn't need us to defend Him, but we are to defend the faith, right?
Oh,
So
you seen that video I put out or something?
But you always say that in the
Who
live.
said that? Oh, dang.
Yeah.
You don't need our help.
Yeah, he doesn't need
Yeah,
our
I think
help.
that's what. Speaking of the topic, that's where pride come in at because we do that, acting like that
Right.
God can't take care of it. So yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So I was like, and that's true. So it's like we don't need to. We're not doing it for the sake of like defending God because we know that God can, do whatever He's gonna do. However, He also did put us here to also, like we read early in Mark, to preach the gospel. If we're preaching the gospel, we're preaching what Jesus did and what Jesus died for. It's going to offend some people because other beliefs don't fit with that. And it's not it shouldn't be a personal thing, but there is a truth, right? We always say that there is the truth. Everybody can't have different truths. That's not now. Like you can have your own. Like everybody want to say, yes, my own truth is that black is the best color. That's fine. That's opinionated. But you can't just say that. Well, Islam is the true religion or the true belief because now Islam has to hold up to that, and it has not been able to. So we're not saying that we're better because we're just smarter and we have more knowledge. That ain't what it is. It's what it's claiming. And if it's claiming to be such, now something else has to be able to match up to that. And if it cannot line up with that as the same, it's not truth. So there is a truth that has to line up to what it is and other belief. And then when you stealing from the faith,
Right.
like with your worldview and your religion, don't even say this.
Girl,
Your God don't even think that you're a person.
We saw a whole Quran verse. They were like, yeah, Allah told Allah told them that eyes have not seen and ears have not heard. And I said, where is that at? He said, yeah, that was a revelation given to Muhammad by Allah. And I'm like, that's in the Bible, friend.
and that's what I'm saying. It's like, my thing is this. If you're going to say what you want to say this is what we decided to believe over here. Great. But if we do believe at the end of this life, because everybody's like, well, nobody knows. Well, the Bible has made it very clear. We ain't got to wonder. You ain't have to wonder. And it also lines up with our reality. How are we here? Why are we here? Atheists want to know why. We had the answer, but we're prideful for having the answer. It's crazy. Not just a answer, but the answer. Because then you want to say you only believe in science, but science don't even discredit the Bible. It amplifies it. So it's like if you believe in science, you believe that there's somebody big. If you don't want to say God, that's fine. Whatever. That's all your own thing right now. At least understand that something got you here. At least understand that the universe was not always here. That's just where when we're trying to argue that scientifically that's what it is. But it's like
we had to show him that that theory was disproven. Einstein.
It's not real. So it's like
the universe is not eternal.
It's not eternal. It has to be created. What created? So it's all these different things that go all the way from the beginning. So it's like if you believe all this stuff to be true, if all this stuff has lined up to be true, that means the ending also flows with that. So we believe that there is somewhere you go, because I don't care how godly people think they are, and I mean not the Christian godly, but I mean the godly like they're gods. Guess what? Why are you dying like everybody else?
That's what the Bible say. You die like man.
So why are you unalive like man, God? How you doing that? How? How you doing? And then you try to say, well, Jesus unalive. Does that mean God is unalive? Are y'all being slow for real? Now you get to see the difference, because you ain't nobody you know came back and walked the earth and told you what they did and then left again. Stop playing. You're not like him. You're made in his image. You're not like him. So if we know the
truth, Kev, I was trying not to.
You had to.
You really about to do it?
You about to do it? Right. Right.
That is so that's so funny, but man, it's just I just wish people just understand it's not just like I said, you're not just going shopping somewhere and you're just deciding, hey, this is what I want to do and wear today. This is where I want to go work today. It's like it's your life.
Is believing in Islam and Muslim the same thing? Yes, ma'am, it is. Yes, ma'am. That's what it is. A person who follows Islam is called a Muslim.
Official mama, you been hiding in here whole time.
Yeah, she been in there.
Ain't say hi or nothing.
I saw her in the viewers list. The only and the reality is, the one group of people that plucked my nerve is them atheists.
Hey, get off of her. God.
I think you gonna jump like that.
Moms, are you okay, Rachel?
No.
Call the police. All right. Call the police to an undisclosed location.
He put his finger in what? Wait. He put his finger in what?
What?
Wait. He put his finger in what?
What?
Whoa.
He put it in my ear.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
I mean, that's a different spot.
Oh my.
I love this, y'all. I've been always wanting to tease Kev about stuff. Now I got Rachel to add to it. This is amazing. I love it. This is great.
It's been all these years I've been waiting.
This is great.
You can ask questions, official Mama G, by all means, please. Listen, if I can spread the truth, I'm gonna do it.
You really about to do it?
I'm really about to do it.
Yay! The Kendrick dance, waving her hands back and forth.
Yeah, that's right now.
That's the thing, though. When you were talking about,
you could be saying like, "Say Islam." I hear you like them young.
That is not for real. Say Muhammad.
Go end up in cell block 1.
Right.
That's what end up in cell block 1. That's crazy. That's crazy. Hey, Islam, I hear you like them young. Oh,
right, look right into the screen like
that's low key a bar. That's crazy. You thought you had controversy then?
Right. I bet y'all ain't gonna make that a lot. Let me start y'all up real quick. Ain't gonna make no lie. They not like us. Then it's gonna be like they not like us, and that's the Christians.
That's
say what is it? Say Muhammad. Which one is it?
Muhammad.
Say Muhammad. I hear you like I'm young.
That is so funny.
That's crazy.
Official mama in the building.
Hey, how are you?
You like a young.
What's the deal?
I just had a couple of questions. So I'm gonna be honest. I'm a Christian, but I've been approached as a person of interest for like a Muslim man before. And he had told me that I guess according according to what the religion how you guys believe that he's able to marry me as a Christian woman.
Yes, that's what it says. The Quran says that a Muslim man can marry a Christian woman with the intention of converting her to Islam, but a Islamic woman cannot marry a Christian man.
That was my understanding as well.
Mhm.
And so when he expressed interest,
Mhm.
I told him, I said, I think you should seek counsel from I don't remember the person that he had said that I had to end up meeting. I told him, I said, because
His
I'm
imam,
just
probably.
the what?
His imam, probably, like his pastor.
Oh yes.
Mhm.
I got confused because I thought he was talking about his mom, and I was like, I'm pretty sure your mom will be okay. And I promise I'm not trying to be insulting, but I didn't
not.
understand.
Mhm.
I didn't, and English is not my first language.
Right.
And so I told him, I told him, I said, you should seek counsel because from my understanding is that I should convert
Yep.
In order for us to marry. And I told him where I'm at right now in my faith. And no disrespect, but I believe in, the Father, Son, the Holy Spirit.
Well, honey, there ain't gonna be no disrespect. I believe the same thing.
And
we all believe. I think we all believe the same thing. I don't know what Mr. Facts believe down there. Well, I don't know what Bert believe either. Actually, okay, me, Alter, and Kev and Rachel.
Oh Lord Jesus! Oh Lord Jesus!
Well, he was the way he was explaining it to me. It was different. He was saying how it was it's just one. It's not a trinity.
No. I'm trying to tell you that we're Christian. Me, Kev, Alter, we're Christian.
Oh,
I just do copious amounts of research into Islam. That's why I know so much.
Oh, okay. Because I thought you
you thought I was Muslim. I know.
Yes, I
I've
apologize.
done
That's
a
why I'm trying to
lot of
tread
research.
lightly. And
I noticed by how you were scared to ask. I was like, no, hold on. Let me tell her I'm a Christian. She's fine. Ask what you're gonna ask.
Okay.
I was wondering what was going on. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, that's what it is. She's afraid to stick that chest out. That what it is.
Oh, well, no, because I've asked questions previously, and
Know a lot. He's like, she know a lot. So.
I don't really know a lot about the religion.
No, I'm talking about Lala for her to be. Yeah,
Oh yes, I thought I was under from the way the conversation was flowing and how much you know. I thought that you were Islam.
In the name of Jesus.
No, I'm gonna tell you the reason I'm not is because of how much I know.
Right. The more you learn, the more you're like, no, thank you.
No, I'm good. Yeah, so you're right. They are allowed to marry Christians as long as they're with the intention to convert them to Islam.
And so it's happened twice where they were like, no, that's not true. I said, I know that it is true. And I won't be able to fully submit to you spiritually the way that I desire to as a wife because of our beliefs. And I know, because I know that I know until the day that I was and I'm not going to sit here. I'm not going to be able to do what you want me to do.
Yeah.
And then he told me that I was persecuting him. He said that I was persecuting him for his religion.
Well, tell him it's good that he be persecuted. Amen.
Amen. I didn't know. But the thing is, the reality is, it's not, in my opinion, in most people's opinion, it's just not a good look for Christian women. Like our Bible already tells us not to be unequally yoked, even from our side. The idea is to be with a man who follows Christ as well, so that you make sure, because when we do that, it's not just us holding them accountable, but God is also holding them accountable, right? And so it's like when they're doing something wrong to me, it says in the Bible, like a husband's prayers will be hindered if he's mistreating his wife, right? When we're not on the same plane, his accountability doesn't even go to the same place. You know what I'm saying? So that's already an issue. But as we look into Islam, we look at, yes, that's exactly what happened. Sorry, I was responding to something. Yeah, so as we look into Islam and we look in surahs like 65:4 that says you can consummate marriage with a girl who's so young, who hasn't even had her first period. We look at 424 that says you can commit adultery as long as you've stolen her from another land. and 434 that says you're allowed to strike your wife. And I'm like, God in the Bible would not command these things.
No, he would not.
Not ever. And so when they start to claim that, oh, we're Abrahamic too, we follow the same God as Moses, we follow, no, you don't. Your God doesn't even have a name. The name Allah just means the God. He doesn't have a name. And in the Bible, Yahweh tells us not to serve a God by any other name because he tells us his name. And so when we start to compare those things, we see how easily people get lost in it because they can be very charismatic. Shoot, I can't tell you how many people that offer me dowries of $20,000, $30,000. I'll give you a dowry of $30,000.
Well,
You don't if you leave Christianity. I'm like, no, please.
well, so that was the thing. So the last man that presented himself, or I don't want to say presented himself, but showed interest. He was, he had like a really big home, like, and all these other things, and it was like he was like, I'm gonna bring you here. You're gonna have this. You're gonna have this. You're gonna have this. Da, 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 da. And even went as far as to show me other things. I told him, I said, I cannot. Said, so you would rather suffer and work by yourself than to take what I'm giving you, a home. This, you'll have a new vehicle. You'll have this. I told him, I said, I won't be able to submit to you spiritually because I believe in the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I've been baptized and I have seen miracles.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the Quran tells them to pursue women with their wealth.
Oh,
that's why they do that.
I mean, if they ain't got Jesus, what else they gonna have to pursue him with?
And so I'm not very educated in that. I'm not. There are certain things that I did look up because I wanted to become more educated after the first time that it happened. Because I was like, why is this Muslim man, interested in me? Because it wasn't something that I'm familiar with. I educated myself a little bit.
According to the Quran, they're allowed to have up to four wives. They don't have to tell the other wives about the other wives. They're not obligated to do that. So they can have up to 4 wives, and it says as long as you pursue them with your wealth, so with money.
Well, that makes a lot of sense then.
Because we can be bought, right? Because according to the Quran, we're half brain. So,
Now, let me just put a flashy things in your face and come with me.
Yeah, literally.
Okay, ice cream man. Okay,
here's
ice
a
cream
shiny
man.
thing. Follow me, girl. Like, what
Ice cream man. They're the ice cream man.
Ice cream man is crazy.
I was like calling them ice cream man, like for us.
No, they do. They'll say all of those things.
I didn't know that because both of them did the same thing. The second one was a little bit more presenting because he had his home and another home, and then he had like all this other stuff, and I was like, wow, that's very great accomplishments. Kudos to you. And he was like, you're gonna run the house like this, da 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 da, and I would have to meet the imam. I would have to meet them, and then and he said it so casually, like in the conversation, like in the middle of a sentence, and I said pause.
Oh, pause. Chill.
I was like, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm not doing that. And he said, well, you have to go to the temple. I said, no, sir, I'm not going to step foot in there. I don't believe in that. That would be disrespectful. He said, but you will be welcomed, and da 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 da, because you will be my wife, and da da da. I'm wanting to get married by this time, whatever. Perfect timeline as well, if I may say. Very charismatic, super handsome. But I was like, I'm not going to do that.
The stuff that's in that book is crazy. I've been telling people it go crazy. Y'all, it says shaitan. If you don't wash your nose out when you wake up in the morning, shaitan stays in there.
Whoa!
I would just make it clear.
I'm not kidding.
Anytime they address you, you have to ask, like, once they make it clear what they are, there shouldn't be no continued conversation. Oh, okay, well that's good. Have a good life.
Well, okay, so I didn't know about.
Literally, I would just be like, okay, so you'll be willing to come to Christ?
Well, now I have that response. I'm not going to lie, but in that moment, those 2 times, they're
very charismatic. They're very charismatic.
Yeah.
And at first he was like, "Oh, it'll be okay because the Quran says that I can marry a Christian woman. You just have to be Christian." I said, but you're Muslim. He said, yeah, but that's okay. You just have to be Christian. But as
Yeah,
he
you're
started
Christian. You have to be a Christian or a Jew.
but as he started talking and parts of the religion, I was like, I don't believe that. And he started talking about like Muhammad and everything, and I started asking him questions because I talk a lot, obviously. Yeah, and I started asking him a lot of questions. And then I told him, I said, you know what? I know for myself, I would seek pastoral counsel. You should seek counsel from your imam. And he said, I don't have to do that. I said, I believe that you should. He said, well, it tells me that I can marry a Christian. I said, I understand that, but I won't be able to submit to you spiritually the way that you desire. I'm not going to step foot in that temple. I don't trust you that way.
Yeah, that's a good response even then. So now you know. And this is kind of like why I think it's important to have different, when people have these different lives to explain what the differences really are, because some people who are uneducated would think it's all the same. That all these beliefs are all the same.
Oh, we
Follow
love
God.
Jesus.
Like, well, they all love God. They're all, well, at least they're trying to be a better person. That's fine. But I'd rather be a better person in believing the truth as well. So,
Well, they'll tell you like, I love Jesus. We love him. So
that's what my
then
mom
they
always
get
used to say. She used to always say, ask them where they put Jesus. Anytime, any belief that you hear, listen to, where do you put Jesus? Oh, he's a good man. Oh, he was a good prophet. Now you know how they see him. So now you know, okay, that ain't even it. So I know where the truth is.
Because the belief is what happens, what changes our heart, our relationship with Jesus Christ. If you have no real relationship with him because you don't know who he actually is, then we have no change of heart, meaning no change of behavior.
Last call for alcohol, guys.
All right.
Uh-oh. Let's go.
We'll be back tomorrow.
Okay.
Maybe.
I just want to say I appreciate you guys for explaining it. When I was a new Christian, I didn't understand it, and I did believe half of the stuff that they said. And when God shook me,
Weak. You weak.
I was. I'm not even going to say that.
You said I was.
I'm not even going to negate it. But then the Holy Spirit shook me like, what are you doing? And then I was like, my bad.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Amen.
And that's when he was keeping you.
Wow.
He was keeping you right there. Like, even with your questions, like, well, I don't think that's you know what I'm saying, that's him prompting, like, hey, this ain't and
Yeah.
so the understanding and the knowledge, like, okay, so I was on the right track of knowing that this wasn't it.
Listen, you offer them salvation and then they'll stop bothering you. They show you the Quran. You say, well, let me show you something in the Bible. No, wait, I think it's corrupt. Okay. No, wait, I think it's corrupt. Okay. All right.
So did I mention the 3 pieces out? Let's lay out of there.
One of the things is like he would say, well, how strong are you of a Christian though if you still do this, and this? Like, are you really solid in
That's
your
the next
faith?
thing they do.
And so it made me question, like, if I like really like, because of the mistakes that I've made in my faith, that I had to learn how to equip myself against those kinds of questions.
Yeah, well, that's what they did.
Because it made me second guess. I'm not initially like for a second I second guess for a second, like I'm not initially like for a second I second guess for a second, like, oh my gosh, do I really believe in God the way that I?
And then they'll tell you what Islam can provide you discipline in those areas. We can help you. It's the Christianity that's the problem. But if you come to Islam, you'll be structured and you'll have, and they're not right. It's very
You're doing it for the wrong reason.
Discipline, but it's going the wrong way, right? All right, Cub, I'm done bugging you.
It's like doing it so they have no credit. Bye, Kev.
All right.
Night night.
Good night.
Hi,
Good night, Rachel.
Hi, Mama.
Official, are you following Lala?
No, I didn't, and I should have while she was on the live.
Wow.
Make a comment. Because like sometimes we have lives, I know they're a little intense, but it does give you information. It does give you knowledge on him.
Well, that's why I was just sitting here listening to what you were saying, which is why I didn't introduce myself, Kev, because when I come into a room, I like to just sit and listen first before joining.
I feel you. I feel you.
But then I was like, you know what? I need to ask this question. And
I'm gonna invite you next time when she's live and they're having those conversations. I'll invite you so you can do more information.
I appreciate that 100%.
So you know how to equip yourself and what is actually happening behind those walls of their beliefs. So yeah. So they can't trick you. Ain't tricking you no more.
Well, I don't
They
really
ain't trick you then, but
I don't really talk to men like that anymore.
I was like, I'm safe now, but still, but it's still good to know.
That's why I was just sitting and listening, because I was like, I'm becoming more aware of different things, and
Tone, what's the deal, brother?
and yeah, like, as from what I'm learning, I know a lot of people assume that I like have all this experience, but I was married the first half of my life, and then I got divorced, and then I went into isolation. So I really barely been in life, and then I got divorced, and then I went into isolation. So I really barely been in the world like the last 3-4 years, and I've made a lot of people mad, but as I'm learning and walking in different places and spaces, I tend to ask questions. In some places, some women are not so nice, especially like in how I believe in submission and things like that, and I get blocked and booted from a lot of places and spaces. And sometimes I talk out my mouth, but then I'll recognize that, you know what, I'm sorry, my bad, I've misread that. There are some places and spaces where grace is showing, and other places are like, nope, up with her head, kind of thing. So
yep, that's true. That's true. That's a fact.
It makes you almost like not want to ask questions, even though you have questions, because not everybody is like clear, and they assume that you're being condescending or intentionally being disingenuous, and so it's a hard line to walk sometimes.
That's true. I agree. But at least you know the worst thing can happen to you is getting blocked. So ask anyway.
You are right.
That's literally the worst they can do is block you. It's like, and then if they're being that crazy, it's like, cool, you actually helped me because I was gonna sit here and really try to reason with you. So never mind.
Not the pro-choicers, Tone.
Listen,
why you ain't bring me in there? You know I like going against pro-choicers. Tone love that topic, boy. I be needing him when I bring up the pro-choice versus pro-life.
Pro-choicer.
Oh.
Pro-life. You know what, Kevin, Rachel, I just want to say I appreciate you guys even allowing me here.
Aww.
Like 100%. Like last night, I was a little bit more tipsy than usual because I didn't have my kids. I don't have my kids, and I got a raise yesterday. God is so good.
Amen.
Hey.
Yeah, God is so good. I got a 52-cent raise yesterday.
Hey.
I didn't even know. I didn't even know that I was eligible for it.
an hour.
Still paid less than a man.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
That's a big raise. You said $200.52.
Yes.
We know how much you made. $200.52.
I'm very fortunate. Like God, I'm very fortunate. Yeah, I've struggled a lot, but God is so good.
Sorry.
Yo, what's up? What's up, everybody?
Tone, not the pro-lifer up in
Sorry.
this.
Yeah, I want to get some viewers in. But
give me one example, Tone, because I haven't been in those vibes.
It was pretty fun. Not gonna lie.
You're a pro-life lover.
They don't know what they're talking about, so it was pretty easy. I destroyed an entire panel.
Give me an idea. Give me an example. That guy wasn't there. Go ahead, I'm listening. Since you don't invite us, you won't invite us nowhere. So go ahead, I'm listening.
And that's a fact. You see how you do it, Swing?
That's crazy. Crazy.
Yeah, but it was pretty funny. It's pretty funny, like live. It was like me and a few other people. We like single-handedly, like damn near shut the whole live down. Well, we almost made them shut it down. Oh snap!
But what happened? I want to know. Give me
Oh snap! I can hear the supercharger. Oh, he's got the Trackhawk. Oh, that's nice.
A poor choicer is like, give us an example of what was being said.
I'm sorry. Let me mute myself. I'm in the car.
Tone, you supposed to tell us what happened. Did I miss it? Tone the bone. Where you go?
think he said he's in a car.
He said I'm in the car. Let me mute. Tony, you was in the car when you got up here. Why you muting? I was trying to hear the story. Like what? What happened? That's crazy. It was really good and juicy, guys. Should have been there. Yeah, we wasn't. So tell the story. Yo, that's so funny. That's insane. Kev, tell Tony to get it together, please. Kev ain't paying us no attention.
Yeah, I am. I'm in the car. I don't know if y'all can hear me or not.
Yeah, can you hear us?
Wait, I cannot hear anyone. Hold on one second. I'll be back. All right, hello.
Yeah, we want you to give us some insight on what happened in the live.
Damn it. Still cannot hear anybody. Hold up. In the world. Still cannot hear anybody. Hold up. In the world.
I don't know why he thinks box hopping will change the fact he cannot hear. Maybe it's your Bluetooth in your car.
Yeah, it probably is. Well, I'm gonna go see what live Lala done went into checking people. If she's in, it might work. Oh, okay. Well, I'll see if that works first time before I leave. Okay, maybe he's not coming back. It might work. Okay. Kev, Tom left us on a cliffhanger. But okay, Kev.
All right, y'all.
Go
You
to
take it
bed.
easy.
Go to bed. Wait, there you go.
I'm out.
There you go now.
I'm sorry, I'm here again. I don't know.
Good night.
Okay, there we go. Now I can hear.
Good night.
Oh, y'all about to go? Damn. All right.
Yeah, well, tell us next time and invite us to the next live.